Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Went to Hong Kong and meet Cardcaptor Sakura Movie 2. Before we start, please go support Liton 493 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. The new school year begins. Dripping. That's what could be heard. Darkness. That's what could be seen. Then a book appeared. That book was the Clow book, the one that contained the Clow cards. Then the book opened, revealing that it was empty. Suddenly, the Tower of Japan appeared under the moon. Sakura. A dream. The scene then shows Sakura with Naruto and Kiro in a building looking at the tower. Sakura. I'm having that dream again. Then Sakura says something that can't be heard while Kiro watches her. Sakura. I'm with Kiro and Naruto. They catch a glimpse of something in the tower as Clow cards rain down from the sky. Sakura sees one and picks it up, only for it to vanish. Upon closer inspection, Sakura realizes that what they saw in the tower was a person. Sakura. I know you, I know that person, Professor Mizuki. But that, Sakura positioned herself on the edge of the building as the jump ability activated. Sakura then jumped, followed by Naruto, when alarm clock sound. Sakura lay asleep in a bed, then turned over. Suddenly, she felt something that woke her up. Still drowsy, she looked around, clutching her alarm clock. Kiro, who seemed annoyed, noticed all of this. Sakura. Rubbing her eyes, Kiro, good morning. Kiro. Finally you're awake. Sakura. Why did you do that to me? Kiro. Annoyed, the alarm clock has been ringing like a bell for ages and you won't wake up. As of today, you're a 5th-year student. Upon hearing that, Sakura wakes up with a start. Sakura. Surprised that's true. But that, he begins to prepare. Sakura. Getting ready, I'm Sakura Kinomoto, starting today I'll be in 5th grade. Math is still a problem for me, but on the other hand, sports and music fascinate me. I'm a very enthusiastic and happy girl, and a little serious. But there's something strange happening in my life. Kiro. No matter how many cards you collect to look strong in magic, that doesn't make you any less lazy. That annoys Sakura. Kiro. And you collected quite a few during your spring break. But that, he shows all the cards along with 5 extras, which were the through. The Libra. The wave. The bubbles. And the arrow. With that, Kiro puts the cards away while Sakura watches. Sakura. Now I can use magic with the help of the Clow cards, and I can also use chakra thanks to the help of my friend Naruto. With that, Sakura goes down to the dining room. Sakura. Good morning. Hello, monster. She is surprised to see Toya putting out the food. Sakura. Ah, brother. Toya. Mockingly, how can you sleep when the alarm clock is ringing? That proves you're a monster. Sakura. Angrily, I already told you I'm not a monster. That's when Fujitaka enters the scene. Fujitaka. Good morning, everyone. Toya. Good morning. Sakura. Good morning, Dad. Hey, Dad, where are Naruto and Naruko? Before Fujitaka could answer, they saw the named individuals arrive at the dining room. Naruko. Sorry we're late, we overslept. Fujitaka. It's alright, kids, good morning. Naruto. Good morning, Mr. Fujitaka. With that, everyone sits down to start eating. Fujitaka. From today on, Sakura, Naruto, and Naruko will be in the 5th year of elementary school and Toya in the 3rd year of high school, right? Sakura nods. Toya. To the children, is there a classroom change at your school? Naruto. Shakes his head, it's still the same as in 4th grade, so we'll stay like this until we graduate. Fujitaka. Oh, I see. You'll be staying with your classmates. You're happy about that, right? The 3 of them nodded, but Naruko had a slight blush at the thought of being with Tomoyo for another year. Sakura. And how's your brother? Toya la vie. Sakura. Will you continue studying with Yukido? Toya. Yes, I was moved to a different classroom, but it was with Yukido. Sakura. So you plan to go to school with Yukido every morning? Toya. That's right. Sakura smiles in gratitude. Toya. By the way, what's that brooch you have in your hair? Sakura sees the brooch she had in her hair, while Naruto blushes a little. Sakura. It's a gift from Naruto. Toya sees Naruto, who nods, and they all continue eating. After finishing their meal, they all wash the dishes before leaving. Fujitaka. In his car. Well, I have to go. Sakura. Yes, I wish you luck in your public lecture. Fujitaka. Yes, if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to call me at the hotel. I'll be there without fail. Sakura. Yes. Naruto. Thank you. Toya. We'll take care of the housework. Fujitaka. I'm counting on you. See you later. With that, he drives off. Sakura. Waving her arm, take good care of yourself. And good luck. When Sakura turned around, she saw she was alone, only to find Naruto waiting for her around a corner. Seeing this, Sakura pouted and skated off towards Naruto. Once she was close, they started skating together and caught up with Toya and Naruto. As they skated, they passed some cherry blossom trees, a beautiful moment for both of them, and they unconsciously held hands. When they reached Toya and Naruto, they both let go of each other's hands, blushing slightly as they realized what they had done. Sakura. Angry, how cruel. Why did you leave me here? Toya. Because I don't want to be late for my first day of school. Naruto. Just for fun. Sakura shows an angry face. Toya. Yuki. Upon hearing the name Sakura, she puts aside her anger to turn around and see the boy who was waving. Sakura. S. Yukido. That's how everyone gets there. Yukido. Hi Toya, how are you? Hi Sakura, Naruto. Sakura, good morning Yukido. What happened to your bike? Yukido. Yesterday when I went shopping, I accidentally crashed it. Toya. Why didn't you call me? I could have gone to get it fixed right away. Yukido. On my way back, I took it to the shop and they said they'd take care of it. Toya, you have service today, right? You can go ahead so you're not late. Toya. See you at school. With that, Toya retires. Yukido. Kids, are you in a bit of a hurry too? Sakura. No, don't worry, we're actually doing fine. Yukido. How about we walk together? Sakura. Yes. With that, the four of them start walking towards school together. Yukido. From now on you'll be in 5th grade, right? Sakura. That's right. Yukido. Well, maybe it's a little late for this, but here. With that, he gives the children 3 gifts. Yukido. This is a gift for Sakura's birthday and for you soon, Naruto and Naruko, and also because you're in your 5th year. Naruko. Are they for us? Yukido nods, causing Naruko to start crying and Naruto to shed a few tears. Naruto. Tearing up, this is the first time we've received a present for our birthday. Upon hearing this, Yukido felt a pang of sadness for the Otsutsuki siblings, while Sakura hugged them. Once both children had calmed down, each received a gift. Sakura. Thank you very much, Yukido. Naruko. Thank you. Time skip. At Tomoda Primary School. After what happened, the trio of friends were already at school. When they arrived at their classroom, Sakura opened the door. Sakura. Good morning. With that, the 3 of them walked towards their seats. Tomoyo. Good morning Sakura, Naruto, and Naruko. Sakura Naruto. Good morning Tomoyo. Tomoyo. I'm so glad we're all together again. Sakura. Me too. Naruko. Yes. Tomoyo. Did you just receive those gifts you're carrying? Sakura. Yes. Tomoyo felt a little jealous because someone had given Naruko a gift. Sakura. Yukido gave it to us this morning. At that, Chiharu, Naoko and Rika arrive. Chiharu Naoko Rika. Good morning. Sakura Naruko. Good morning. Tomoyo. Hi, how are you? Chiharu. Hey, do you guys know who our new homeroom teacher will be? Sakura. That's right, we'll have a new teacher. Naoko. I really liked Professor Terada. He was very kind and funny to everyone. That makes Rika sad. Sakura. Is something wrong, Rika? Rika. No, I was just wondering who that new teacher is. With that, the bell rings as the door is opened by a tired Sharon and Miling. Sharon. Are we on time? Sakura. Good morning Lee. Good morning Miling. Sharon. Sitting down. Good morning. Miling. Doing the same as Sharon. Good morning. Sakura. Did you fall asleep? Sharon. Yes. Miling. I was having a really nice dream, that's why I didn't want to wake up. Naruko. And what kind of dream? Miling. I dreamt I was on a date with Sharon. Sakura. A date. Sharon looks away. Just then, Yamazaki enters. Yamazaki. The teacher has arrived. With that, the door opens, revealing Keiho Mizuki. Everyone is surprised to see her, while Sakura smiles. Sakura. Professor Mizuki. On the other hand, Sharon was annoyed watching Mizuki head towards the desk. Miling. To Tomoyo. Hey, what's wrong with Kinomoto? Tomoyo. Just leave her alone, she's daydreaming. Miling. What's that? Mizuki. Hello children, good morning everyone. Everyone except Sakura and Sharon. Good morning, teacher. Mizuki. From now on, I'll be the homeroom teacher for this class. For those who didn't know, my name is Keiho Mizuki, nice to meet you. Then Sakura remembers something that startles her. Sakura. Could she be Professor Mizuki? But that's it. Mizuki. Listen, we have the first period free, would you like to play? It will be a lot of fun. The majority were affirming. Mizuki. What do you want to play? We can go out to the patio. What would you prefer to play? Many were giving their opinion. Mizuki. Alright, we'll play dodgeball. Go out to the yard in an orderly fashion. Sees Sakura, beautiful things will fall from the sky, let's go before they cover the ground. That leaves Sakura in doubt. With that, she leaves when Sakura looks out the window and sees something fall. Sakura. Cherry blossoms. Snow. Time skip. Everyone had already left, but we'll focus on another place. It looked like it was snowing, and at the Kinomoto house, right in Sakura's room, the little girl was opening her present and found a watch. Upon seeing it, Sakura was amazed and then put it on. Sakura, thank you Yukito. But that, she starts imagining things to do when she feels something while lying in bed. Upon closer inspection, she realizes it's the brooch Naruto gave her. Flashback. Sakura and Naruto were seen walking down the street when they passed an accessory shop. Upon seeing the shop, Naruto went inside, watched by Sakura. After a few minutes, Naruto came out carrying a small box. Naruto. Giving the box to Sakura, here Sakura, happy birthday. Sakura blushes, smiles, and takes the box. Sakura, thank you Naruto. Time skip. Now Sakura was in her room, opening Naruto's gift to see the brooch. This brought a smile to Sakura's face as she took the brooch and put it on. End of flashback. After reminiscing, Sakura smiled with a slight blush. Just then, the door opened, revealing Kiro with a bag. Kiro. Look, I found this bag of chips. Reaching the floor, it's ridiculous that it's starting to snow in the middle of spring. Opens the bag to see Sakura. Sakura, you'd better put another blanket on your bed. Sakura. This watch was a gift from the lovely Yukito, I'm so happy. Kiro. With a bead of sweat, are you even listening to me? Well, never mind, keep being so excited and I'll eat all the chips. With that, he starts eating the chips when Sakura sits down and takes one to look at the clock with a small blush, but also at the brooch. Sakura. I'm really happy. Kiro. Well, you have a good appetite for being in a good mood. Hey, was your new homeroom teacher that mysterious teacher everyone's talking about? Sakura. Yes. Kiro. Now that you mention it, I can sense her presence. She's a being with great powers and she stays close. Because of her, I can't detect the energy of any of the cards. Sakura was happily eating potatoes when she looked out the window, remembering Mizuki's words. Sakura. It's not supposed to snow that much in spring. Kiro. What's going on? Sakura. Oh, nothing special. Oh, right, we have to get things ready for dinner. But that, he gets up to go to the door. Kiro. What are you going to cook today? Sakura. It's cold, I'll make stew. Kiro celebrates as Sakura retreats. In the kitchen. Sakura could be seen cooking a stew while humming a song, using the stovetop and earbud Naruto had given her when he tasted the stew. Seeing that it was good, she looked back at her watch as the door opened. I'm here. Upon hearing the voice, Sakura snaps out of her mini-trance. Sakura. My brother's home. Toya, hey Sakura. Sakura. Yes. Toya. Bring me a towel, I need it. Sakura. A towel. With that, she turns off the stove and runs out to the entrance with a towel. When she gets there, she sees Toya. Sakura. What happened to you? Upon seeing Toya Sakura's condition, she was surprised because he was covered in snow. Sakura. Approaching, you're soaked. Toya. Taking the towel, yeah, it was really bad, drying himself, and the worst part is the bike stuck. Sakura. Is there really that much snow? Toya. Yeah, there's a lot, about a meter deep. Sakura. Astonished what? With that, Sakura opens the door, seeing that what Toya said was true. In Sakura's room. The girl could be seen talking on the phone with Tomoyo, while Kiro looked at all the snow through the window. Tomoyo, phone. Yes, it looks like huge walls of snow are forming around my house. Sakura. Yes, my house is covered in snow too. Tomoyo, phone. It's already April, this shouldn't be happening. Sakura. Maybe this is the fault of. Kiro. A Clow card, Sakura. Tomoyo, phone. And it's time for the great Cardcaptor to spring into action. Sakura nods. Tomoyo, cell phone. And this time I created a suit according to the occasion. That makes Sakura fall on her back. Time skip. Sakura could be seen flying alongside Tomoyo recording and Kiro wearing a new outfit. Beside them was Stinkfly flying with Naruto on its back. Tomoyo. Everything is covered in white snow. Sakura. The first floor of the houses is buried. Kiro. I can't believe I didn't notice the presence of a card, look at this. Stinkfly. We'd better take a look. With that, the group goes down to where the Penguin King's park should be, ending up right at the top of the slide, while Stinkfly transforms into Naruto, but Sakura doesn't notice and ends up in the snow. Naruto. Tomoyo. Are you alright? Kiro. Sakura. Sakura. Oh, get me out of here. Upon seeing this, Naruto descends into the snow using chakra to bring Sakura out, carrying her bridal style. Naruto. How careless you were. This phenomenon is caused by the snow card. Upon hearing the voice, they turn to see Sharon and Myling. Sakura. Lee. Myling. When did you arrive? Naruto. How are you standing on the snow? Myling. It's thanks to Sharon's magic. Sakura is amazed, then Naruto puts her on his back. Naruto. It's time to use the new alien. Saying that activates the Omnitrix to search for the symbol. Once Naruto has it, he presses the dial, generating a green light. As the light dissipated, Sakura could be seen on top of a new creature where Naruto should have been. Sakura. So you'll use Arctiguana. Arctiguana. That's right, Naruto, Tomoyo, get in. Tomoyo. I'll be fine, Naruto can get in. With that, Naruto and Sakura settled onto Arctiguana's back, holding onto its upper fins. Once they were settled. Sakura. Is the snow card responsible for this? Sharon. Yes, but I didn't notice it until it covered everything with its powers. Sakura. Me neither. Naruto Arctiguana. Children. Sakura. Now I remember, Professor Mizuki told me that something beautiful was going to fall in large quantities and cover the ground. The four, surprised what Kiro. You mean I already knew this was the work of a Clow card? Sakura, I am not really sure, but Sharon. I knew it. That professor isn't an ordinary person. Sakura. Being paranoid again. Professor Mizuki is a kind person and she's also beautiful and she makes me very happy when I'm with her. Then it starts to snow, attracting everyone's attention. Naruto. It's starting to snow again. The snow continued to fall, then intensified into a violent storm. Sensing the storm, Naruto and Sakura began to cling more tightly to Arctiguana's fins, while the alien used chakra to avoid being blown away as it held Sharon. But they weren't alone. Myling and Tomoyo were also caught in the storm. Arctiguana. Tomoyo, Myling, are you alright? Tomoyo. We have to do something, otherwise I won't be able to record another one of their exploits. That makes everyone break out in a cold sweat. With that, Arctiguana puts Sharon on his back to escape a storm, followed by Kiro. But the same snowstorm continues to follow them. Sakura. Oh no, it's following us. Kiro. This snow only attacks people with magic. Arctiguana. We'd better split up from it. With that, Sakura pulls out a card. Sakura. Hitting the card to fly. When the effect of the Sakura card takes hold, she shakes Sharon's hand. Sakura. Soup. Sharon is surprised and blushes a little. Arctiguana. Hurry up. Sharon obeys and climbs onto Sakura's staff, flying off followed by Arctiguana and Naruto. Once they are at a safe distance, Arctiguana transforms into Stinkfly and flies off with Naruto on its back, pursued by the snowstorm. Sakura. That storm is really fast, it's going to catch us. Stinkfly. Well, we'd better fly even faster. With that, they begin to accelerate while dodging obstacles and attacks with some difficulty as they flew with skill. Kiro. Quick, Sakura, we have to do something before the snow covers the whole city. Naruto. He's right, nothing will be solved if we keep running away. But that they dodge another attack, causing Stinkfly to fly backwards. Stinkfly. It's time, Naruto. Naruto. Yes, brother. But that, Naruto makes hand seals while Stinkfly vomits flammable vomit. Naruto. Fire release. Flamethrower. But that, Naruto unleashes a burst of fire that combines with Stinkfly's vomit. Stinkfly Naruto. Kumayawa Stinkfly's fire blast. But that, the flame reaches the card, causing a large part of the storm to melt, but it immediately returns, albeit with slightly less power. Even so, the card continues attacking, its power increasing. At that moment, Sharon activates his sword to use one of his original cards. Sharon. God of fire come to me. With that, the fire reaches the card, but just like Stinkfly and Naruto's attack, Sharon's attack doesn't have much effect, which only provokes more anger from the card, which attacks with greater intensity, the attacks being dodged by the flying ones. Kiro. It's useless, we need a more powerful fire. Sharon. Very well, I'll use it one more time. Naruto. I'll help you. But first they had to dodge another attack from the card. Stinkfly. Yeah, it's persistent. Sakura. What are we going to do now? Sharon. Here it comes again. At that moment, Sakura notices something that catches the attention of those present. Kiro. What happened now? Sakura. My watch disappeared, checks her hair and the brooch too. Kiro. Your gifts, the ones Naruto and Yukito gave you. Sakura. And I was so happy when Naruto gave it to me outside the store and when Yukito gave it to me. Sharon. What did that person give you? Stinkfly. Don't worry, Sakura, I can buy you another one. Sakura. No. Everyone was surprised by the serious and cold tone in which Sakura replied. Sakura. These gifts are from some very important people to me. Looks at the storm with red eyes, how cruel this letter is. Stinkfly blushed upon hearing Sakura say he was one of the most important people to her, but was then surprised to see his eyes turn red as he gazed at the blizzard. With that, Sakura and Stinkfly landed at the entrance arch of Tsukumen Temple. Sakura deactivated the fly's effect to watch the blizzard approach. She then drew the card and tossed it into the air, leaving it suspended and spinning. Sakura. Clow card, melt all that snow with your powers, strikes the card with the tip of her staff the fiery. With that, the attack melted the snow, but it was incredibly intense, demonstrating how angry she was. But the attack didn't end there. Sakura directed her card's attack into the storm as the fire shifted from orange to a deep red, surprising everyone. Even so, the card continued its path, melting all the snow. Everyone was astonished, as Sakura's attack had been so powerful that Naruto had reverted to his original form, since Stinkfly's wings were damp with sweat. Sharon. Incredible. Naruto. I think Sakura was really angry this time. Naruto. Angry? She looked furious. Hero. Women scare me, especially when you make them angry. Then they see something approaching. Focusing their eyes, they see it's the fly chasing Sakura and leading her to the snow in her true form. Hero. Sakura, that's the snow's true identity. Sakura still feels serious and her eyes are red. Sakura. Return to the humble form you deserve, hits an invisible card Clow card. With that, the sealing of the card begins. Once the sealing is complete, the card goes directly to Sakura, surrounded by a small red aura, visible only to Naruto. Naruto. What's going on? That red aura again. Having the letter in hand, she looks at it for a moment to look at her wrist and then touches her hair. Sakura. I've lost my watch and my brooch. I just got the watch as a gift and I took really good care of the brooch. Sharon. Hey. Sakura. Yukito gave me that watch and Naruto gave me the brooch. Sakura can't take it anymore and falls to her knees, bursting into tears. Seeing this, Naruto approaches Sakura and gets down to her level. Naruto. Come on, Sakura, don't cry. It's just a brooch, an object. Sakura. Crying but that brooch is very important to me. But that they go downstairs, but Sakura stays behind hugging Naruto while he comforts her. Naruto. Kiro, Lee, let's go get Tomoyo and Myling, we'll be right back guys. Before saying anything, the girl takes the named people and leaves, leaving Sakura and Naruto alone. Naruto. There, don't cry, calm down. You know I don't care that you lost a brooch, what matters to me is that you're okay. Sakura. But, the brooch. Naruto. Okay, if that's what you want, we won't leave here until we find the brooch and the watch. Sakura sees Naruto giving her a smile, which makes her blush slightly. Then she feels Naruto wiping away her tears, making her smile again. Sakura. Thank you very much, Naruto. Naruto hugs Sakura around the waist while she hugs him around the neck, both enjoying the embrace. Suddenly, they hear something a bell. Turning around, they see it's Professor Mizuki watching them. Mizuki. Good evening. Sakura Naruto. Professor Mizuki. Mizuki. You're wearing such lovely clothes and they both look so cute together. That made them both blush as they separated. Sakura. Well, this is what. Mizuki. Relax, I just came to deliver something Miss Kinomoto dropped. They are both confused when Mizuki crouches down to Sakura's level and gives something to the girl. Mizuki. Look, do these watches and brooches belong to you? Upon seeing the objects, Sakura smiles. Sakura. Takes the items yes. But how did you know this watch and brooch were mine? Mizuki. Smiles I guessed. Sakura just stared at Mizuki while Naruto stood beside the girl. Then Mizuki stood up. Mizuki. You both did a good job along with your friends, come on, go back home and rest. But that said, Mizuki leaves, leaving the children behind. Sakura. I just want to thank you, teacher. Naruto nods as Mizuki watches them, smiles, and leaves. Sakura simply looks at her recovered belongings while Naruto gazes seriously at the sky. Tomoyo loses her voice. Sakura could be seen with her friends in a park, listening to her sing under a cherry blossom tree. She was slightly blushing. When she finished singing, everyone began to applaud and then the girl sat down. Sakura. Sigh I got a little nervous. Tomoyo. Relax, you sing like an angel. Myling. It wasn't bad, but you don't sing as well as me. Yamazaki. This karaoke microphone is a very ingenious invention. Chiharu. Isn't this one of your mom's toy company's creations? Tomoyo. Yes, but it won't be available for purchase for a while yet. Naruto. It's very practical, especially for picnics like this. Yamazaki was about to tell a lie when he was interrupted by Chiharu. Chiharu. Now it's Tomoyo's turn. Tomoyo. Standing up yes. With that, the melody begins to play. Sakura. I love listening to Tomoyo sing, don't you, Naruto? Naruto nodded with a small smile as he too enjoyed listening to Tomoyo sing. Everyone listened as cherry blossoms fell, creating a beautiful scene, while Naruto blushed slightly. They were all captivated by what they heard, and Naruto, blushing, admitted that she had fallen in love with Tomoyo because of her personality. Time skip. Sakura could be seen in her room next to Kiro, who had the girl's hairdryer. Kiro? Indignant, so you went on a picnic? I wanted to go too. Sakura. But Chihiro and the others came with us. Kiro. I could have pretended to be a doll. Sakura. But you wouldn't have been able to eat. Kiro. Oh no, that's not fair, that would have been crueler to me, no. Sakura. Taking the hairdryer, thank you very much. With that, he turns off the dryer but sees Kiro go to a window. Sakura. Hey, when you return to your original form, will you be able to attend the picnics? That makes Kiro a little nervous about seeing her. Kiro. That would be more difficult. Sakura. And tell me, what kind of form do you take when you return to normal? Kiro. I'm very important. Sakura. In what form? Kiro. That's something very difficult to describe in words. Sakura. What do you mean? Kiro. Well, you'll find that out when you gather all the Clow cards. Sakura sighs in resignation and begins to pack everything away. Kiro. Looking at Sakura, but when that time comes, we'll also have to meet that guy. With that, Kiro turns to look at the moon. The next day. The children could be seen in their classroom receiving information from Mizuki. Mizuki. Next week we're going strawberry picking and you'll need a few things for that, so please show this notice to your parents. Everyone. Yes. Mizuki. We'll all eat lots of strawberries. Everyone. Yes. Mizuki. Well, that's all for today. Everyone. Goodbye, teacher. Mizuki. Goodbye. With that, everyone starts to leave, leaving Tomoyo, Sakura, Naruto, and Sharon at the end. Sakura. Tomoyo, are you going to choir practice today? Tomoyo. Yes. Sakura. I have to go too, how about we go together? At that moment Myling arrived asking Sharon to go home together, but he made the excuse that he had to buy something so they could both leave. Tomoyo. Hey guys, I'll probably be out of my singing class really late because this song is so difficult. Naruto. Is it the one you sang on the picnic? Tomoyo. No, it's a different song. Sakura. Do you have to sing alone again, Tomoyo? Tomoyo. No, we'll sing in a choir, but I'll start with a solo, and if I hit a wrong note, it'll ruin everyone's part. Besides, I have to confess, it's one of my favorites. Naruto. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll sing great. Sakura. I agree with Naruto. Tomoyo. I'll do my best. With that, Sakura and Naruto leave as Naruto decides to stay and walk Tomoyo home. Outside the school, someone calls out to them. Turning around, they see it's Mizuki, who crouches down to their level. Mizuki. Did Miss Dadaoji go to her music class with Miss Otsutsuki? Sakura. Yes. The three of them stare at each other. Mizuki. I think Miss Dadaoji will have difficulties, if she needs your help, give it to her. This leaves both children confused and then they see Mizuki leave. Time skip. The cheerleading class could be seen practicing while being watched by Naruto, but Sakura was chatting with Naoko and Chihiro. Sakura. Hey, did you guys hear the choir's new song? Tomoyo told me she's been practicing a new song for the next competition. Naoko. Tomoyo's songs are really lovely, don't you think? Sakura. She also told me that rehearsal will be going on really late today. Naoko is staying with her. Wouldn't you like to go watch after class? Both nod in confirmation of Sakura's suggestion. Sakura. When the girl turned around, she saw that it was Yukido, who was greeting her. With Eos, the girl approached the boy. Sakura. Yukido. Yukido. Are you practicing with the cheerleading squad? Sakura. Nods yes. Mockingly, good thing you didn't have to practice with a baton, even though it doesn't hurt when it falls on your head. When Sakura turned around, she saw that it was Toya. Sakura. Angrily, brother. Toya. Mockingly, you've taken a lot of blows from the club and you're acting like nothing happened, that means your head is much harder than a rock. Sakura. Angrily, that's not true. At that moment, she remembers Yukido and laughs nervously, but then she sees a small stone hit Toya on the forehead, causing Sakura to stifle her laughter. Sakura. Yukido, why are you wearing your sports uniform? Yukido. I'm helping the soccer team. Toya. Rubbing his forehead, he'll be our reinforcement in the next match. With that, the whistle comes out. Yukido. Ah, they're calling us. Toya. Leaving and mocking, see you, stonehead. Sakura. Angry, brother. Yukido. Leaving, see you later. Sakura sighed, love-struck, when a small stone hit her on the head. Turning around, she saw Naruto in a tree, looking at her with an annoyed expression. Sakura. annoyed Naruto. Naruto. You'd better get back to your practice. Sakura pouts cutely at Naruto, who is a little flushed. Naruto. Serious, go back to your class, or you'll have a bad time. Sakura felt a shiver run down her spine when she saw Naruto's face and heard him nod before heading to her class. Once in class, Naruto began to hear Tomoyo talking, which made him smile. Naruto. Tomoyo really does sing well. Then he sensed something and saw Sakura looking at him out of the corner of her eye, letting him know that she had understood too. Naruto. A Clow card. With that, Naruto made the ram seal and began sensing his surroundings, searching for the card. Sakura, still in class, was also looking for it. Suddenly, Tomoyo's voice stopped. Hearing this, Naruto left his hiding place and ran with Sakura toward where they sensed the Clow card's presence had vanished. When they arrived, they saw Naruto checking on Tomoyo with the teacher. Naruto. What's wrong, Tomoyo? Tomoyo tried to speak but nothing came out. Naruto. I can't speak. Everyone sees it. Naruto. I can read lips a little. Upon hearing that, everyone was shocked to see that Tomoyo couldn't speak, but Naruto felt guilty because she had promised to take care of her and felt that she hadn't been able to keep her promise. Time skip. Sakura could be seen with Naruto and the teacher watching as Tomoyo and Naruto entered the gray-haired girl's limousine, but Naruto looked somewhat downcast as she still felt unwell. Teacher. Get well soon. Guard. Excuse me. With that, the limousine leaves, leaving the children there with the teacher. Time skip. It was night and in the Kinomoto house Sakura and Kiro could be seen talking about what had happened. Kiro. So Tomoyo went home. Sakura nodded worriedly. Sakura. Her bodyguards came for her and Naruto. They took her to the doctor. You should have seen Naruto, she felt guilty, devastated. I spoke to her recently and it seems she still can't speak. Kiro. The Clow card that Naruto felt at that moment had something to do with that incident. That surprises Sakura. Kiro. Or didn't you sense his presence? Sakura remembers. Sakura. If I had realized sooner and sealed the card, this wouldn't have happened. Kiro. Don't be sad, approaches and pats Sakura's head. If you're like this, Tomoyo will be depressed too when she sees you. Sakura nods, signaling Kiro to move away a little. Kiro. If Tomoyo suddenly lost her voice, it must have been the voice card. It couldn't have been anything else. It was the voice card. Sakura. The voice. Kiro. It liked Tomoyo's voice so much that it took it from her. Sakura. How mean. Then he remembers Mizuki and his words. Sakura. Professor Mizuki warned me about something, was that what she meant? Kiro. With his arms crossed. I think it would be best to meet her to clear things up, that woman is very mysterious. At Tomoyo's mansion. Tomoyo could be seen in her room with Naruto beside her, who wore a look of sadness, guilt and regret. But it wasn't just Naruto. Tomoyo also looked sad as she gazed at a songbook. Suddenly, someone entered. It was Sonomi. Sonomi. Tomoyo. Upon hearing Sonomi's voice, Tomoyo put down her notebook as Naruto looked up, worrying the gray-haired girl, who no longer saw the sparkle she so loved in Naruto's eyes, only sadness, guilt and regret. Just then, Sonomi arrived where the girls were, looking concerned. Sonomi. Have you lost your voice? Approaches Tomoyo. The doctor said it could be a cold, but do you have a fever? Chills. Does any part of your body hurt? Tomoyo shakes her head with a smile. Sonomi. Sigh. I see. Sonomi saw Naruto and was also worried as she saw the emotions reflected in the girl's lifeless eyes. Even so, she sat down on the bed. Sonomi. I won't be going to the company tomorrow. I'm very worried about your health. Naruto. Dryly, don't worry, I'll stay. Even so, I'll keep my promise to take care of her. Tomoyo goes to the side to pick up a notebook and pencil and starts writing. Hello equals this means what he wrote in the notebook. Tomoyo. I'm fine, trust Naruto, we'll be okay. Sonomi smiles warmly as she draws Naruto and Tomoyo closer and gives them a hug, surprising both girls. Sonomi. Of course you're not okay and neither is the little one emotionally well. Let yourself be pampered now that you need it most and don't put such a big burden on yourself. Remember that you are my only daughter and that I love you very much, Tomoyo, and don't forget that your friend is also here to support each other. Both girls smile, close their eyes, and enjoy the moment. The next day. The children could be seen at Tomoda Elementary School. But we'll focus on Sakura's class. There, we saw Ms. Mizuki taking attendance when the topic of Tomoyo came up. Mizuki. Miss Dodauji will not be coming to school today because she is not feeling well, that's what her mom told me on the phone, and Miss Otsutsuki stayed with Miss Dodauji to take care of her during her recovery. At the far end of the room, Sakura could be seen looking sad, holding hands with Naruto, who also seemed sad. Sharon noticed this and looked worried about Sakura, feeling a little jealous of the children's closeness. Time skip. Sakura and Naruto could be seen in the music room. The girl looked sad while the boy had his hand on her shoulder. Just then, Sharon arrived at the door, but this time he didn't feel jealous because he could sense the emotions in the air. "Sharon. What are you doing?" They were both surprised, and that's when Naruto realized that his perception of presence was linked to his emotions. "Sakura. Lee, how did you know we were here?" Sharon. "Well, you worried me a lot." That surprises Sakura and makes Naruto jealous. Sharon. And seeing Naruto like that, knowing he's usually calm, something told me he was serious and I figured they'd found a letter. Naruto. Unfortunately, Tomoyo was the one affected. Sakura becomes sad and hugs Naruto, while Sharon is surprised to learn that the one he considered a friend was the one affected. Time skip. Now the three children could be seen on the swings in King Penguin Park. Sharon. Tadauji didn't come to school because of a Clow card. Sakura. Tomoyo was going to participate with the choir in the upcoming competition. She said that if she messed up her solo, it would ruin everyone else's song. But the competition isn't the most important thing. It would be awful to think that Tomoyo might lose her voice forever. Naruto. Sorry for being so harsh, but crying won't do any good. We need to focus on finding a way to seal that card. I'll help you. Sharon. I'll help you look for it too. Sakura sees him, making Sharon blush slightly. Sharon. I'm only doing it to collect the cards. Even with teary eyes, Sakura smiles. Sakura. Thank you very much. Sharon couldn't see Sakura's face, which was still somewhat flushed. Naruto. It would be best to go to Tomoyo's house to see how everything is going and also to see how my sister is doing. Sharon nods, stands rigidly, and walks in one direction. Sakura. Lee. Stands up. Tomoyo's house isn't that way. At Tomoyo's house. The children could be seen in Tomoyo's bedroom with Naruto next to the girl. Sakura. How are you feeling? Making a sign, Tomoyo says that's fine. Sakura. I see, you still haven't recovered your voice. Naruto. I asked Shime if it could be done with his chakra or medical ninjutsu, but he said his vocal cords were fine and that it would be dangerous to do that with his chakra. Naruto. I see, thanks for the information, Naruto. Sakura. Dejected. I'm sorry, this happened because I wasn't quick enough. I sensed her, but I didn't know where she was until Naruto ran off and it was all over. Naruto. Dejected and I'm sorry too. I was too focused on the song and didn't notice. Tomoyo. Sakura and Naruto, don't be discouraged. If you look so sad, I'll feel that way too. Naruto. But Tomoyo. Tomoyo smiles. Sakura. I promised to capture the card before the contest. Just then there's a knock at the door. When it opens, Sonomi is shown with a tray. Sonomi. Good afternoon. Sakura. Naruto. Bowing alongside Sharon. Good afternoon. Sonomi. This is the first time we've met. Sharon. I'm Sharon Lee. Sonomi. I'm Tomoyo's mother, nice to meet you. Sets down the tray and sees Sakura approaching her. Sakura, please sit down. Sakura. It's my pleasure to help you. Sonomi. Really? Thank you very much. Naruto and Sharon watched Sakura helping Sonomi when Tomoyo wrote something in her notebook and then secretly showed it to Naruto. Tomoyo. You're always staring at Sakura, aren't you? Naruto. I just try to be there for her when she needs me, that's all. Deep down, though, and something he didn't want to admit yet, Naruto felt something more. But he hadn't counted on Sakura overhearing him. Sakura. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto. It's nothing. Naruto watched this with a smile, unconsciously taking Tomoyo's hand, which made Tomoyo blush slightly. After a while, the children could be seen in silence, but the hours dragged on, and one or two of them were beginning to get impatient. Sharon. By the way, did Kerberos give you a specific clue about the voice card? Sakura. Kiro told me that the card liked Tomoyo's voice, and that's why he took it away. Naruto is upset because her beloved is in this situation because of the letter. Sharon then pulls out his board, but nothing happens. Sharon. It's not near here. Naruto would get angry every moment, but Tomoyo would take her hand and with a look, manage to calm the redheaded blonde girl. Sakura. She told me that the voice wouldn't be satisfied until she was sure she'd gotten rid of it completely. Naruto. Sparking murderous instincts. Well, when I see that card, I'll make it suffer. That frightened those present, while Tomoyo, for some reason, felt safe. Sakura. Now that I remember, she usually hides in difficult places so that no one can recover her voice. Naruto. The only way is to find her and seal her in a letter. Then everyone noticed Tomoyo, who was surprised to be seen. As the hours passed, everyone was trying to figure out what to do while Tomoyo held Naruto's hand, while the redheaded blonde girl played with a stress ball with her other hand, as she was the most stressed person there. Sakura. How can we find the voice? I can't think of anything. Naruto. Relax, calm down. I'm a little stressed too, but we need to keep a cool head. Then Sakura sees Tomoyo who had written something. Tomoyo. Smiling, don't get discouraged. Sakura, Naruto, and Naruko watched with sadness and admiration. Despite being in a difficult moment, Tomoyo maintained her characteristic smile. Seeing this, Naruko and Sakura hugged Tomoyo, who returned the embrace. Naruto's seal. From Naruto's seal, Kurama and Madatabi saw that. Kurama. The brat is suffering and yet she's still smiling. Madatabi. That's right, that girl certainly has great willpower, even in the darkest night she keeps smiling, that's truly admirable. Outside the seal. Sharon watched that with some sadness. Sakura. Sobbing, this is the second time, Tomoyo. You're always the one who gets hurt. Remember when the song card was imitating you? That's not fair. Naruto. That's right. How could I not have thought of that before? Everyone saw it while Naruto saw that Sharon had come to the same conclusion. Naruto. The song. Use the song card. Sharon. That's right. That card can imitate Tadauji's singing style, right? Sakura nods, then looks to see where they were going with that. Sakura. I see, that card will appear when I hear the voice that was supposedly stolen again. Naruto. Sharon. Exactly. With that, Sakura draws the card the song. Sakura. Show us your beautiful voice, strikes the card with the tip of her staff the song. With that, the card makes its appearance and then begins to sing. Then they hide, and after a few seconds, the voice appears in its true form. Once there, the voice begins searching for the song's origin. Suddenly, snake-shaped bandages start chasing her as she tries to escape. Naruko. Hot-eaten. Bandage snakes. The voice tried to escape, but Sharon and Naruto blocked her exit using sealing cards and Fuinjutsu. Then, the voice was captured by the bandaged snakes. Naruko. Smiling, I caught you, you damn thing. With that, Sakura positions herself in front of the card, who was trying to escape from its prison. Sakura. Return to the humble form you deserve, hits an invisible card Clow card. With that, the sealing is complete. Once the sealing is finished, the letter goes directly into Naruko's hands, leaving everyone surprised. Naruko. Surprised me? Sharon. Coming out of his surprise, of course, you were the one who immobilized her and blocked her power, so she literally belongs to you. Upon seeing this, Naruko decides to give the letter to Sakura. Naruko. Smiling, maybe it will never be necessary, but I know you'll put it to better use. Sakura smiles and takes the card. Sakura. Thank you. Then everyone sees a pink sphere come out of the card, which floats to Tomoyo and enters through her neck. Naruko. Tomoyo. Tomoyo checks herself until she's seen everyone. Tomoyo. I can speak. Upon hearing that, Sakura and Naruko smile and go to hug the little girl. Sakura. Naruko. That's great, you've got your voice back. Tomoyo returns the hug while Naruto and Sharon watch with small smiles. Tomoyo. Smiling, thank you both so much. Time skip. It was a new day, and not just any day, it was the day of the school competition. Everyone was on stage waiting for the Tomoda Elementary School choir, who were next to perform. They were all still talking when they realized that Sakura, Naruto, and Naruko weren't there. But the singers. Everyone was getting ready. But our focus shifted to another spot. There we saw Sakura, Naruto, Naruko, and Tomoyo chatting. Sakura. I'll support you no matter what, Tomoyo. Tomoyo. You're so sweet to me. Thanks to you and Naruko, I was able to get my voice back just in time. I won't let you down, guys. Announcer. The next choir belongs to Tomoda Elementary School. Naruko. Good luck. So the three of them decided to leave, but before they were gone completely, Tomoyo took Naruko's hand and kissed her cheek. Naruko blushed deeply at this. Tomoyo. Thank you for staying with me when I needed you most. Naruko, still blushing, nods. Tomoyo. Smiling, I'll sing this song with all my heart. I dedicate this song to you, especially, so listen carefully. That makes Naruko blush even more. With that, she nods so Tomoyo can leave. Once everyone is in their places, the song begins to play. While listening to the song, everyone enjoyed it, but especially Naruko, who was blushing and now, it could be said, was madly in love with Tomoyo. Naruko. I definitely love her with all my heart. With that, the girl decides to continue enjoying the song that they were both singing. Narulobo. It was another day, and more specifically, it was Saturday. On this day, Sakura, with Kiro hidden, Naruto, Naruko, and Tomoyo, had decided to visit a small town near Tomoda, which Naruto discovered. Naruko. Reading a book, legend says that the Dreamcatcher protects everyone by catching nightmares, so the feathers protect and bless the people who are sleeping. But that they started to walk around the town when Kiro yawned a little. Sakura. Mockingly speaking of dreams. Then they find a girl doing a kind of dance. Upon seeing the girl, the group decides to stay and watch the dance. Tomoyo. Reading a pamphlet according to this book, this Navajo dance is a ceremony. Naruto. You know, I wanted to see one of these. They continue watching the dance until it ends. When it's over, Kai approaches the group of friends. Hi. Hi Naruto. Naruto. Hi Kai, how are you? Hi. Good, sees Naruto, is he your brother? You two look alike. Naruto. Yes, he's my twin. Then Sakura saw that the sky was turning black. Sakura. Are you sure it wasn't a rain dance? Hi. Yes, of course, why? With that, a rainstorm begins. But suddenly, purple lightning bolts start to strike, nearly hitting people. Sakura. That's why. Hi. Let's get in my grandpa's camper. But that they go to Kai's grandfather's camper, whose name was Wes Green. Naruto. Hello Mr. Wes. Wes. Hello little Naruto. Just then, lightning struck very close to them, making them stop dead in their tracks. Peering through the cloud of dust, they caught a glimpse of a silhouette. As the dust settled, they saw only a black silhouette with purple eyes, which stood upright and left the area. At that moment, they felt an earthquake. Turning around, they saw water beginning to appear. Wes. It's flooding. With that, they begin to climb to higher places. But suddenly they see Kai being swept away by the current. Kai. Help. Naruto wanted to use Ripjaws, but discarded the idea to start chasing Kai. Kai. Help. Naruto. Throwing a float attached to a rope, grab it. Kai asks to take the float and starts being pulled by Naruto. When they reach an edge, Naruto pulls Kai up just before she hits something that could have seriously injured her. Kai. Thanks. Naruto. You're welcome, you're my sister's friend so don't worry. Kai smiles in gratitude. Time skip. It was already night and the rain had stopped. Everyone was in a museum looking at everything, more specifically some writings. Wes. I never thought I'd see one. Tomoyo. A what? Wes. A Yenaldushi, a Navajo wolf. I thought they only existed in legends. Their presence is a sign of evil. Kurama. Well, mine is worse. Matatabi. Calm down, Kurama-kun. Naruto only had a drop of sweat when he heard his father figure say that. Wes. Loading his rifle, I need to find him so I can calm him down. Naruto. I'm coming with you. I may be almost 11, but I can help. Hi. Me too, Grandpa. Wes. You know only men are allowed to go. Naruto. Angry, who said that? Wes. It's been that way for hundreds of years. Times change, but traditions don't. You two will stay. Sakura, Naruto, and Kai got angry, but they weren't the only ones. Naruto was also somewhat angry, but he accepted it to prevent his sister and friends from getting hurt. Sakura. But. Naruto. With his hand on Sakura's shoulder, I'm sorry, but these are your lands, so these are your laws. You'd better stay put. I don't want you to get hurt. The girls saw that Naruto was concerned for them, so they nodded, knowing he would jump into the lion's den to protect them. With that, Naruto left while Naruto approached Kai. Naruto. Don't be angry. My brother would have told us to let them help, but he didn't because he wants to protect us. Hi. But I want to help. Naruto. Whenever you need our help, don't doubt that Naruto will come. Kai nods in understanding. Time skip. Wes and Naruto could be seen checking the area. Wes. Points to one side, it looks like the footprints are heading that way. With that, they continue their search for the Yenaldushi, with Naruto using his senses to the fullest. Suddenly, they hear a howl. Upon investigating, they find the Yenaldushi manipulating some objects. Seeing this, Wes aims his weapon at the Yenaldushi, but the creature dodges the attack and leaps over the duo, revealing its true form. With that, the Yenaldushi begins attacking the duo, throwing them off a cliff. Naruto then performs some hand seals. Naruto. Coyote plant his whip. But that said, he throws a plant-based whip at Wes, grabbing him. With his other hand, he throws another whip at a sturdy rock, bringing the adult down. Using the other whip, he then climbs back up to where they were. Once there, he uses the Omnitrix, transforming into Wilvine and burrowing into the ground to search for the Yenaldushi. With the Yenaldushi. The creature was climbing a stone wall to reach the chasm. Just as it was leaving, some roots grabbed its mouth and then entangled its entire body. At that moment, Wilvine appeared. Wilvine. It took almost the entire transformation time because you're very slippery, are you lost little wolf? The Yenaldushi, in response, bites the roots, hurting it. Wilvine. You want to fight rough, right? With that, the alien hides in the ground, taking the Yenaldushi with it and injuring it. It then begins to crawl, further damaging the Yenaldushi. As it emerges, the Yenaldushi flies away, followed by Wilvine. Suddenly, the Omnitrix symbol begins to beep and flash. Wilvine. Oh no, not now. Then a red light appeared. As the light faded, Naruto could be seen where Wilvine had been. Naruto then noticed the Yenaldushi glaring at him. Naruto. A little nervous when I said little wolf, I meant it with a lot of affection. But that, the Eneldushi begins attacking Naruto, who dodges and counterattacks. At one point, the Eneldushi attacks Naruto, who instinctively uses the Omnitrix as a shield. Naruto falls to the ground, but the Eneldushi leaves. Just then, Wes arrives. Wes. Kid. Naruto gets up but notices something about the Omnitrix. When he sees it, he's surprised and a little scared, since the watch was in DNA scanning mode. Naruto. Oh, shoot. Matatabi. Do you think it's an alien or a Navajo wolf? Naruto. I don't know, but we'll see. Time skip. The group of adults and children could be seen gathered in Wes's camper, while Wes and Kai were a little ways away. Naruto. So nothing happened. Naruko. No, but are you guys okay? Naruto. I think so. Tomoyo. Don't you feel anything? Like unwell or something? Naruto. I don't think so. Then the group notices something. Sakura. Where are all these people going? Wes. Turns to look at them. Well, it's simple, they're afraid the Eneldushi will return, plus there's a full moon tonight, his power will be greater than ever. Naruto. Well, I hope we don't find him for now, because of how I beat him in his base form, I doubt he'll be back anytime soon. Hi. My grandfather told me what you did. Naruto nods as he begins to feel itchy. Naruko. What's wrong, bro? Naruto. Tomoyo, you asked me if I felt anything, right? Tomoyo. Yes. Naruto. Well, now I'm starting to feel something weird. Damn, I'm really itchy. Naruto starts taking off his shoes and socks to scratch his feet and begins scratching himself like a dog while undergoing a transformation. Imagine it's Naruto instead of Ben and he's with Sakura, Naruko and Tomoyo. Kiro is asleep in the backpack Sakura brought. Naruto superscript 1. Sakura. Naruto. Hi. Your face looks. Naruto. Scratching. How does my face look? Naruko. It's really hairy. Tomoyo. Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto superscript 1 checks his face, looking surprised. Naruto superscript 1. What's going on? Hi. Isn't that one of your aliens that Naruko told me about? Naruto superscript 1. No. But that, Naruto superscript 1 sat down at the table while being checked out by the rest. Wes. The Eneldushi bit you. Naruto superscript 1. When I was Wilvine, but it didn't pierce my skin, or rather, my root. Wes. Okay, this isn't a joke. The Eneldushi can create others in its own form, and when it does, that means its followers will seek to destroy its loved ones. Sakura. Worried, so what can we do? Wes. The only way is to stop the Eneldushi. Naruto superscript 1. Sneering with a silver bullet. Wes. That's straight out of a movie. You have to dip a silver pendant in the cactus juice of the marriage tree and place it in its heart. And you have to do it before midnight or you could be like that forever. That made everyone nervous and almost Kurama, Matatabi and Chimei too, who were a little worried since they didn't know if it was an alien or something else. Naruko. Forever. Hi. We Navajo also believe that Eneldushi are gods. Naruto superscript 1. Jokingly, a little hair isn't so bad. That makes those present laugh a little and they are grateful that the atmosphere has calmed down a bit. Wes. I'll go get the earring. With that, he retires. Naruto superscript 1. Hey, is anyone hungry? Time skip. Everyone was inside the Green's camper, but Naruto superscript 1 was eating. No, he was devouring the food they put in front of him. The girls saw all of this. Naruto superscript 1. Embarrassed, sorry. At that moment, Naruko sits up straight. Naruko. Here it is. Wedding tree cactus. Then they hear noises and see Naruto superscript 1 start running on all fours looking for something until he reaches the refrigerator. Naruto superscript 1. Let's see what else I can track. Then the girls heard a strange noise. When they turned around, they saw that the boy had grown in size while eating a chicken. Imagine it's Naruto. Naruto superscript 2. Hi. You're becoming more and more like a Eneldushi. Naruto superscript 2. Well, I feel like myself. He sniffs something out and jumps onto the roof of the camper. Looking in one direction, he notices a rabbit and tries to chase it, but can't catch it. Then Naruto superscript 2 looks back to see that he's left his friends and sister covered in dust and dirt. Naruko. I think we can teach him some new tricks. The girls laughed while Naruto superscript 2 felt embarrassed. The NASA tracking station has just been destroyed by a strange wolf. When they turned around, they saw that it was Wes. Wes. He almost killed the guards who were there. Tomoyo. What does he want? Wes. He took the satellite equipment. Naruto superscript 2. And he ripped out the receiver you had there. Naruko. If that's the case, what does he want to do? Wes. He's obviously upset because technology has invaded what is sacred land. We must find the Eneldushi, and very quickly. Hi. You won't be able to find the Eneldushi and the cactus at the same time. Naruto superscript 2. I already planned for that. Naruto, Kai and Tomoyo will go for the cactus and Mr. Wes, Sakura and I will go for the Eneldushi. Tomoyo. If we find it, we'll let you know. Wes nods and leaves, followed by Naruto superscript 2 and Sakura, while the other 3 girls go for the cactus. But Naruto superscript 2, Sakura and Wes. The 3 of them were on one side making a plan. Wes. The NASA station is to the west. To the north, south and east, there's water. Sakura. That means the Eneldushi is coming this way. Wes. Indeed. Naruto superscript 2. I'll try to help. But that, he lets out a howl, which is answered instantly. Naruto superscript 2. He should be coming this way soon. But that, the trio begins to move, with Naruto superscript 2 slightly ahead. Sakura and Wes then arrive at a cave, which Sakura illuminates using a lamp. Wes. Their tracks end here. Looks back, I sense their presence. Then a figure appears, causing Wes to aim his rifle. Seeing the figure, Sakura aims her flashlight. Naruto superscript 3. Naruto superscript 3. Relax, it's me, Naruto. Wes. Serious, your transformation is complete, we need the cactus. Sakura starts calling with a license plate and phone, but nothing happens. Sakura. I have no signal. Wes. With his phone in hand, me neither. Pulls out a flare gun, we'll have to do it another way. Han Tomoyo, Naruto y Kai. The girls were walking around looking at cacti. Hi. Cheyenne Canyon is very sacred. Our spirits go there. Tomoyo. Well, maybe the spirits will help us find the cactus. Naruto. I'm getting tired and bored. She sat down, but ended up screaming and jumping because something had gotten stuck in her bottom. This worried Tomoyo, but she and Kai checked what was stuck in her bottom. Hi. The marriage tree, I think the spirits helped. Naruto. Painfully. Meanwhile, Tomoyo, for some strange reason, couldn't take her eyes off Naruto's backside while blushing. Naruto started to remove the cactus to get up with Tomoyo's help when they saw a light in the distance. Tomoyo. They must be giving us a sign somewhere. But Naruto superscript 3, Sakura and Wes. The 3 of them were looking towards where the flare had been fired. Sakura. I hope they found it. Then they hear a noise behind them. Turning around, they see it's the Eneldushi, who leaps out and lands in front of the trio. Wes. Naruto, we need the cactus to destroy it. With that, the Eneldushi launched an attack which was countered by Naruto superscript 3, who threw the Navajo wolf to another side. Naruto superscript 3. I'll take care of it. Naruto superscript 3 was about to launch an attack when the Eneldushi attacked with a purple sonic howl, which sent the 3 of them flying. Naruto superscript 3. His howl is worse than his bite. With that, Naruto superscript 3 launched his attack, beginning a fight against the Eneldushi. Scratches, kicks, punches, bites, neither would give an inch. In a moment of carelessness, Naruto was cornered near a ravine, subdued by the Eneldushi. Just then, Sakura appeared behind the Eneldushi with a Rasengan, which struck the Navajo wolf in the back. Sensing this, the Eneldushi shifted his attention from Naruto superscript 3 to Sakura, who became nervous as she backed away, since the Eneldushi was getting closer and closer to her. Seeing this, Naruto superscript 3 stood up but noticed that the Omnitrix was no longer on his wrist. Naruto superscript 3. Wait, the Omnitrix isn't here. But he decides to drop the subject and throws a rock at the Eneldushi. Upon being hit, the Eneldushi turns to face Naruto superscript 3 and begins attacking, starting a new fight. Just then, Naruto, Tomoyo, and Kai arrive and join the duo as they watch the fight. Tomoyo. Giving the cactus to Wes here. Wes then puts the cactus liquid in the pendant to use against the Eneldushi, who was being subdued by Naruto. Wes then places the pendant on the Eneldushi's chest, but nothing happens. Naruto. Wait, what's going to happen? Why isn't anything happening? At that moment, the Eneldushi breaks free from Naruto superscript 3 and throws him at Wes, sending them both flying. With that, the Eneldushi escapes. Wes. I don't understand, it should have worked. Hi. Grandpa, the pendant didn't work because it's not a Eneldushi. Naruto superscript 3. But it bit me, isn't that why I'm like this? At that moment, Naruto superscript 3 began to feel pain as he crouched down, alarming those present. As the light dissipated, the same being could be seen, but with a different appearance. Seeing the creature's condition, he stood up on his 2 legs. Naruto. Kai's right, maybe you're not a Navajo wolf. Sakura. Maybe you're an alien. Wes. That could be a good answer considering everything that's happened. Maybe that explains why I couldn't use the Omnitrix when I tried, but why? Naruto? Did that thing touch the watch or something? Of course, when we were fighting, it tore it twice with its claws and activated DNA scanning mode. Tomoyo. Wow, an alien wolf, that's impressive. And what will you name it, Naruto? I don't know, thinks how about Blitzwolfer? Sakura. I like it. Naruto. Yeah. Tomoyo. Definitely. Blitzwolfer. But anyway, putting that aside, what we need to worry about now is. Blitzwolfer doesn't finish speaking because there's already a tremor. Wes. Something tells me we'll have other worries. With that, they begin walking, searching for the source of the tremor. After some time, they reach a cave from which bats emerge, frightening the girls. They then begin walking deeper into the cave. Naruto. Do you smell that? Blitzwolfer. What? Wait, sniffs at sulfur. Wes. That's a sign there's lava, but these volcanoes have been dormant for millions of years. Suddenly, a light appeared behind them. When they turned around, they saw it was lava flowing towards them. Blitzwolfer. Well, I think he decided to wake up now. With that, the group starts running. Sakura. That Navajo wolf must have reactivated the volcano. Tomoyo. He wants us off Earth one way or another. At that point they reached the end of the road, but it was clear that the road ahead continued, only now they were separated. Blitzwolfer. It's time to see what this kid can do. With that, she takes Naruto, Sakura and Tomoyo and leaps to the other side. Having left her friends and sisters safe, she returns for Wes and Kai, but a small part of her collapses. Just then, the Omnitrix begins to beep. Blitzwolfer. I need to get them there and I need all the help I can get. With that, he opened his mouth wide, channeling some wind release chakra to unleash a howl that carried him to the other side as a red light appeared. As the light faded, Wes, Kai and Naruto were seen standing there, getting to their feet. Naruto. The Omnitrix has completed its cycle, and look at this. With that, he shows the dial symbol, which was a silhouette. Tomoyo. The Omnitrix watch absorbed his DNA. Sakura. With some sarcasm, welcome to the club. The children giggle a little when they hear that. Then they start walking, looking for the exit when they find it. Sakura. Look. It's the exit. That's how they start walking. Naruto. I wonder where the equipment he stole is. Kurama. I wonder the same thing, pup. But suddenly, a wolf appears before them and begins attacking with sonic howls. Seeing this, Naruto uses the Omnitrix to press against it, generating a green light. As it dissipates, Kanonbolt can be seen where Naruto should be. Upon seeing Kanonbolt, the wolf attacks him, but he bounces off. With that, Kanonbolt forms a sphere to begin attacking the other alien, but in a miscalculation, Kanonbolt hits a wall, which, upon erupting, releases lava. Wes. We can't let this lava reach the village. Kanonbolt. I'll stop it, you guys run, here I come. With that, he starts rolling, but also trying to avoid the wolf. Then the place begins to collapse as Kanonbolt is attacked by the wolf. Sakura. Naruto, no. She tries to help, but Wes stops her and starts running alongside the girls, while Sakura tries to escape his grasp. Outside the cave. The group could be seen leaving the cave. Sakura. Trying to break free, let me go. I have to help my friend. Wes. He'll be fine, I promise. And as if it were a premonition, Kanonbolt emerges from the rubble and transforms into Naruto midair. When the boy lands, he does so gracefully. Naruto. Smiling hello. But he was silenced by a hug from Sakura, who was crying. Sakura. Crying, I thought I had lost you. Naruto simply hugs the girl, letting her vent. Time skip. The group could be seen saying goodbye, Sakura, Tomoyo, Naruto and Naruto leaving on one side and Kai and Wes on the other. Wes. Good news, people are coming back. Tomoyo. That's great. Kai. But what did that alien want? Naruto. I don't know, but I don't like this. Naruto. Well, we leave it at that. This stays between us. I and Wes nod so that both groups can separate. Elsewhere. Something resembling a satellite dish could be seen, which eventually turned on. The fun strawberry picking. 4 trucks could be seen heading somewhere. The students from Tomoda Elementary School were in those trucks. Inside one of the trucks, Sakura and Naruto were looking out the window while Tomoyo filmed them. Sakura. Look Naruto, those are strawberry vegetables, aren't they? Naruto. It seems so. After some time, they arrived at the strawberry farm. When the bus stopped, the students began to get off, taking in the scenery. Sakura and Naruto were looking at the greenhouses. Sakura. They all have strawberry crops in those greenhouses, amazing. Naruto. Nods yes. Just then her friends arrive. Rika. We'll pick strawberries there during the day. Naoko. And the best part is we can eat as many as we want. Jiharu. I hope we find a lot. Sakura nods happily, happy to be in a greenhouse and picking strawberries. Sakura. Yukido has a big appetite, I bet they'll eat too many. I'll take some home, they'll be for Yukido. Suddenly, she felt someone grab her hand and pull her along. She saw it was Naruto, leading her toward the other students. This embarrassed her, making her feel like a younger child. When they arrived, they both stood next to Sharon, but they had forgotten to let go of each other's hands. Sharon. If you separate from the others, you'll get lost. Sakura. Embarrassed yes, I'm sorry. Sharon. And now you can let go of each other's hands. That made them both blush, causing them to separate their hands. Naruto. By the way, did they make people pick strawberries in Hong Kong? Yamazaki. Appears suddenly. Do you know where the picking tradition comes from? The origin of these fruits according to the regions of South America. Sakura. Yes. Yamazaki. In those times it was very difficult to eat them, I'll tell you the reason, it's because they used to be different and had the ability to run and slip away, only the most skilled people could catch them. That surprised Sakura and Sharon. Yamazaki. But many of them gave up, so they set out to collect them to revel in their extraordinary. Naruto. Let's cut the crap, Chiharu, take it to you. Chiharu. Gladly. But that, the girl takes Yamazaki away, who was still talking. Sakura. Incredulous, what? Was all this a lie? Naruto. Nodding that's right, mockingly and you swallowed it whole. Sakura and Sharon blushed with embarrassment because they were actually believing the lie. Now the children could be seen lined up, waiting for something. Just then, a man arrived carrying some baskets. Uzuki. From now on, these containers will be distributed. Group leaders, please come forward to collect them. Everyone. Yes. Sakura, Tomoyo, Naruto and Naruko were seen as a group. Tomoyo. We'll pick a lot. Sakura. Nods. I also promised Kiro I'd bring him lots of strawberries and you know I can't let him down. Naruto. Not to mention I want to make a strawberry cake. Naruko's mouth watered at the thought of the dessert her brother would make. With that, they began to move forward as some of their classmates gathered around. At the Kinomoto house. At the location, right in Sakura's room, Kiro could be seen looking at a book on Sakura's desk. Kiro. Ah, so this is the strawberry picking the kids and their friends went on, see something what? They can pick as many as they want. Wow, can they stay in those bushes all day if they want? It's like paradise. Looks at the ceiling. Just looking at the pictures in this brochure makes me impatient. Guys, starts throwing a tantrum, please come back soon. In the greenhouses. A man could be seen talking to the children. Sir. This afternoon we have a video prepared for you in the room near the greenhouses so you can see the different kinds of sweets and dishes that are made with strawberries. The tools you need to make them are also there if you'd like. We hope you enjoy your visit. Everyone. Yes. On the other hand, Naruto was seen with stars in his eyes and imaginary fire emanating from his body. It was clear that Naruto was excited to learn more recipes. Sakura. We're going to make dishes and desserts, what kind will they be? Tomoyo. It'll be fun to cook some, don't you think? Sakura nods. Naruto. Well, be careful, my brother is very excited. The girl saw the person named and realized it was true. This amused the girls and touched Sakura somewhat. Uzuki. The caretaker will guide us to some strawberry plants and we'll begin picking them. Try to stay together so you don't get lost, okay? Everyone. Yes. With that, they begin to move forward with Naruto and Sakura excited, but the girl ends up tripping over someone. Are you okay? Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Yukido. Sakura. Surprised, but it's Yukido. Yukido. What a surprise. Sakura. What are you doing here? Tomoyo. Good afternoon. Yukido. Hello. Then Toya arrives. Toya. I wasn't expecting kids. Sakura. Brother, what are you doing here? Toya. Sakura, I wrote it on the board. Since I didn't go to school today, I was going to use it to work. Yukido. And I decided to come along. Sakura. I didn't imagine Yukido would be here. Yukido. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking, Sakura? Sakura. Oh. That's right, do you like desserts or dishes made with strawberries? Yukido. Oh. Laughs a little. I like them a lot. Sakura. Well, they say they'll teach us how to make them here. I'm really excited to learn so I can make them delicious. Looks at the ground. Excuse me, would you mind trying some of my dishes? Yukido. Of course. Sakura smiles enthusiastically. Sakura. Runs off. I'll be right back. Tomoyo. Excuse me. With that, the children run off to try and catch up with Sakura. Yukido. Sakura seems very cheerful today too. Toya. That's the only good thing about that monster. But Sakura, Naruto, Naruko and Tomoyo. The children were running to catch up with their classmates. Sakura. I need to collect a lot of strawberries. After a while they had managed to catch up with their companions and join the line where they were. With Rika, Chihiro and Naoko. The girls could be seen walking with their containers. Rika. Sakura gets really excited when we have classes outdoors or go on field trips. But she's especially thrilled today. Chihiro. And Naruto, you can see he's really excited after hearing about the dishes we'll be learning to make. With Sharon. He had stopped in front of a building, looking at it seriously. You felt it, didn't you? When he turns around, he sees that Naruto was standing next to him. Sharon. Yes, didn't your brother notice? Naruto. He's so excited he's kind of forgotten about his surroundings. Sharon. I see. Then Yamazaki arrives. Yamazaki. This is where we'll see the video the manager mentioned. They say it used to be used as a warehouse. Naruto, thank you Yamazaki. Yamazaki nods and leaves, leaving the two children staring at the building. They both turn around and see Mizuki. Sharon is looking at her seriously, while Naruto is simply sensing her presence. Mizuki then leaves as Myling arrives. Myling. Hey, what's wrong with you? Glaring at Naruto and what are you doing with her? Naruto. I just came here to see what was going on. Myling. Okay. Well, let's go, let's hurry. With that, the trio of children left without noticing that the door had become slightly distorted. Time skip. All the children were already in the greenhouses picking strawberries. But we focused on Sakura. The little girl was looking at the strawberries with an uncertain expression. How's it going? Did you collect many? When she turned around, she saw it was Naruto, who was standing quite close to her, making her blush. Then Naruto noticed Sakura's behind. Naruto. What's wrong? Sakura. Well, I was thinking of picking the tastiest strawberries, but they all look so good I don't know which ones to start with. Naruto. The most delicious strawberries are the ones with the greenest leaves, and the fruit has to be bright red. But first, make sure the surrounding area isn't white. Sakura. Fascinated you're an expert, Naruto. Naruto. Living in a forest for so long while trying to survive helped me learn how to get food. This made Sakura sad, as she didn't like Naruto bringing up those bad times. Sakura was about to take a strawberry when Naruto stopped her, taking her hand. Seeing and feeling this, Sakura blushed even more. Naruto. Wait a minute, picking a strawberry takes practice, you have to do it like this. Place your hands on the stem where the strawberry grows, that way you'll detach it easily. Sakura does what Naruto said. Naruto. By cutting them with a heavy stem they have the possibility of lasting a little longer. Sakura, still blushing, nods to look at Naruto as he looks at her, their faces meeting and them feeling each other's breath. They then look away, both blushing deeply. What they didn't know was that Tomoyo was filming the scene with Naruto by her side. Tomoyo. What a romantic scene. Naruto. Smiling I know. Naruto, wanting to play a little prank but also not, places her left hand on Tomoyo's waist. The gray-haired girl is surprised and blushes deeply, grateful that everyone was focused on the strawberries. Just then, Naruto and Sakura sense the presence of the two girls and look over as Naruto removes her hand from Tomoyo's waist. Sakura. Surprised what are you doing, Tomoyo? Tomoyo says nothing, she just smiles while her mind races over what Naruto did. Time skip. Now the children were in a building looking at all the strawberries they had picked while eating their lunch. But we'll be with Sakura and her friends. Sakura. We picked quite a few. Tomoyo. And we'll have lots of fun this afternoon. Rika. We can make dishes and desserts with these strawberries. Sakura and Naruto nodded, but the boy looked very excited. Rika. I think I'll make something original and take it to Professor Terada. Chihiro. To Yamazaki then I'll make something especially for you, Yamazaki. Yamazaki. I'll have to pray one more time. Chihiro. Eye twitching why? Yamazaki. So that nothing happens to me after eating. Chihiro. Annoyed what did you mean by that? Why are you so disrespectful? The others watched the interaction with a drop of sweat. Rika. But I'm a little worried that it won't work on the first try. I hope it's not too difficult. Sakura. You're right. Come on, just say ah. I can do it myself, don't bother. Upon hearing the voices, Naruto, Sakura and Tomoyo turned to look at Sharon and Myling, but what surprised them was the bento boxes they were carrying. Sakura. Surprised look at that. Naruto. Did you cook all that by yourself, Myling? Upon hearing that, Tomoyo felt jealous seeing Naruto paying attention to Myling. Realizing what she was thinking, she blushed, then shook her head and dismissed the thought. Myling. Proudly that's right, I made it with a lot of love for this special day. With that, he tries again to feed Sharon. Sharon. Annoyed I told you I can do it myself. Sakura. They look delicious. Myling. Yeah, right. Don't you want to try some? Sakura. Is that okay? Myling. Of course. Sakura. Taking a bite, well, thank you very much. With that, the four of them have a little something to eat. Sakura. That's delicious, Myling. You're a good cook. Myling. Proudly, that's right, there's no dish I can't make. With that, Myling begins to laugh arrogantly. Sakura. I hope that one day I can be as good a cook as Myling or Naruto, that would make Yukito very happy. But Sakura is also thinking about Naruto, which makes her blush even more. Sakura. Why do I blush when I think about Naruto? I like Yukito, but places her hand over her heart, why do I feel this way about Naruto? It's the same, but stronger. Then Naoko arrives. Naoko. Do you know what happened? They changed the plans for this afternoon. That caught everyone's attention as they asked him why. Naoko. I was told that the room where we were going to watch the video is inaccessible. The door is stuck. That surprised everyone. Sakura. No way, lowers her head, aren't we cooking today? Naruto. Do you know where that room is, Naoko? Naoko. It's the storage room that was on the way to the strawberry patch. This caught the attention of Sharon and Naruto as they had sensed the presence. Sakura. Is it really not possible to open it? Naoko denies it. Naruto. If that's the case, I'll go check that place out. Sakura. I'll go with you. With that, both children leave the place to go directly to the warehouse. Tomoyo. We'll accompany you too. With that, Naruto and Tomoyo run off after their friends. With the group. The children were arriving at the cellar while Naruto was scolding his sister. Naruto. Don't blame me. You were so excited you didn't feel it, but I did. Naruto decided to keep quiet when they arrived at the warehouse. Sakura. Puts her hand on the door, why can't the door be opened? Then the door opens. Tomoyo. It was able to open. With that, the quartet of children enters the place, seeing everything. Naruto. It looks like you have everything ready. Naruto. Now you can show us the dessert making process. Be careful. Upon hearing the voice, they turn to see Sharon and Myling entering the place. Sharon. Don't you feel it? Sakura was confused while Naruto was barely feeling anything since he didn't have a cool head. Naruto. I can already feel it, this presence is. At that moment the door closed, generating a dull noise that alerted those present. Elsewhere. Uzuki was eating when she sensed something. Turning her gaze, she looked in the direction of the storage room. The woman inside had a serious expression. With Toya and Yukito. They were both in a room eating. Yukito. I didn't know that the new head teacher for the children was Professor Mizuki. Toya remained silent. Yukito. You knew her a while ago, didn't you, Toya? Toya nods. Yukito. Is this something I can't ask about? Toya. Wait a little longer and I'll tell you. Yukito smiles as if to eat again, but stops halfway. Yukito. By the way, what are the little ones going to do this afternoon? I heard they can't use the living room. Do you know why? Toya. Yes, it seems the door is stuck and they can't open it. Yukito. Sakura was really excited about the afternoon activities today, and Naruto seemed very excited about the kitchen. In the cellar. Sakura and Tomoyo were seen trying to open the cellar door until they couldn't anymore. Sakura. It's useless, it didn't even move an inch. Naruto. Behind the girls besides, for some reason it withstood the impact of 2 Rasengans from me and my brother, and even sent us flying. Myling was standing on top of a structure with a chair in her hands. Myling. Leave it to me. Sharon. Watching from below, don't even try it, Myling. But the girl ignores it and tries to break the window, but the same thing happened as with Naruto and Naruko, she was sent flying, causing her to fall from the structure. Myling. MGH, it hurts. Sakura. Are you alright? Did anything happen to you, Myling? They see Naruko approach her to check her with medical ninjutsu. Naruko. She just twisted her ankle, I'm already treating her. Sakura nods, then gets serious and starts looking around. Sakura. Naruto was right, this is the presence of a Clow card. Sharon. Standing beside her, it's probably the lock. Naruto. Arriving with them, what? The lock. Sharon nods. Sakura. So that card has everything locked away. Naruto. In short, it has the door under its control. Sharon. Yes, and that's not all, it's a very special card, I don't know how to open it. Naruto. Since it's a special card, that means that not even the windy, the watery, or the fiery cards can help seal it. Sharon. That's right. That scares Sakura a little, since one way or another there was a way to open the letter. Tomoyo. Wait, why don't we ask Kiro for advice? Sakura. That's right. With that, Sakura takes out her phone to call Kiro. Unfortunately, he doesn't answer. Sakura. Damn it, Kiro isn't answering his phone, and just when we need him most. Naruto. Even so, I'll try to open it with an electrical surge. Upon hearing that, they see Naruto transform into feedback and begin to pound on the door with his hands charged with electricity, surprising everyone that he could make a few dents, but that didn't mean he could knock the door down. Is this it? Yes, this is the place. Those voices made feedback stop abruptly. Outside the warehouse, Rika, Chihiro, and Naoko could be seen trying to open the cellar. Rika. Impossible, it won't open. Chihiro. What a shame. Myling, storage room. Is anyone there? Naoko. Did you hear that? That's Myling's voice. Rika. Are you inside the room? Myling, storage room. Help us, we can't open the door. We're all trapped in here. Inside the warehouse. Myling is removed from the door by Sharon while feedback reverts to Naruto. Sharon. Don't ask for help. Myling. But we won't be able to get out of here without someone's help. Sharon. I know, but they won't be able to open the door from the outside either. Besides, if more people come, we won't be able to use our magic and we'll never seal the lock. Myling puffed out her cheeks in anger. Meanwhile, Sakura and Naruto were looking out a window and then Sakura turned to look at the others. Sakura. Rika and the others have already left. The Moyo. Looking up from below, we have to do something before all the teachers get here. Sharon. The only way is to defeat her in a way that allows us to escape this place so we don't arouse any suspicion. With that, Naruto skipped down with Sakura in his arms in a bridal style, which of course made the girl blush. Sakura. But with what method? Naruto. What does the lock look like? Sharon. If I remember correctly, it was shaped like a padlock. Naruto. So we just need a key. Naruto. Exactly, but not just any key, it has to be a special key. The Moyo. If that's the case, isn't there a special key to open the lock? Sharon. There's a possibility. Sakura. Wait, we said special key and padlock, right? They all nodded. Elsewhere. Toya was seen sitting with Yukito watching Sakura's friends. Toya. What, Sakura and other classmates got locked in? Rika Naoko. Yes. Toya gets up. Toya. Let's go. Yukito. Getting up, I'll go with you, Toya. With that, Toya takes the keys. Toya. Annoyed that monster always likes to get into trouble. Looks at the girls. What about the teachers? Rika. Shakes her head. Unfortunately, we couldn't find Ms. Mizuki. Naoko. Chihiro and some other classmates went to look for her, but they didn't see her. In the cellar. Everyone watched as Sakura laughed like a maniac and it was starting to scare them. Just then, Naruto sensed something. Naruto. Someone's coming, Sakura. Tell us what's wrong. Why are you laughing? Sakura. It's because we were worrying about looking for a key when we already have it. That confused everyone when they saw Sakura take out her key. Sakura. With this key I can open the lock. Outside the warehouse. Toya was about to open the door when she suddenly stopped. They'll be fine. Upon hearing Toya's voice, Yukito, Rika and Naoko turn around to see Mizuki standing in front of them. Toya. Keiho. Mizuki. The door will open. Inside the warehouse. Sakura was seen with her key, about to open the lock, her friends watching from behind. As she inserted the key, a whirlwind appeared above them and then it attacked the children with various objects. Outside the warehouse. Everyone could hear the children screaming and various things being thrown. Toya. What's going on in there? Inside the warehouse. Right in front of Sakura, the energy concentrates to reveal the lock's true form, then sends Sakura flying. With that, the card tries to re-enter and activate its power, but it is surrounded by bandages. Naruto. Sakura. Do it before the lock breaks the bandages. Sakura nods to take her key. Sakura. Free yourself. With that, his key becomes a staff. Sakura. Return to the humble form you deserve, hits an invisible Clow card. With that, the sealing begins. Once finished, the card goes directly into Sakura's hand. Just then there's a knock at the door. Toya, from outside. Hey Sakura. With that, the door opened to let everyone in. They saw Toya quickly approach Sakura. Sakura. Brother. Toya. Are you okay? Sakura nods. Rika. It's so nice to see you guys again. Naoko. Did anything bad happen to you? Naruto. No, we're sorry for worrying you so much. Rika. The afternoon activities won't be cancelled, that's great. Naoko. Yeah, but. With that, everyone can see what the place was like, completely upside down. The Moyo. Everything's a mess. Mizuki. It won't be a problem if we all help clean up, okay? Sakura. Smiling slightly, blushing yes. With that, everyone starts tidying up. Once finished, they wait a few hours before learning how to prepare food and desserts made with strawberries. Naruto, of course, takes advantage of this to write something, which makes his friends laugh and Sakura feel a little tender. After the video ends, everyone starts making the desserts, with Naruto excitedly showing off his cooking skills. When they finish, everyone admires their results, with Naruto obviously leading the way and producing the best tasting desserts. Then they all go to a dining room to start tasting what they've prepared. Naoko. Where's Sakura? Tomoyo. She's outside. Outside. Yukido and Toya could be seen having a drink together. Yukido. It's good that the room was able to open. Toya. Yes Yukido. Hey. Yukido. What's up? Toya. I'll tell you later. Then Sakura arrives with some dessert. Sakura. Extending the dessert. Look, I brought you this. Yukido. Can I have it? Sakura. Nods yes. Yukido. Thank you so much, you're very sweet, Sakura. Sakura blushed slightly upon hearing that. With that, Yukido tried the dessert. Yukido. Heavens, this is exquisite. Sakura smiles in gratitude. Time skip. Sakura was seen in her bed and Kiro at the desk. Sakura. And as you can see, I had a lot of fun on this trip. I'm so happy, Yukido. Kiro. Ah, so that explains why you're so happy. And where's my reward? I behaved myself, just like I promised. Sakura looks at him with a poker face. Kiro. Don't tell me you used all those strawberries in the dessert you gave that snow rabbit to try. They look at each other for a few seconds in silence, then start laughing, and then suddenly fall silent. Sakura. You guessed right, I don't have any left. But Naruto has a lot, obviously you have to ask his permission, since he already has plans for those strawberries. This both relaxes and depresses Kiro. He relaxes because there are strawberries, but he gets depressed because he will have to ask Naruto for permission to eat them. Elsewhere. The female silhouette could be seen looking at a photograph. The photograph showed Naruto and Naruko. We will soon meet again and be together as a family, my little Naruto and my little Naruko. The mutant mummy. The man with bandages covering almost half of his face could be seen looking at a creature in a box. That man was Danzum Shimura. Upon seeing the creature, he removed some of his bandages, revealing a strange eye. Danzum. Very well, I order you to bring me Naruto Uzumaki and Naruko Uzumaki to make them my weapons and thus take Konoha. With that, he opened the box, but that was his mistake, as the creature ripped off his hidden arm and eye, then killed Danzum. With that, the creature left Danzum's hiding place and went to a place unknown to most. The taxi could be seen driving by. In the back of the taxi were Naruto, Naruko, Sakura, and Tomoyo. Sakura. Where are we going, Naruto? Naruto. We're going to the farm camp. There's something I want to investigate and it'll also give us some fresh air and let Dad Kurama, Mom Matatabi, and Chime out for a bit. Kurama. Thanks, pup. Naruto. You're welcome, Dad. Sakura. Okay, not to be annoying, but what convinced you to come, Tomoyo? Tomoyo. I was convinced by the opportunity to record your adventures. That made everyone sweat, unaware that Tomoyo had only done it for someone. Upon arriving, they saw a woman with a child. Woman. Welcome, I'm Joan Maplewood. Shows the child and this is Todd. You must be the Otsutsuki children, Kinomoto and Dodauji. Naruto. That's right, call me Naruto, these are my sister Naruko and my friend Sakura and Tomoyo. Todd. Hello. The girls. Hello. The little pig that Todd was holding in his arms let out an oink. Joan. Okay, let's stop talking, you're here to work, points to a truck you can start unloading that truck. Before leaving, Kurama, Matatabi, and Chime emerged from Naruto and Naruko's clothes, but making sure not to show too many tails. Joan. There. Naruto. There are pets. They won't do anything. They just want to run around and relax. The fox's name is Kurama, and the cat's name is Matatabi. Naruko. In my case, it's my beetle. I know it's a bit big, but it's easier this way. Its name is Chime. Joan. Okay, as long as they don't cause any damage, everything will be fine. Naruto and Naruko nodded, signaling the animals to go out and explore the surroundings. With that, the children began unloading the truck, leaving the trio surprised when they saw Tomoyo carrying sacks. That really surprised them. She looked weak, but she wasn't. Note. If you're wondering, here's how it works. Naruto and Naruko use their natural strength, although Naruko uses a little chakra to resist the weight of the sacks. Sakura uses chakra to carry the sacks. Tomoyo is like Naruto and Naruko, she uses her natural strength to carry the sacks. Time skip. Back at the barn, the children could be seen leaving the sacks in a pile. Tomoyo. Well, that was the last one. Sakura. Yeah, we took our time. Naruto. Yeah, though I'm surprised by your strength, Tomoyo. Tomoyo. I didn't want to be too much of a burden, so I trained my strength a bit. Naruko. Puts her hand on Tomoyo's cheek. You'll never be a burden, Tomoyo. Tomoyo blushes as she feels Naruko's touch and nods in agreement with her friend. Just then, they hear a noise. It's time, come in for dinner. With that, they all go to Joan and Todd's house. Once there, they begin to eat dinner in silence, but not awkwardly. Naruto. Your food is very good, Mrs. Joan. Joan. Thank you very much, Naruto. Todd. Now that you're talking, you won't believe what I saw last night. Joan. Todd, stop it already. Nobody cares about your stories. Let's wash the dishes and make the bed. That surprised everyone, who turned around to see that it was barely afternoon. Tomoyo. It's too early to go to bed. Sakura. That's right. Naruto. All I can say is, her house, her rules. The girls understood and nodded. Outside at the farm. The children were seen being led by Todd when Naruto approached the child. Naruto. Come on, tell us, what did you see last night? Todd. Nothing, you wouldn't believe me anyway. Naruto. Come on, kid, tell us, we've seen things when we're in the city. Naruto looked at Sakura and Tomoyo and winked, letting them know he had a plan. Todd. I was in old Johnson's pasture when I saw in front of me a huge mummy. That surprised the children. Todd. A genuine Egyptian mummy walking around. Sakura. Really? The children looked at each other, but Naruto's seriousness was noticeable. Time skip. Now the children could be seen going up to what appeared to be an attic, but it was a room with many beds. Todd. Here it is, home sweet home all week. Naruto. It's a good thing we got a week off because of the school renovations. Naruto. I bet they're using it as a chicken coop too. Todd. Yeah, sorry, see you tomorrow. With that, the boy leaves while the group of friends settles in for the entire week they will be there. Short time skip. Naruto and Naruko could be seen running through the grasslands, searching for the mummy Todd had told them about. They continued running, passing under the fence until they reached a hole with a purple trail. Naruko. Is that where the tomb was? Naruto. That's right, but an Egyptian tomb here near Tomoda. They both crouch down, searching the trail for sound. When they turn around, they see purple creatures watching them. Naruko. Ani-chan, what is that? Naruto. They look like cows, but I sense hostility coming from those things. And sure enough, the creatures began attacking the children, who scattered, but this resulted in Naruko being chased by both creatures. Just before they reached the girl, she was saved by a blue and black blur. When the blur stopped, XLR8 was revealed, leaving Naruko on the ground. Naruko. Thanks Ani-chan. They couldn't continue as the creatures charged again, forcing Naruko to climb a tree, while XLR8 distracted them. Once they were some distance away and with the creatures at their backs, Kineselerin began to spin around them, generating a tornado that knocked them out. Naruko then rejoined XLR8. Naruko. First a mummy, then mutant cows, what's going on this farm? XLR8. This must be one of the anomalies we sense, but there's only one way to find out, follow the luminous path. With that, he scoops the Otsutsuki up in his arms and runs off, following the tracks. When they reach the end of the path, they see the creature digging. XLR8. Wow, everything Todd said was true, but why is a mummy digging in the floor? But the mummy sensed their presence and turned to look at them. This alerted the alien and the girl, and they were then attacked by the mummy, though the Kineselerin easily dodged. Seeing this, the mummy attacked again, destroying a barn next to XLR8 and Naruko. They entered the barn, and the girl attacked with kunai, which the mummy dodged, altering its form. The mummy saw the projectiles, then looked ahead and was struck by the Kineselerin's leg. As it got up, the mummy used its own bandages to wrap XLR8, then struck him and threw him into a structure. Even so, the mummy attacked again, but XLR8 dodged the attack, landing on top of the structure searching for the mummy. Unfortunately, he didn't see the mummy behind him and it struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. Upon seeing this, the mummy descended, standing before the Kineselerin. The Omnitrix emitted a sound, followed by a red light. As it dissipated, Naruto could be seen on the ground, struggling to his feet. Seeing this, the mummy attacked Naruto again, but he dodged and cut through the bandages with a kunai. Suddenly, the mummy grabbed some supports and pulled them down, causing the structure to collapse on top of the boy. He ran for cover but was saved by his sister. Naruto. Gracious Amado. Naruko. No hey to Kaoni-chan. Then they get up to find that the mummy is gone. Naruto. Where's the mummy? I saw her looking for something at the bottom of the crater, but she's gone. They both looked at the crater and found it empty, which put them on edge. With that, they returned to their lodgings. Upon arriving, they found Sakura and Tomoyo asleep, so they both went to their beds. Naruto. That was really tiring. Naruko. I know, Ani-chan. With that, they both fall asleep. 1 hour later. The quartet of children were sleeping when the lights were suddenly switched on. Good morning, sleepyheads. Upon hearing the voice, the quartet suddenly stood up, frightened, to see Joan. Sakura, scared, don't do that Mrs. Joan. Wait, checks the time, it's 5 in the morning. Joan. Cows don't milk themselves. Upon hearing that, the children, still half asleep, get up to start getting ready. Time skip. Todd could be seen teaching the children how to milk the cows. Todd. They just squeeze and pull, squeeze and pull. Tomoyo. I have a question, aren't there machines to do it? Todd. Mom doesn't like them, she says they scare the cows. Naruto. Anything else to do? Todd. You can pick up the manure. Sakura. Manure. Naruto. That's what you call poop. Sakura. I'd rather milk. Tomoyo. Me too. Naruto. My brother and I had already decided to milk. Naruto nods in confirmation. With that, Todd leaves the barn, leaving the children there. Naruto. This is going to take a long time, smiles slyly unless we have help. With that, Naruto, and Sakura create shadow clones to begin milking the cows. Simultaneously, Naruto decides to teach Tomoyo how to make shadow clones, though the girl only manages to create 2, which is enough for her. Then they all begin milking the cows. Just then, there's a knock at the door. How's everything going? This frightens the children, who disperse the clones so that the door can be opened by Joan, who was watching the children milking 4 cows. Naruto. We're still milking. Joan. Good, when you're finished look for Todd, he'll tell you your other tasks for the day. With that, he leaves, leaving the children who sigh with relief. Time skip. Now the children could be seen watching Todd feed the pigs before he left. Seeing this, the group of friends began feeding the animals themselves, using a few shadow clones along the way. Time skip. Now the children were seen collecting eggs from the hen house. The 4 of them really enjoyed themselves during this part and, unnoticed by Naruto and Sakura, there was some playful flirting between Naruto and Tomoyo, which made the latter blush deeply as she never imagined her friend could be so bold. Time skip. There were a few complications though, because they had to use a hoe attached to a horse, which Sakura and Tomoyo found difficult to ride, but they managed. There was a funny moment when Naruto transformed into Wilmot to take the hoe and make the request he needed to fulfill with the horse. Time skip. The children watched as Todd dug up dirt to put up a piece of wood since they were repairing a fence. Seeing this, they decided to cheat a little and with Diamond Head's help, the girls managed to repair the fence. Time skip. It was getting dark and the quartet of friends, along with Todd, were walking. Sakura. So you do all this every day? Todd. No, during planting and harvesting seasons it's not so easy, but to be honest, at least it keeps you busy. It's usually pretty boring here and it's not every day a mummy with a purple glow shows up. That surprises Naruto and Naruko. Naruto. Purple light. The girls glared accusingly at the Otsutsuki brothers. Time skip. The children were seen sitting in a remote part of the farm next to Kurama, Madatabi, and Chime. Kurama. Purple light. Naruko. Yes, like when we met the wolf. Chime. It could be a coincidence. Madatabi. I'm not sure it's a coincidence, but I don't like this. Call us all kittens. With that, Naruto and Naruko begin to explain as they head towards where the mutant cows were. Upon arriving, the Bijuu begin to inspect the mutated animals. Kurama. That explains the cows I saw yesterday, but we have a bigger problem. Sakura. A little scared, bigger than having a mummy behind us and monstrous cows. Madatabi. Serious, we detected traces of corrodium. Corrodium is a high-energy mineral that isn't found in its natural form on Earth. The Bijuu chakra cloak is made of a bit of corrodium, but it doesn't harm the wearer as long as they don't lose control. I bet a meteorite fell nearby a few thousand years ago and scattered it all over the area. Tomoyo. So this mummy collects rocks. Jime. Serious, I'm afraid not, child. It's a powerful and unpredictable source of energy which caused the cows to mutate. Sakura. So if that mummy takes that extra material. Kurama. Serious, it could turn every living thing near Tomoda into the same kind of monsters. Time skip. The 3 girls were seen riding on top of Wilmot with the tailed beasts on top of him, arriving at a factory. Upon arrival, the girls and the tailed beasts got off, causing Wilmot to transform into Naruto. Kurama. The presence of corrodium is more intense in this warehouse. Sakura. Digby Dairy is a brand of ice cream. They're very good. With that, they enter the factory, passing right by the guard who was asleep. Once inside, they begin their investigation using flashlights. At that moment, Kurama stands before them all. Kurama. Serious, I detected a large piece of corrodium here, under the concrete. Naruto. I'll use Diamond Head. With that, Naruto transforms into the Petrosapien. The alien, now ready, descends carefully so as not to attract attention. Once on the ground, he begins to carefully remove the concrete until a light appears, revealing a stone. Diamond Head. I found it. With that, the girls and Baijas go down to get a closer look at the stone. Then the lights start to flicker. Madatabi. "Kittens, be careful, we have company." But that, and even with the light still blinking, they see the mummy appear in front of them. Diamond Head. Iskandance. But that, he launches himself into battle against the mummy, impaling it with a spear made from his own body. But that did nothing to the mummy, which wraps its bandages around Diamond Head's arm, then throws the alien far away. The mummy then picks up the piece of corrodium with its bandages, revealing that it had more pieces. Jame. He already has the corrodium. Having already acquired the corrodium, the mummy believed it had won, but was attacked by spikes created by Diamond Head. However, the mummy was cunning and managed to dodge the attack, turning on the Petrosapien, who dodged the attacks to grab the mummy's arm and strike it, then ram the mummy, breaking through the wall and sending it flying. Just then, the girls and the Biju arrived. But the group saw the mummy emerge as if nothing had happened, only to then open its torso. Seeing this, the group retreated. Kurama. He wants to expose us to the corrodium. Then the den appears on the scene. Guard. Hey, what are you doing? Sakura. No. Go away. The guard didn't react and was trapped by the mummy's bandages, exposed to the corrodium. Those present could only watch as the guard's mutation procedure caused Sakura to vomit, Tomoyo to start crying, Naruto to feel like crying and vomiting, and Diamond Head to clench his fists in frustration and helplessness. When it was over, everyone saw the result of the mutation. Upon seeing this, the Bijus begin to surround Naruto, Tomoyo, and Sakura with a cloak of Nanabi, Nibi, and Kyuubi chakra respectively. Matatabi. Biju chakra cloak to protect them from the corrodium, but it's not resistant if exposed to the corrodium itself. Diamond Head. What about me? Kurama. As long as you stay in your alien form, you should be safe from the effects of the corrodium, it's like when we fought Gostfriak. Diamond Head. Okay. With that, he begins to fight the mummy again while the mutation attacks the children. But the children and Bijus. The children could be seen dodging the mutation's attacks with speed thanks to the Bijus's cloak. Sakura. Okay, I'll try something. But that, he transforms his ki into a staff to draw a card. Sakura. Clow card, attack this poor suffering soul. Strikes the card with the tip of her staff the thunder. But that, he summons the card, which attacks the mutation, knocking it out of the fight since it had used magic combined with Biju chakra. The card then approaches the group to reveal its true form. Sakura. Can you take us to Naruto Diamond Head? The thunder lets out a small roar, so the children will climb onto its back to go to where Diamond Head was. On Diamond Head. The alien was seen fighting the mummy when the Omnitrix beeped and a red light appeared. As it dissipated, Naruto could be seen where Diamond Head was. Upon seeing this, the boy activated his Biju chakra cloak and began to escape quickly. But the children. They were approaching the thunder when Naruto appeared in front of them. Sakura was then caught in the mummy's bandages, causing the thunder to revert to a card. The mummy then threw Sakura, who crashed into a wall, knocking her unconscious. The mummy then began attacking Naruto, who defended himself with a kunai as he backed away to separate the mummy from his friends and sister. But Naruto. He was fighting the mummy with a kunai in hand, using his surroundings to his advantage and managing to make the mummy collide with an object. Just then, the girls arrived with Kurama, healing Sakura, who was barely conscious. Naruto, seeing the situation and Naruto grabbing a hose, went to a lever. With that ready, Naruto shot ice cream at the mummy to weaken it and throw it some distance away, while Naruto pulled the lever to try and bury the mummy in peanuts. They saw bandages emerging from where the mummy had been buried. Seeing this, everyone sighed in relief and moved away while deactivating the chakra cloak. But that was their mistake, because out of nowhere, more bandages appeared to trap Naruto, who quickly activated the chakra cloak, causing the mummy itself to emerge from where the remains should have been. Naruto began to struggle while the mummy, using the corrodium, destroyed the chakra cloak. Sakura. Worried and scared he's destroying the chakra cloak. Naruto, hold on. At that moment, the mummy wrapped the Omnitrix in its bandages, which made a sound as it turned yellow, then revealed the silhouette of a new alien. Imagine it's Naruto. Naruto. It's absorbing his DNA. Naruto had managed to hear what his sister said. Naruto. Alright. If that's the case. It's time for mummy versus mummy. Naruto pressed the Omnitrix dial, but misjudged his force, striking it hard and generating a green light. As it dissipated, upgrade could be seen. Upgrade. Escaping from the mummy upgrade. Oh no. But he's hit by the mummy, which sends him into a nitrogen chamber. Upon seeing this, upgrade realizes instantly. Upgrade. It's liquid nitrogen. I have an idea. But that, the machine starts working, and upgrade aims and fires at the mummy, which begins to freeze. But even then, upgrade also begins to feel the effects of the nitrogen. After a few seconds, upgrade stops firing. Upgrade. Is it too late to order mummy tentacles? Time skip. The upgrade could be seen defusing from another machine, while in front of him the girls were leveling a section. Kurama. That was a good idea, Sakura. By the time they start work the concrete will have hardened and no one will know there's a mummy buried there. Then a red light appeared, showing Naruto where upgrade was. Naruto. You know, Dad Kurama, I've got an excuse so you can be outside and not have to be inside the seal all the time. I'll say Naruto and I found you here on the farm and decided to adopt you. Kurama Matatabi Chime. Comically crying, good idea, pup kitten bug, we appreciate it. Sakura. Putting that aside for a moment, what will happen to the guard and the cows? Kurama. Relax, brat, they weren't exposed enough to be permanently affected. Naruto. Well, it's time to head back to the farm to avoid raising suspicion. With that, they left to finish their week of rest, staying only 2 more days at the farm. A day of fever. Sakura could be seen lying down, breathing somewhat heavily, when someone appeared beside her. That someone placed their hand on Sakura's forehead. Sakura. Opening her eyes slightly, this hand belongs to. The rain was falling and in the Kinomoto house, right in Sakura's room, Kiro could be seen opening the curtains watching the rain fall. Kiro. Sees the girl Sakura, it's already dawn. The girl only saw Kiro and got up somewhat lazily as Kiro approached. Kiro. It's a rainy day, remember you're walking and you have to leave early so you don't get delayed. Sakura had a lost look, she didn't say anything, rather, she didn't pay any attention to Kiro, something that the guardian of the Clow cards noticed. Kiro. What's wrong? Sakura. I feel a little dizzy, that's all. Kiro. Dizzy. Touches Sakura's forehead. You're burning up, you have a fever. Sakura. Yes. Even so, he gets up lazily. Kiro. Wouldn't it be better if you didn't go to school? Sakura. But I have to finish a promotional project we're working on as a team. They need me. After that. It doesn't end there, as she faints, with Kiro trying to stop her from falling, but that didn't prevent her forehead from touching the edge of her desk. Sakura. Thank you so much. In the kitchen. Toya and Naruto could be seen making breakfast and lunch for everyone when Sakura entered, drawing their attention. Naruto. His magic and chakra are all over the place, could it be? Sakura. Good morning. Toya. Mockingly, did you fall asleep again? The monster in this house is weak in the rain. Sakura just sat down. Sakura, it's not that, sees a photo on the table. Good morning, mom. Naruto approached Sakura with their breakfast. Naruto. What's wrong? Check Sakura's temperature, you're burning up, you have a fever. Sakura. Looks at them both, don't tell my dad I have a slight fever, okay? Toya. Why? Sakura. My dad has to go on a trip, right? He was really excited because he was going to participate in one of those excavations. If he finds out I have a fever, he'll cancel the trip he was so looking forward to. Toya just watched in surprise, while Naruto just hugged Sakura, not caring about getting infected, since they discovered that when the Biju comes out, it leaves chakra to the Jinchuriki, but doesn't prevent them from getting sick. Note. I know it's not like that, but I don't want to overpower the characters, that's why their power will grow as they grow while using a little logic, so Naruto and Naruko can get sick. Toya approaches the children, who are still hugging, to stroke Sakura's head. Afterward, she goes to the kitchen as the 2 children separate. At that moment, Fujitaka and Naruko enter the room. Fujitaka. Good morning. Naruko. Good morning. Toya. Naruto. Sakura. Good morning. With that, they both sat down while Kurama, Matatabi, and Chime entered to sit on 3 cushions that were in a corner. Fujitaka. Looking at the photo. Good morning, dear Natashiko. Sakura. It's raining this morning, isn't it? Fujitaka. Yes, but the excavation site will be clear. Sakura. That's good. Eats her breakfast. Thank you for the food. With that, everyone, including the Biju, begins to eat. After finishing their meal, they head to the door to find a taxi waiting for Fujitaka. Fujitaka. I'll be back next Sunday. Sakura. Yes, good luck. Naruto. Good luck, Mr. Fujitaka. Fujitaka. Thank you, see you later. Sakura. Come back soon. Toya. Be careful. With that, Fujitaka leaves the house to get a taxi and leave. Sakura collapses to the ground, exhausted. Toya watches as Sakura gets up to walk away. Toya. It's best if you don't go today. Sakura. If I don't go, everyone will have more work because of me. Naruto. Sakura. Sakura. Taking an umbrella, I'll be back soon and rest in bed. Let's go, guys, bro, or you'll be late. Naruto. Sighs okay. With that, they left. As they walked, Naruto told his sister what was wrong with Sakura, making the red-haired blonde girl worried. After a few minutes, they met up with Yukido, and the 6 of them went together. Yukido. Sakura. The girl sees it. Yukido. Hey, aren't you feeling well? Sakura. No, I feel fine. Yukito. But you look down. Sakura. I'm really fine. Yukito. Really? Well, then there's nothing to worry about. Time skip. Sakura, Naruto, and Naruko were seen arriving at their classroom. Sakura. Good morning. Tomoyo. Good morning Sakura, Naruto, a little blushed Naruko. Naruko. Arriving with her friend and brother good morning Tomoyo-chan. Naruko covered her mouth, blushing, while Tomoyo, for some reason, blushed deeply. Smiling. Tomoyo-chan. Naruto. Where we come from, kun is used for boys and chan for girls or children. It's used for people who are very close, for people you love the most and/or lovers or partners. Although it was just a whisper, everyone nearby heard it and Tomoyo and Naruko were practically fuming. Anyway, the newly arrived children were sitting down when Sharon, smiling, and Tomoyo noticed something about Sakura, who was resting her head on her backpack. Smiling. You look terrible, are you in pain? Tomoyo. Still blushing, are you really okay, Sakura? Sakura. I just feel a little dizzy, that's all. Tomoyo. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd rested at home? Naruto. Toya and I told her, but she stubbornly refused to come. Sakura. Don't worry, I'm fine, guys, really, Sharon watched this with concern as he saw Naruto preparing everything to take Sakura away if things got out of control. Time skip. The children were having math class with Ms. Mizuki, but Sakura wasn't paying any attention. Her gaze was lost in thought. She stared at the blackboard but felt dizzy until her body gave way and she collapsed to the floor. Hearing the thud, everyone turned to see Naruto holding Sakura in his arms, trying to wake her, while her friends gathered around the children. Seeing this, Ms. Mizuki approached, her face etched with concern. Mizuki. What happened? Naruto. Sakura collapsed. She woke up with a fever. I told her not to come, but her body gave out. Sakura. Waking up, don't worry. Mizuki. Sees Naruto. Mr. Otsutsuki, take Miss Kinomoto to the infirmary. Naruto. Okay. Sakura. Don't bother, Naruto, I'm fine. Naruto. Serious, you're not fine. Let's go. With that, he stood up to leave with Sakura, who was being carried bridal style. All of this was witnessed by the rest of the room, who were worried. In the infirmary. Sakura was lying in bed, her hand held by Naruto, who was beside her. Suddenly, a beeping sound caught the attention of Sakura, Naruto, and the nurse present. The nurse then appeared. Nurse. Show it to me. With that, Sakura takes a thermometer out of her clothes to give it to the nurse. Nurse. Oh, your temperature is very high. Naruto. How high? Nurse. 38.4 degrees. Naruto. Do you think it's just a cold? Nurse. Fourth period is over, you should go home as soon as possible. With that, the nurse leaves. Sakura. But the propaganda. Naruto. Don't worry, I asked Naruko to take care of that. Sakura. Naruko. Naruto. That's right, don't think I'll leave you alone right now. Sakura. But. Everything will be alright. Upon hearing the voice, they both turned to see Sharon, smiling, Tomoyo, and Naruko entering the infirmary. Sakura. Smiling, Naruko, Lee. Smiling. Remember I'm on the team, we'll finish the work today. Sakura. But. Naruko. But nothing, you need to rest and my brother already told us he's going with you, so smiling, Lee, Tomoyo-chan, and I will finish it. Smiling and Sharon found it strange to hear that, but they already knew why. On the other hand, Tomoyo was blushing. Tomoyo. Blushing why yes, why you can trust our performance, Sakura. Smiling. Looking at Sharon right, Sharon. Sharon. Yes. Sakura sees them. Sharon. That's why it's best if you go and rest. Upon hearing that, Sakura smiles in gratitude. Sakura. Thank you so much. Outside in the yard. Toya could be seen outside with an umbrella, looking towards Tomoda Elementary School, specifically watching Mizuki approach him. They were so close that they could see each other only by the fence. Mizuki. I'm glad you came. Toya. You called me. Mizuki. Yes, through my mind. Toya. But don't be so sure I'll always hear you. Mizuki. Are you doing this for Sakura? Toya. How is she? Mizuki. She collapsed in the living room, falling to the floor. Naruto attended to her immediately. He seemed very worried. It looks like she has a cold. Take her home soon, or Naruto will get there first. She needs rest. She'll be packing her things to leave with Naruto's help. Mizuki was about to leave when Toya stopped her. Toya. Horn. She sees it. Toya. Why did you come back? Mizuki. Smiles, I have something I need to take care of. With that, the woman leaves, leaving Toya. Sakura. She was arranging her things with Naruto by her side. Naruto. Sakura, I'm worried about you, so I'll take you home. Sakura. I'm fine, I can get back on my own terms around look. She starts walking but ends up collapsing again, being caught by Naruto in horse form. Sakura. Thank you. Then they both noticed that Toya was watching them. Time skip. Toya was seen walking with Naruto who had Sakura on his back. Toya. Thanks for helping me with Sakura. Naruto. She's my friend, I can't just leave her like that. She's very important to me and I protect the people who are important to me, even if it costs me my life. Toya said nothing, but deep down he was surprised and grateful to Naruto, as this had confirmed that he would help him take care of Sakura. On the other hand, Sakura had heard this and had been surprised and blushed. Toya. There are too many clouds. Naruto. Yeah, and it's not normal, maybe it's a Clow card. But that they continued walking while Sakura clung closer to Naruto. Time skip. They had already arrived at the Kinomoto house, and in Sakura's room, the little girl was lying on the bed next to Naruto, who was sitting on the floor beside her. Kiro approached Sakura, concerned, to cover her up a little more. Kiro. Sakura. Naruto. I'm worried about her too. Naruto looks at Sakura with a worried expression. In the dining room. Toya could be seen leaving a cup of tea in front of Yukito, who had decided to go to the Kinomoto house. Yukito. Thank you. Toya. No, thank you for bringing my briefcase home, Yukito. Yukito. It was nothing. I hope Sakura's fever goes down a bit. Toya. Yes, Naruto stayed with her to take care of her, especially since he told me she collapsed in the middle of class. Yukito drank some tea. Yukito. Yes, it's clear he's very worried about her. By the way, Professor Mizuki is a very peculiar person. That catches Toya's attention. Yukito. You gave me a scare when you left the classroom without telling anyone. Toya drinks some tea. Yukito. You can hear Professor Mizuki's voice no matter how far away I am. Toya. Don't think it simple, today was a very special occasion. Yukito. Besides, it's Sakura. Toya just huffs while Yukito laughs a little. Time skip. Toya and Yukito could be seen outside with open umbrellas. Yukito. If you need any help, don't hesitate to call me and I'll come as soon as possible. Toya. Yes. Yukito. See you. With that, he turns around and starts to leave, watched by Toya and Naruto, who was looking out of Sakura's bedroom window. Toya then enters the house. In Sakura's room. Hiro was seen looking at Sakura with concern, while Naruto sat next to the girl. Hiro. Sakura. Just then the doorbell rang, alerting Kiro, who pretended to be a doll while Sakura opened her eyes. Naruto. Go ahead. With that, Toya enters the room to approach the children, specifically Sakura. Once with the children, he kneels down to look at Sakura. Toya. With a thermometer take your temperature. Sakura nods to take the thermometer. Just then, Toya notices Kiro making Naruto and Kiro himself a little nervous. Toya moves closer to get a better look at Kiro, who is clearly making the doll and Naruto nervous. Suddenly, a beep sounds, making Toya look at Sakura. Toya. Ready? Let's see. Sakura. Handing him the thermometer here. With that, Toya takes the thermometer to look at it. Toya. It's not going down at all. You need to eat well, you're taking medicine. Gets up, wait for me here. With that, he heads towards the door, but before leaving, he turns to look at Kiro and then walks away. Seeing this, Kiro sighs. Kiro. I think your brother already knows I exist. Sakura ignores him. Sakura. Naruto, lie down with me. That surprised and embarrassed the person named. Naruto. Sakura, yo. Sakura. Poor favor. Naruto sighs and gets into bed, causing Sakura to blush and hug the boy, but he returns the hug with his arms around the girl's waist. Sakura. Thank you. What they didn't know was that Naruto had arrived and upon seeing the scene, she simply took a photograph before leaving. Time skip. Night had fallen and the entire city of Tomoda was blanketed in rain when it suddenly stopped. But it didn't end there. For some reason, the clouds turned purple and began to gather, forming a whirlwind. In Sakura's room. The children could be seen lying down, hugging each other with their eyes closed when they opened them. Then they both sat up. Hiro. What's wrong with them? Naruto. There's a Clow card. Hiro turns to look out the window to begin to feel the energy. Hiro. That's right. With that, Sakura gets up, drawing the attention of Naruto and Kiro, but alerting the former. Naruto. Sakura, you can't get up, go back to bed. Sakura ignores the warnings and goes to the window to open it, prompting Naruto to get out of bed and go to her with Kiro. Once the trio is together, they can see the sky. Sakura. A Clow card. Kiro. That's right, it's the cloud card. Sakura was about to jump out the window, but was grabbed by the waist by Naruto, while Kiro stood in front of the girl. Kiro. Hey Sakura, what are you going to do? Sakura. I have to go seal it. Naruto. Sakura, if you go out in this condition, your fever will keep rising. It's very dangerous. Sakura. But I can't just leave it like this. Hero. You're right. If the cloud covers the entire city, it'll be impossible to seal it. Sakura. Then I have to hurry. Sakura was about to jump out the window, but was pulled back inside by Naruto. Naruto. Don't do it, Toya will soon come up with some food, and if he doesn't find them he'll make a scene. Sakura sees Naruto and Kiro trying to break free from Naruto's grip. Kiro. Do you see what we're trying to tell you, little girl? Sakura just takes out her key. Sakura. Release. With that, the key becomes a staff. Kiro. Hey, wait a moment. But Sakura still ignores the instructions and draws a card. Sakura. Create a figure identical to mine in your reflection, turn it into an individual, strikes the card with the tip of her staff, the mirror. With that, the card becomes a mirror so that a Sakura emerges from the reflection. Sakura. That way he won't suspect a thing. Sakura. But Naruto should leave a shadow clone. Sakura. Good idea. Hiro was somewhat angry and agitated, while Naruto just sighed and created a shadow clone. Time skip. Sakura and Naruto could be seen flying, but in an uneven way, with Sakura being helped by Naruto to be able to fly, while Kiro was next to them. Hiro. Worried, are you alright, Sakurita? Sakura nods, but it was clear that she was very tired. Naruto. You'd better seal the letter soon so we can go home. But that they continued flying, but of course they were flying unevenly. In Sakura's room. Sakura was seen lying down with Naruto beside her. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Naruto. Go ahead. With that, the door opens, revealing Toya with food and water. Soup for Sakura and a sandwich for Naruto. Toya then approaches them both. Toya. To Sakura, can you stand up? Sakura. Yes. With that, she stood up while Naruto sat on the bed next to her. Toya then made a sound, drawing their attention, but the young man only sighed. Toya. Do you want to eat? Sakura nods. With Sakura, Naruto and Kiro. The trio could be seen flying as they arrived at the Kud's location. Kiro. It's there. The card the Kud is inside that whirlpool. Sakura nods as the Kud starts attacking them, causing them to fall, but Naruto picks Sakura up bridal style to make hand seals. Naruto. Mighten. Wings of darkness. With that, black wings appear on Naruto's back, allowing him to fly to a building where he encounters Sharon and Myling. Naruto. Lee, Myling. Kiro. The Brad and the little girl. With that, they both go downstairs with Naruto still carrying Sakura. Myling, look at you. You still haven't gotten over that cold. Sakura. No, but the letter. Sharon. You were supposed to take care of her. Naruto. You think I didn't try? I told her not to come, but she's stubborn. It was reckless of me, I admit it, but she insisted on coming. Sharon. But look at the state she's in. What would you do if something bad happened to her? Naruto. I know that already, and I'm prepared to. Sakura. That's enough. Everyone sees her. Sakura. I know I didn't have to come, but if I don't seal the card, the city's situation will become even more complicated. Besides, smiles, I decided to gather all the Clow cards at all costs. Sharon blushed slightly upon seeing the smile, while Naruto was surprised to hear Sakura's words. Hero. Here he comes again. Upon hearing that, everyone turned to see the Kud attack them again, forcing everyone into position. In Sakura's room. Sakura was seen eating next to Naruto being watched by Toya when Sakura stopped eating. Sakura. Thank you for the food. Toya. Aren't you going to eat anymore? Sakura. Yes, I'll eat it later, just leave it there, okay? Toya eats to get up. Toya. Don't worry, I'll do more later. That's when he starts to withdraw. Naruto. Wait, the medicine. Toya. Sees them, no medicine, it's not good to take it when someone feels well. That confused them both. Toya. You are not Naruto and Sakura. That surprised them both. Toya. To Naruto, I don't know you, to Sakura, but you and I have met before. Did Sakura come out? They both nod, making me sigh. Sakura. Excuse me. Toya. It's alright, I can get an idea of what she's doing, and I appreciate that Naruto went with her to look after her, but please, don't tell them that I know about it. Besides, she's trying to be discreet thanks to Naruto's teachings, I beg you. That surprised them both. Naruto. It will be difficult since I'm a clone, but I assure you that he won't find out because I'll alter my memories, so don't worry, Sakura and the boss won't know anything. Toya smiles as he approaches and takes both their heads in his hands, making Sakura blush. With the group. The Kud was able to counter the attacks, but Sharon and Naruto were the ones countering the attacks the most. Then Sharon pulled out one of his cards. Sharon. God of Fire, come to me. With that, he unleashes the flame on the letter, revealing its true form. Sakura. It's the rain card. Naruto. No Sakura, it isn't, they look similar, but they're not the same, that's the cloud. With that, Sakura prepares. Sakura. Return to the humble. But she ends up collapsing and being caught by Myling. Sakura. Thank you so much, Myling. Myling. Are you alright? Sakura nods to prepare herself with Myling's help. Sakura. Return to the humble form you deserve hits an invisible card Clow card. With that, the letter begins to be sealed. Once the sealing is complete, the letter goes directly to Sharon, who takes it. Myling. Happy we did it, Sharon. Sharon approaches Sakura to give her the letter. Sharon. This card belongs to you. Myling. But why? What are you saying? Hero. What kind of bug bit you? Sakura. But Lee. Sharon. In the end, all those cards will belong to me. I'm just giving them to you for now. Sakura smiles as she takes the card. Sakura. Thank you so much. In Sakura's room. Sakura was seen lying down with a smile while Naruto was beside her. Then Sakura, Naruto, and Kiro entered through the window. Sakura. We're here. Sakura enters completely and almost falls, but Sakura quickly goes to help her. Kiro. Are you okay, Sakura? Naruto simply takes Sakura to the girl's bed and puts her to bed. Sakura. Thank you so much. Sakura. Covering Sakura on the contrary, it was a pleasure. I had a great time too, thank you. With that, Sakura returns to her card form and then enters a drawer while Naruto dissolves into smoke, giving the memories to Naruto. Outside the house. Sharon and Myling were seen looking at the Kinomoto house when they saw Kiro come out. Kiro. I enter his bedroom without any problems. They both sigh. Myling. That's good. And why don't you go back to her room with her? Kiro. Well, her brother will be watching over her all night with Naruto. If I'm not careful, she'll definitely notice me. I'm a little worried about Sakura, but it's better to spend tonight at that brat's house with the little girl. Myling. Why are you being so disrespectful? Kiro. Don't deny it. I know what you want. While Myling and Kiro were arguing, Sharon was looking at the Kinomoto house, more specifically Sakura's room. Time skip. Sakura and Naruto were seen sleeping in each other's arms, but Sakura appeared to be breathing with some difficulty. Sakura. I feel very bad brother Naruto. In the real world. Toya was seen looking at the thermometer, which read 39.6 degrees. He then looked at the children, specifically Sakura. Toya. You see. This is what happens to you for not resting, looks at Naruto, but at least you tried to stop her. Sakura clung even closer to Naruto, breathing heavily. Toya watched their interaction, noticing Naruto's protective instincts towards Sakura. Toya simply stood up. Toya. I'll call the doctor, wait a moment Sakura. She was about to leave when she felt something behind her. Turning around, she saw a woman appear, looking at Sakura in a maternal way. Toya recognized her instantly. It was her mother, Nadeshiko Kinomoto. Toya. Surprised mom. Nadeshiko approaches Sakura and places her hand on the girl's head, who feels the touch. Sakura. Opening her eyes slightly, it's the same thing I felt this morning, these hands, they're my mom's hands. With that, Sakura closed her eyes to snuggle closer to Naruto. Nadeshiko simply watched the children's interaction with a smile. Nadeshiko. She's feeling better now. Toya. Were you here? Nadeshiko. Yes, I was here. I was very worried since this morning, but I'm glad to see that even though the child could have gotten sick, he stayed by her side the whole time. With that, Nadeshiko looks at the children with a smile. Nadeshiko. Goodbye Sakura, take good care of her Naruto. With that, Nadeshiko disappears before Toya's eyes, who is smiling. Just then, there's a knock at the door. Toya. Who is it? At that moment, the door was opened by Fujitaka, who had Naruto behind him. Toya. Dad, what are you doing here? Fujitaka. This morning Sakura seemed a little strange, and I got really worried. Then the trio sees the children sleeping. Fujitaka. But I guess my hunches are never right. Naruto. You're wrong, Mr. Fujitaka. Sakura woke up with a fever, and my brother and Toya stayed to take care of her. Toya. That's right, but she's over it now. Fujitaka. I see, why are you sleeping together? Toya. Sakura wanted Naruto to sleep with her tonight. Although we had some extra help, and that help was my mom. Fujitaka. Smiles, that's nice. With that, they watched them both sleep. Outside the Kinomoto house. A silhouette could be seen standing on a tree branch, looking into Sakura's room through the window. So here you are, demon children. Now I will capture you for Lord Kaharu and Lady Hamura to make you loyal weapons of Konoha. With that, he retires. Side effects. It was a new day, and Sakura was seen entering the dining room at the Kinomoto house. Sakura. Good morning. Fujitaka. Good morning. Sakura is surprised to see Toya and Fujitaka cooking. Sakura. What are you doing here, Dad? Fujitaka. Last night I remembered I'd forgotten some documents. I'll go back to the excavation site this afternoon. By the way, how did you sleep with Naruto? Sakura blushed deeply as she played with her fingers. Toya. Are you feeling better, monster? Sakura. Yes. Sees Nadeshiko's picture. Thank you so much, mommy, I feel good now. Toya saw that. Toya. Sakura, why are you thanking her? Sakura. It's just that I got the impression that yesterday my mom was by my side taking care of me. Toya smiles slightly when they hear footsteps. Turning around, they see Naruto and Naruko entering. Naruto. Good morning. Sakura. Good morning. With that, Fujitaka gets closer. Fujitaka. Breakfast is ready. Sakura. Yes. Naruto. You've barely recovered, so eat slowly, Sakura. Sakura. Okay. That's when they start eating. After finishing eating, Fujitaka leaves, leaving the children and Toya. Toya. Well, I'm going to work now, you guys go to school. The children nod and then leave, leaving Toya alone. But the children. The trio were walking along without noticing that the Omnitrix was starting to behave strangely, as it was flashing a lot in green, red, yellow and white. Time skip. Sakura, Naruto, Naruko and Tomoya were seen walking through Penguin King Park, talking about the different ways they speak in Tomoda and the elemental nations, but the children noticed something about Naruto. The boy looked somewhat pale and had tired eyes. Naruko. Oni-chan, what's wrong? Naruto. Nothing's wrong, Imauto, I'm fine. See something, look, there's ice cream and popsicles, my treat. Somewhat hesitantly, they went to buy ice cream. After buying the ice cream, they went to a bench to eat it. While they were eating, they began to notice Naruto starting to get a little weak. Sakura. Naruto, I'm worried, what's wrong? Naruto. I don't know, I feel kind of weak, I feel. With that, he collapses to the ground, alerting those present. Seeing him on the floor, Sakura picks him up and tries to wake him up, succeeding. Naruto. Am I dead? Because I'm seeing an angel. Those words made Sakura blush, her heart racing, strangely enough, with happiness. Just then, Naruto turned away to sneeze, careful not to hit any of his friends. But besides the sneeze, they noticed a snot running from his nose. Time skip. The group of children was seen in a pharmacy watching Naruto being checked by a nurse. Nurse. 39 degrees centigrade, I'm sorry, little one, you have a cold. Tomoyo. Poor thing. Nurse. How do you think you caught a cold? Naruto. Well, yesterday my friend Sakura had a fever and I stayed with her to take care of her. I think that, along with the ice cream we ate a little while ago, made me catch a cold. Nurse. I see. Sakura. Dejected, I'm sorry. Naruto. It's not your fault, Sakura. But he sneezes, barely covering his mouth with his arm, which becomes stained with mucus. Seeing this, the nurse begins to clean him while Naruto blows his nose. Naruto. Sorry. Nurse. It's okay, little one. Naruto glances to the side to see a silhouette walking away. Naruto. Anbu root, just what I needed and just when I'm at my weakest. Nurse. Well, little one, you'll need to rest and take some medicine. Naruto. Okay. With that, the nurse left, leaving the children behind, while Naruto put on a face mask. Sakura, I'm sorry Naruto. If I hadn't gotten sick, you wouldn't have caught it. Naruto. It's okay, Sakura, you don't have to worry. Sakura. Even so, I'm sorry. Then the nurse returns. Nurse. Well, I have some cold medicine here, but I recommend you go to a store nearby. They sell very good home remedies for colds. Hands them a piece of paper, here's the address. Everyone thanks them, gathers their things, and leaves. Time skip. The children could be seen leaving the store already with the remedy. Naruko. Well, sees the medicine bottle, it says here it has some kind of honey in it, it's hard to read. Naruto. I see. Takes the medicine to remove the mask, opens the bottle and smells the contents. Yuck, this smells awful. Sakura. You better take it. Naruto agreed, while in the distance they were discussing a redesign. They were about to leave when they began to see several insects appearing. Looking up, they saw a person on top of a cloud of insects. Upon closer inspection, both Naruto and Naruko recognized him. Naruko. It can't be. Tomoyo. What's wrong? Naruto. That's Torun Aburum, a rude Anbu, he's from the Aburum clan. Then they see Torun jump, ending up in front of the group. Torun. Here are the demon children, by order of Lord Hamura and Lady Kaharu, you are ordered to return to be turned into loyal weapons. That scared Sakura and Tomoyo, while Naruto and Naruko became serious. Naruto. You really think we'll go with you, Torun? Naruko. Besides, what happened to that damn Dansm? Torun. Dansm-sama is dead, but that's none of your business, demon children. With that, he begins attacking the children, who dodge, though Naruto does so with some difficulty, while Sakura and Tomoyo hide. Seeing this, Sakura draws a card while transforming her ki into a staff. Sakura. The rain. With that, a large cloud appeared and then it began to rain, causing several insects to fall because their wings were wet. What they didn't realize was that this made Naruto even sicker. Torn. Damn brat. With that, she lunges at Sakura with a kunai, ready to kill her, but Tomoyo pushes the girl away, causing the rude Anbu to stab her in the side, puncturing her left lung. Seeing this, the three are shocked, but especially Naruto, unleashing a powerful killing instinct that causes her to release a layer of four tails Nanabi chakra and attack Torin. However, the rude Anbu escapes, making Naruto roar with rage. Naruto, come quickly, Tomoyo is bleeding. Naruto coughs, but upon hearing that, Naruto snaps back to reality to see Tomoyo, making her quickly approach her. Naruto. Resist, Tomoyo-chan, resist. With that, and using Nanabi chakra, Naruto applies medical ninjutsu to Tomoyo, managing to heal her, but the girl was weak. Seeing this, Naruto activates the Omnitrix, searching for Wilmot. Naruto. I'll try to find Torin with Wilmot. With that, he pressed the dial, generating a green light. As it dissipated, Wilmot could be seen, but he looked different. Unfortunately for Wilmot, he couldn't see anything. He was blind. Sakura. Worried Naruto, you look different when you're transformed into Wilmot, I don't think you should do anything. But Wilmot couldn't hear her. Even with that working against him, Wilmot started searching for Torin as best he could, but there was nothing, and whenever he moved, he ended up bumping into stalls and other things. Naruto. What's wrong with Ani-chan? Sakura. Naruto's cold is affecting his transformations, but Wilmot seems to be blind and deaf. Naruto. Worried we have to follow him. Sakura nods to deactivate the rain and starts running after Wilmot, while Naruto follows with Tomoyo on her back. At one point, they see Wilmot standing still, trying to get his bearings, when Sakura and Naruto, with Tomoyo on her back, jump onto Wilmot's back, causing him to sway from side to side in surprise. Sakura. I'm driving this time. With that, she grabbed Wilmot by the fur and began to move him in specific directions, finally managing to get the Volpomancer to go the right way. At one point, Sakura gave the wrong command, accidentally starting a fire that caused fireworks to explode, forcing Sakura to stop Wilmot. Sakura. Embarrassed sorry. Naruto. No problem, we should get going. Sakura nods, signaling Wilmot to start moving the alien and the girls. Time skip. Sakura, Naruto, Tomoyo, and Naruto could be seen in Penguin King Park, with the girls taking care of Tomoyo and Tomoyo because of her injury and Naruto because of his cold. Suddenly, Tomoyo woke up, drawing the attention of the three children. Sakura. Tomoyo, I'm so glad you're awake. How are you feeling? Tomoyo. My left side hurts, but I'm okay. Sakura. Sigh, that's good. Naruto sighs in relief and hugs Tomoyo, making the girl blush. Naruto. I'm glad you're okay, Tomoyo-chan. Tomoyo blushed but was happy that Naruto hugged her, making her hug the retard blonde back. Sakura. Putting that aside, what's this about demon children? Upon hearing that, Naruto separated from Tomoyo while giving Naruto a dark look, worrying those present. Naruto. That's what they called us in Konoha just for carrying inside us Dad Kurama, Mom Matatabi, and Shimei. Upon hearing that, Sakura and Tomoyo frowned. Tomoyo. You're not demons, they're the demons for doing those things to you. I wouldn't say that if I were your brat. Upon hearing the voice, the four turn around and quickly gather to see Torin looking at them with his hand on the hilt of his sword and with insects around him. Naruto. Serious Torin Aburam. Torin. Nanabi girl and Kyubi Nibi boy, you are ordered to return to Konoha to become the weapons you were meant to be. These are orders from Lord Hamura and Lady Kaharu. Naruto. We'll never go back to Konoha. Torin. You have no choice, or you will die. Naruto. Then we prefer death to going to that cursed village. Torin. Very well. With that, he launches an attack, but is met with a blow that sends him flying. Seeing this, everyone realizes it was Sakura who delivered the blow. Sakura. I'm using the fight. Then they see a wave of insects heading towards them, causing Naruto to make hand seals. Naruto. Dobutan. Insect destruction. With that, he extends his hands, causing the wave of insects to explode. Seeing this, Torin walks away, leaving the children there. Sakura. Deactivating the fight, what happened there? Naruto. That was the Dobutan, or animal element. This element allows us to control animal species or acquire their abilities. Naruto. Getting up from the ground, I found Torin. He's in an abandoned building. Naruto. Well, let's go after him. Tomoyo, you stay here. Tomoyo. But. Naruto. But no buts. You were hurt and we don't want to lose you, especially me. That surprises and makes Tomoyo blush a little. Naruto. Let's go. But that, he and Sakura left with the child taking the medicine. Naruto was about to leave when Tomoyo stopped her. Tomoyo. Kisses her very close to the mouth. Good luck. Naruto. Blushing sure. But that, he heads back towards where his brother and friend were going. Time skip. The trio of children had arrived at the abandoned building, only to find Torin watching them. Torin. Last chance, return to Konoha to be the weapons you are or die. The children said nothing. Torin. Then death. But that, the Anbu route launches itself towards the trio, causing Sakura to quickly use the fight and the power, Naruto to activate the Nanabi chakra cloak, and Naruto to use forearms, but it looked different. Forearms. It doesn't matter, at least I'll have something to fight with. This sparked a 3-on-1 fight where the rude Anbu clearly had the upper hand. Forearms threw a punch at Torin, who dodged it only to be met with a punch from Naruto that sent him flying several meters. Naruto threw another punch, but Torin blocked it and threw her toward Sakura, causing both of them to fall. Torin drew her sword, but it was destroyed by forearms. The Anbu was then struck by the alien, sending him crashing into a wall, which shattered. What none of the four knew was that the fight was weakening the building. The rude Anbu decided to head upwards, knowing they would be followed. Seeing this, and recognizing it as a trap, Forearms grabbed her sister and friend in her lower arms, causing them both to inhale her scent. Naruto. Ani-chan, this is disgusting, your cold has turned your armpits into pus-filled bags. Forearms. Sorry, I can't help it. Sakura. Just get upstairs before we throw up. The alien nodded, leaping through the ceiling to where Torin was. Upon reaching Torin, they saw spiders on the floor. Naruto. Be careful, they are black widows. At that moment, Forearms sneezes, causing his snot to drown the spiders before the incredulous eyes of those present. Sakura. Well, that worked. Forearms. Torin. Never mind, those insects are just weapons that can be thrown away. With that, he unleashes a swarm of insects that strike Forearms, sending him flying. Then the swarm begins attacking the girls while the wood at their feet rapidly crumbles. Sakura. Termites. Just as they step on the ground they fall down, but just manage to climb back up. Forearms. Okay, here I come, Torin Abiram. With that, the alien lunges at the rude Anbu, who launches ants at the ailing Tetrament. The Tetrament ignores this and begins a taijutsu fight where Forearms clearly has the upper hand. Suddenly, Forearms stops and starts attacking in all directions. Seeing the alien's objective, the rude Anbu tries to stop him, only for the building to collapse. Outside the building. Tomoyo was seen standing in front of the building, having followed the trio. Then she saw the building collapse. Tomoyo. Sakura. Naruto. Then she sees something emerge from the rubble, flying through the air. As the object falls, Tomoyo realizes it's Forearms with Sakura and Naruto in his arms. Naruto. I hope this doesn't happen again. Forearms. I hope it doesn't happen again. With that, he lowers the girls when the trio is hugged by Tomoyo. Tomoyo. I'm glad you're alright. Sakura. Don't worry, Tomoyo. Naruto. We have to finish this, or Torin will come back. Forearms. To Sakura and Tomoyo turn around. The girls obey. Seeing this, Forearms alters the Omnitrix to become Heatless, but he looks different. Naruto. Oni-chan. Heatless. If my theory is correct, right now I don't have pyrokinesis but cryokinesis. Naruto. I understand. Makes hand seals Kodogan. Icy fire rings. With that, he unleashes the icy fire rings, while Heatless fires a beam of ice that freezes all the debris, including Torin. Seeing this, Naruto approaches the massive ice while forming hand seals. Seeing this, Heatless nods in support. Heatless. Don't watch, you're not ready to see this yet. The girls nod. With that, Naruto places her hands on the clump of ice. Naruto. Bakuten. Explosive wave. With that, the cluster explodes, taking the life of Anbu root with it. Time skip. Sakura and Naruto were seen in Naruto and Naruko's room where the girl was feeding the boy. Naruto. It's not that big of a deal to do this. Sakura. I know, but take it as thanks for taking care of me. Naruto smiles as Sakura smiles back and the little girl continues to look after her friend. Sakura's dreams. It was a new day and Myling could be seen dragging Sharon along as they looked at things in many shops until they reached one. Myling. Look at that little bear, isn't it cute? Oh look, there's another one that's really cute, how beautiful. In the distance, Sakura, Naruko and Tomoyo could be seen watching the pair. Tomoyo. Myling looks like she's having a lot of fun. Sakura. Yes, it was a good idea to invite them shopping. Hiro's head pops out of the backpack Sakura is carrying. Hiro. Wow, that girl sure knows how to run when she's really happy. Sakura. Scared? What are you doing, Hiro? But that, he hides it in his backpack. Hero. Oh, I realize girls really love shopping, they're always running around, but put yourself in my shoes if you're always hiding, it's awful, it's awful. Naruto. That's why we asked if you wanted to stay home. Tomoyo. But if little Kiro stays there, he won't get to try all the delicious food at the soda fountains. Hero. Sticks his head out. That's right, I'll go anywhere as long as I get to eat delicious things. Naruto. Puts Kiro's head in his backpack. You're such a glutton, Kiro. Smiling. From afar. Hey, you four. The four of them look towards where Smiling was. Smiling. From afar. Don't just stand there. Hurry up or we'll leave you behind. Tomoyo. We'll catch up with them. The three of them nodded and began to walk, unaware that they were being followed by a butterfly. Once they all got together, they started exploring the city. Although Naruto and Tomoyo seemed closer than ever, Sakura and Naruto didn't mind, as they wanted both of them to be happy. At one point, Naruto bought Tomoyo a flower, making the little girl blush deeply. Tomoyo thanked her with a smile and a kiss on the cheek, causing Naruto to blush as well, unaware that Naruto was taking a picture. They continued visiting various places, such as shops selling glasses, clothing, and food, where Kiro nearly bought everything. Everyone was having fun, especially Sakura, Smiling, and Naruto, which was evident to the rest of the group, who all smiled. They continued on until they reached a photo booth, where the Otsutsuki siblings proved to be quite good models, taking several pictures of everyone. They continued until they ended up watching a documentary about butterflies on a television, which fascinated the group of children. After that, they left to continue exploring. Sakura. So, where do you want to go now? Smiling. To see a movie, I want to see a specific movie. Then a scream is heard, causing Sakura to grab her backpack. Sakura. Annoyed. No, Kiro. Kiro. Sticks his head out. Look at that game. The group turns around to look at a game where he had 3 mallets. Kiro. It's the game I've always wanted to try. Sakura. But. Kiro. I want to play it. I want to play it. I want to play it. Naruto. You can't, someone might see you, Kiro, besides, you're too small. Kiro. Fine, but at least I want to see Sakura play it. Sakura. Surprised. What? You want me to play? Kiro nods, causing Sakura to sigh in defeat and get ready to play. Kiro. You can do it, Sakura. Show me what you're made of. On the other hand, Smiling sees Tomoyo, who had her camera ready. Smiling. Do you record her all the time? Tomoyo. Of course, I can't miss any activity my friend Sakura does, especially with Naruto, and blushes a little. Naruto. Once Sakura was ready, she started playing, trying to hit the moles popping out of the ground with a mallet while being cheered on by her friends. At one point, Sakura started having trouble, so she began hitting the moles faster. This prompted Smiling to give her backpack to Tomoyo, who in turn received the vest Naruto was wearing. Now both were ready, they jumped into the game to grab the remaining mallets and start hitting them. Sakura watched. Sakura. But girls. Smiling. Don't just stand there. Naruto. Hits a mole. Each third is for each of us. That makes Sakura smile, and so the trio of girls begin to hit each mole that comes out, which then start to come out faster. Kiro. You can do it, Sakura and Naruto. Everyone continued watching as the trio of girls excitedly played the game, while Tomoyo recorded everything. Suddenly, the girl saw a butterfly flutter between the camera and Naruto, causing the gray-haired girl to start seeing the red-haired blonde girl in different outfits while hearing the girl's voice call her name. Tomoyo was shocked and blushing as she watched several Narutos in different outfits she had made. Tomoyo. Very happy and blushing. Oh, how happy I feel. But that, she starts walking in various directions when she comes to her senses, since Smiling had hit her on the head with a mallet while behind her were Sakura and Naruto celebrating. Smiling. What are you doing? Upon hearing that, the girls stopped celebrating and watched the scene with poker faces. Time skip. The group of children were watching a romance movie. The girls were very moved and the boys were somewhat uncomfortable but didn't dislike it. Tomoyo. There's nothing more lovely than being by the side of the person you love most. Sakura. Yes. Kiro. Peels his head out of his backpack. Really? I think it's a huge nuisance. Sakura. Oh, Kiro hides. Kiro, you just don't understand, you're not romantic at all. Turns to Smiling. Hey Smiling, you agree, right? Smiling. Crying. Of course I do. Turns to Sharon. You agree with that idea too, right? The boy only saw the girls who were looking at him, but when he saw Sakura he blushed. Sharon. Jumps up abruptly. I'll be right back, I'm going shopping. With that, he leaves, seen by everyone. As he passes through the door, he finds that he was in the living room, but it's empty. With Naruto. He was watching the movie when he blinked to realize he was alone in the room. Upon seeing this, he got up to go to the hallway. With Sharon. The boy was surprised because he was alone in an empty room. Then he saw the screen light up, showing Sharon giving something to Sakura. Sharon. These are the Clow cards that I gathered with your help. Sharon. Surprised what? What am I doing in that place? With that, he ran until he was close. Once close, he could see the scene. Sakura looks up with a smile, and then they both hug. Sharon watched this in surprise. But Naruto. The boy was surprised because he was alone in an empty room. Then he saw the screen light up, showing Naruto giving something to Sakura. Naruto. Sakura-chan is giving you this medallion. Naruto stared at the screen in surprise as he slowly approached. He wanted to deny it and try to close his heart to love for a while, but seeing the scene made his heart race, and strangely, he felt happy. Sakura looks up with a smile and leans in to kiss him on the mouth. Naruto watched this in surprise and blushed when he came to his senses, as Naruto had hit him. Naruto. Wake up, brother, the movie's over. Naruto just blinked in agreement, still dazed. The group began to leave as Naruto glanced at Sakura and blushed slightly. But Sharon. He was still reeling from the scene when he snapped out of it, realizing the door had been opened and the child had fallen to the floor. At that moment, the group left the room. Sakura. It's Lee, are you okay? With that, Sharon gets up, still dazed from the blow. Time skip. The group of 6 could be seen leaving the cinema. Smiling. Sight was a storm of passion. Sakura. Hey Lee, smiling, is there a particular place you want to go? Smiling. Well, I do. There's a particular place I want to visit here in Japan. Time skip. The group of children could be seen traveling on the subway toward the place Smiling wanted to visit. On one side of the train were Smiling, Tomoyo, and Naruto, along with Kiro. Kiro. In Tomoyo's bag. Oh, this is amazing, it's the first time I've ever ridden on this kind of train. Smiling. You've never ridden on a train before. Kiro. I haven't ridden on this particular one. Naruto. Me neither, actually the elemental nations aren't that technologically advanced, but they are advanced in power techniques. Smiling. Really? Naruto nodded as Tomoyo watched with a hint of jealousy. Meanwhile, Sakura, Naruto, and Sharon observed everything from another window. Sharon. Is there something that's worrying you? Sakura sees it. Sharon. With a slight blush, you haven't taken your eyes off him. Sakura. To be honest, I'm not too worried about it, but I have a particular dream. Naruto. The dream where I appear. Sakura nods while Sharon feels a little jealous. Sharon. What's that dream about? Sakura. Looking out the window, Kiro, Naruto, and I are standing on top of that building, staring at Tokyo Tower. Naruto. I never asked, but do you have that dream every day? Sakura. No, sometimes, but it's happening more often now. Looks at Sharon. I saw it too when you first arrived, Lee. I mean, you're in that dream. Looks at Naruto. And I saw it too when you arrived, Naruto, only this time it was your hair and the watch, but now that I look at it closely, I also saw your face, Naruto. Upon hearing that, they both blushed, but Naruto blushed more since he was the one who spent more time with the girl. Sakura. I had it too. That caught the men's attention. Sakura. When I met Professor Mizuki. That surprised them and made them both serious. Sharon. Does she have a connection to that dream? Naruto. I don't want to sound paranoid, but this time I agree with Lee, that could be something serious. This slightly angered Sakura, but she didn't say anything, as she also saw the concern in Naruto's eyes, and simply nodded. Just then, the door opened, and the other group joined them. Smiling. We're here. Naruto. What's wrong? Naruto. It's nothing, nothing's wrong. Sakura. Yeah, relax, let's go guys. With that, the group leaves without noticing that they were being followed by a butterfly. Time skip. The group could be seen in front of the Tokyo Tower. Smiling. Wow, it's huge. Naruto. I was told it's 333 meters long. Kiro. And I think it's also 33 centimeters long. That surprised Smiling. Tomoyo. That's true, it's a large structure. Sakura. Yes. Naruto. You're right, and I think it can rival the Hokage Mount in Konoha, but I prefer this place. Sharon. Hokage Mount. Naruto. A place where they carve the faces of the former Hokage. Nice view, but we don't like it because of our past. Smiling didn't want to add fuel to the fire because she felt she shouldn't, given what she saw Sakura doing. Smiling. Kinomoto, have you been to the tower before? Sakura. No, it's my first time, but sees the tower, it's very similar to the one in my dreams. Smiling. But what's going on? Sakura. Oh, it's nothing special, starts running, come on, guys. With that, everyone sees Sakura enter. Inside the tower. Sakura was entering the tower, then suddenly stopped to look at her feet. Sakura. What? What's wrong? Sakura turns her gaze to see her friends looking at her. Sakura. I had the feeling that I stepped on something weird. The moyo. But there's nothing on the floor. Smiling. I want to take the elevator that will take us to the observation deck. But that, everyone starts walking away, leaving Sakura behind. Sakura. Hey Naruto, Lee. They both turn to look at her. Sakura. Don't you feel anything strange? Sharon Naruto. Not at all. But that, they both start walking, leaving the girl behind. Sakura. Is this my imagination? Smiling. Kinomoto. Hurry up, let's go. Sakura. Yes. But that, Sakura starts walking to catch up with her friends. Once she's with them, they get on the elevator. Sakura. Sighs, you've been calling me Smiling all day, I really appreciate it. Smiling. You're a bit daydreaming today, Kinomoto. The moyo. She is a little distracted, that's true. Naruko. That's right. Hiro. It could be either, it actually worries me a little. Naruto. I agree with Kiro, looks at Sakura, you're worrying me a little. Upon hearing that, Sakura blushes, causing Sharon to become jealous. Sharon. No, I think Kinomoto is a very strong girl. This confuses Sakura. They reach the top of the tower, causing the elevator doors to open. Everyone exits except Sakura. Hiro. In Sakura's backpack Sakura, the doors are about to close. Upon hearing that, Sakura snapped out of her daze and went outside, finding Naruto waiting for her. Together, they headed towards the rest of the group. Everyone was gazing in awe at the city view. The moyo. Surprised, wow, it's so tall up here. Naruko. Yeah, and it's taller than Mount Hokage. Sakura was just looking at the view, looking at the buildings, more specifically one of them. Sakura. That's the place where I'm standing in my dreams. Sakura, did you see anything beautiful? Upon hearing the voice, Sakura turns around and sees Kiro floating outside the backpack. Sakura. Scared Kiro. Hides Kiro in her arms, can you imagine the scene you'd make if someone saw you? Kiro. There's no one else around. Upon hearing that, Sakura realized it was true. With that, Kiro broke free from her grasp. Kiro. Okay, why do you look so worried? What's wrong? Sakura walks a little way, looking out the window. Sakura. This scenery is identical to the one in my dream. I've never been here, though in my dream, everything is the same. Kiro. Well, dreams sometimes try to tell us something. Sakura. But. Naruto. Sakura points to a stall, let's go over there and get something to drink, we'll just relax. Sakura. Okay. Smiling. Running to the stall, I want orange juice. Sakura. Turns her head, Kiro, do you want a melon soda? When she gets no response, she opens her eyes and sees that Kiro isn't there. Just then, Naruto approaches her. Naruto. What's wrong? Sakura. Where's Kiro? Naruto. Starts walking there waiting for us. Sakura. Ah. Wait for me, Naruto. With that, he goes straight to the stand to look at the drinks. Are you going to order or will you just stand there watching? Upon hearing the voice, Sakura looked to see who it was, realizing that the voice belonged to Toya. Sakura. Brother. What are you doing here? Toya. I'm working. Sakura. Confused, but you said you had a soccer game today. Then someone gave Sakura the drink. When the girl looked to see who it was, she realized it was Yukido. Sakura. Yukido. Yukido. I'm working too. Sakura. Surprised, but you said you'd be an assistant at the school soccer game today. Yukido. My duty is always to be by your side to take care of you, Sakura. That surprises Sakura. Yukido. Here's your juice, drink it. Sakura was surprised and began to get into a fighting stance. Just then, Kiro popped out of Sakura's backpack. Kiro. I want to too. This surprises and frightens Sakura, causing her to start spinning around trying to hide Kiro. Kiro. Hello. Yukido. Hello. This shocks Sakura, as she hadn't expected that. Just then, Toya arrives. Toya. Hey, you'd better treat Sakura properly, okay? Yukido. Yeah. Kiro. Of course, we know. Sakura just threw her backpack down to get into a fighting stance with a serious look, but it was clear that she was still surprised. Sakura. What's going on here? Kiro. Comes out of the backpack, haven't you figured it out yet? This is a dream. Sakura remained on guard and trying to believe Kiro, she drew a kunai to stab herself in the leg when a gust of wind hurled her into darkness. Hitting the ground, Sakura got up, realizing she'd lost the kunai and looked around, noticing she was in the tower, but it was already night. She went to the window to look at the city. Then she noticed something. Focusing her eyes, she saw a girl in a pink and yellow outfit with a boy beside her in a strange outfit and a yellow being floating next to them. Sakura. This is. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that what he saw was her with Naruto by her side and Kiro. Sakura. My dream. Then he turns to look elsewhere, noticing the silhouette of two people at the top of the Tokyo Tower, one standing on the edge and the other on the side of the building. Sakura. Who are those people? Who are they? Then he heard a sound he had heard before, the sound of a rattle. His vision then focused more clearly, allowing him to see the two people. Sakura. Professor Mizuki but sees the other person. Who is she? The person Sakura was watching was a redeed. Sakura. What's going on here? What are we doing there? Who is that lady? Sakura sheds a few tears when. Everything's fine. Upon hearing the voice, Sakura looked ahead to see Sakura floating as she stared at her, then the place went completely black, leaving them both looking at each other. Sakura. Smiling. I promise you everything will be alright. Sakura just looked at her counterpart, smiled a little, and nodded. Sakura. Who is the other lady? Sakura. I don't know, but I think Naruto knows. Sakura nodded as a light appeared above them both, catching her attention as Sakura walked away and disappeared. Sakura watched the pink light as she recalled everything she had experienced since finding the Clow book. All those memories brought a smile to her face, especially those she had shared with Naruto. Sakura. Sakura. I promise you everything will be alright. The light intensifies as she wakes up. Looking around, she sees she's in Naruto's arms, who is looking at her with concern. Hero. You have to be strong, Sakura. Looking around, he saw they were at the entrance of the building, but there was an aura surrounding them. Seeing where the aura was coming from, he realized it was Sharon who had used the time. Sakura. What happened? Naruto. Look under your left leg. Sakura looks down at her leg and notices a butterfly. Sakura. What's that? Hero. A Clow card. That surprises Sakura. Naruto. Seal her as soon as possible, Lee's powers are running out and she won't be able to hold her for long. Sakura nods and takes out her key. Sakura. Key that holds the powers of darkness, show your true form to Sakura, who accepted the mission with you, extends her arms release. With that, the key transforms into a staff, which the girl takes. Holding the staff in her hands, she sees the butterfly trying to escape but unable to. Sakura. Return to the humble form you deserve, hits an invisible card Clow card. This reveals the outline of the card so that the sealing process can begin. When the sealing is complete, the card goes directly to Sharon, who catches it. At that moment, Sharon collapses to the ground, deactivating the effects of the time. Seeing this, the group approaches, while those who were affected watch the scene, with Myling looking worried. Time skip. The group was seen at a food stall. Sakura. Dejected. I'm sorry, if I had noticed the card sooner, we wouldn't be going through this. Sharon. Don't worry, I'm not seriously hurt. Naruto. That's not true, look at you, your reserves are very low. Sakura, but still, thank you Lee. Sharon is surprised and blushes a little. Hero. You should have seen the commotion that ensued. You went in first, but suddenly you fell. Before you hit the ground, Naruto caught you. He was so worried I didn't even see him move. You still hadn't opened your eyes, and there was a really strange presence. I was 100% sure it was the work of a Clow card. Tomoyo. Of course, it took us a lot of work to find it, while Naruto was trying to dispel the what did you call it? Naruto. Jinjutsu, or also known as the art of illusions. Since you fell, we thought you'd fallen into one, and it seems similar. Myling. And right at that moment, Sharon noticed it was under your foot and takes the card. This one belongs to him. With that, she hugged Sharon, congratulating him, but she didn't count on them falling while throwing the card, which was caught by Sakura. Sakura. The dream card showed all the illusions I had since we entered the tower. Hero. The dreams shown on this card have a special meaning. They're predictions. Sakura. Predictions. With that, he remembers the scene he saw in the illusion. Sakura. I promise you everything will be alright. Sakura was so absorbed in her thoughts that she turned to look at the tower without realizing that she was being watched by someone. A sandstorm. It was a new day and at Tomoda Elementary School, right in Sakura's classroom, everyone could be seen having class with Mizuki. Mizuki. In today's class, we will talk specifically about the project we plan to carry out during Science Week. That excited the children. Sakura. Excited. What will our class be doing this year? Tomoyo. Well, something really fun. Naruto. I'm so excited. Naruto. Calm down, Naruto. Myling. I didn't know they have Science Week in Japan too. Sakura. Yes, we do different activities by class or club. Tomoyo. Last year we put on a beautiful recital. Myling listened intently. What no one noticed was that Naruto was serious. Naruto. Damn it, I sensed that damn woman's presence. Kurama. That mouth, pup. Naruto. Sorry, Dad, but I can't believe she's looking for us. Luckily, she's far away, so we'll have some time before she finds us. Matatabi. You're right about that, kitty. You'd better get out of here before you worry the others. Naruto. Yes. With that, Naruto cuts the connection with the Bijus. At that moment, Professor Mizuki calls the children's attention. Mizuki. And, according to the results of your vote, the 5th grade 2nd classroom will perform a beautiful play this year. That thrilled everyone. Sakura. A play. Looks at her friends, what kind of story will it be? But she sees that Sharon was seriously looking at Mizuki. Seeing this, Sakura gets a little angry. Mizuki. Group 1 of 6th grade will also be doing a play. They decided to do an old story from Japan, so I thought it would be best to do a play from abroad. What do you think? But Sakura wasn't paying much attention since she had remembered her dream. Sakura. The dream I had with the Clow card made me realize that that person is Professor Mizuki. Also, Kiro told me that those kinds of dreams could be predictions, but who is the other woman? Looks out the window, will that dream ever come true? Looks ahead, but I still see Professor Mizuki smiles, I feel so happy. Mizuki. Very well, now I will tell you the title of the play we will be performing. With that, he takes a piece of chalk and begins to write on the blackboard. When he finishes, everyone can see the title of the play. Mizuki. Takes a piece of cardboard now, all that's left is to decide which slip of paper each of you will get so that I can draw names fairly. I've prepared this big poster to conduct the drawing. Places the cardboard so bring something to write with so we can write your names in order on the list. Everyone agrees, so each one begins to write their name. Han Sakura. She had already put her name down when she saw Sharon go to his seat with a somewhat bewildered look. Sakura. What's going on? Sharon. Professor Mizuki told me it won't be long now. Sakura. What does she mean? Sharon. I don't know, but that teacher is hiding something from us. Naruto. Joining the conversation, I think so too. I don't want to be paranoid, but I'm starting to have my doubts about her. Even so, we have to be careful. For Sakura, seeing her friends agree on something worried her because it only meant one thing. That it was serious, and with that in mind she turned to look at Mizuki. Time skip. After a few minutes, everyone had already taken turns writing their names on the card. Mizuki. Kids, I'll take the paper off. That removes the paper, to everyone's delight. Smiling. The Sleeping Beauty play is about a princess who sleeps and wakes up with a kiss from the prince, right? Tomoyo. Exactly. Smiling. That means, if I get the role of the princess and Sharon gets the role of the handsome prince, he'll kiss me. With that, the girl begins to dream about the scene under Sharon's gaze. Mizuki. Let's see, those who kept the roles of the princess and prince. That caught everyone's attention. Mizuki let out a small giggle, though it wasn't what she intended. She still found it amusing. Then everyone turned to look at Naruto and Sakura. Time skip. Classes had already ended and now Sakura, Naruto, Naruko and Tomoyo were in Sakura's room talking with Kiro. Kiro. Incredulously looking at Sakura, you got the role of Prince Sakura. Looks at Naruto and you got the role of Princess. Sakura nodded, blushing deeply, while Naruto stared at the wall, as the topic made him very embarrassed. Tomoyo. I'm sure Sakura will be the most handsome prince. Naruko. Mockingly, and Ani-chan will be a great princess. Naruto. Embarrassed, shut up. Tomoyo. I'll ask the teacher if I can be in charge of the costumes. Naruko. I'll help you, Tomoyo-chan. Tomoyo nods, thanking her friend's secret love for her help. Tomoyo. This is going to be exciting. Kiro. Well, the play they're doing is Sleeping Beauty and the main role is the princess. Sakura. Yes. Naruto. Dejected, and I got to be the princess. Sakura. Don't feel bad, Naruto. You know it was by lottery. Naruto. I know, Sakura, I know. Kiro. But I don't understand why they got the roles reversed. They could have switched them. Naruko. Professor Mizuki told us it was by lottery so it would be fair. Kiro. Professor Mizuki. Is she the person who appeared in the dream you had with the letter? Sakura nods. Kiro. The brat acts cautiously around her and I'm sure Naruto started doing the same. What could his identity be? I've detected a being with magical powers who is extremely powerful and is always around, therefore I'll be in that play. Sakura falls on her back while the others are amused. Sakura. Composing herself, embarrassed, what did you mean by that answer? Kiro. I'll go and observe that teacher closely and also your performance as an actress. This angers Sakura, who treats Kiro like a rag. Sakura. Hey Kiro, all you want is to see the play, right? Kiro. Oh my gosh, that'll be fun. Tomoyo. I agree. Naruto. But it's true, even if I don't want to, it's better if Kiro goes. I don't know why, but we'll need him. Sakura looks at him and sighs. She knew her friend was intelligent and if he said that, it was because his instinct told him so and that instinct almost never failed him. Time skip. At Tomoda Elementary School, the children could be seen having fun, but our focus was on Sakura. She was walking around with her script, rehearsing her lines for the play. Sakura. Don't worry, I have this sword and great courage. I promise I'll break the curse that has imprisoned the princess. She looks away from her script. This is difficult. Sighs. I hope I can do well. Then she felt something urge her to start walking. Upon reaching a certain point, she heard a voice. Looking around, she saw Naruto sitting on a branch with his script. For some reason, Sakura sensed Naruto's emotions, which were predominantly nervousness and embarrassment. Sakura. Are you rehearsing Naruto too? Upon hearing the voice, Naruto gets scared and falls backward, but manages to catch his feet on the branch, ending up upside down. Sakura. Worried, are you okay? Naruto. Looks at her. Yes, thanks for asking. Sakura sighs in relief and then approaches. Sakura. I didn't know you rehearsed here. Naruto. Embarrassed. Yeah, I rehearse here because, well, I'm embarrassed for people to see me rehearsing, since my role is the princess. Sakura. Haha, I understand. Well, you know, embarrassed. I've never been in a play with a lead role like the prince or princess, that's why I get nervous. Naruto. Yeah, we never participated in anything like this because, well, we were more focused on surviving, since our parents only focused on our younger siblings, even though they knew we were the oldest they literally forgot about us. Sakura lowers her head, still unable to comprehend that her friend's parents had done that. Naruto. But it wasn't all bad, believe it or not, we both did our best to be happy. Sakura. Like what? Naruto. Singing. Sakura. Excited, can you sing something for me, please? Naruto blushes because he only sang with his sister, but he still nods to sing, not without first taking out his communication board and putting on some background music. When the song ended, Sakura was fascinated by Naruto's voice and even more so by the background he used with the plaque. Sakura. Surprised, that was great. Naruto. Sadly, thanks. Hello. Upon hearing the voice, they both turned to see Yukido, who was watching them through the fence separating the two schools. When Sakura saw him, she ran towards him, while Naruto just walked on. Sakura. Hi Yukido. Yukido. Hi, do you have your break? Naruto. Yes. Yukido. Our teacher didn't come today and we don't have classes. Sakura focused her gaze solely on all the food Yukido was bringing, making him notice. Yukido. I was thinking of having a small snack, why don't you join me? Sakura. Naruto. Yes. Okay. Time skip. Now the trio could be seen sitting with the children looking at Yukido's bag. Sakura. Surprised as all this? Naruto. Surprised food. Yukido. Yeah, I think it's not enough for the three of us, maybe it won't be enough. Sakura and Naruto looked at him nervously. Then they began to eat in pleasant silence, which was broken by Yukido. Yukido. That's right, seize the children, the elementary school science fair is coming up soon. Naruto. Indeed. Yukido. What are you planning to do in your classroom? Sakura. A play. Yukido. What kind of play? They both laugh nervously and embarrassed. Sakura. Sleeping Beauty. Yukido. Will they both be in the play? They both nod. Yukido. What role do they play? Upon hearing the question, they both stiffened. Yukido obviously noticed this. Yukido. It'll be even more exciting to find out what kind of roles you all get on the day of the play. Naruto. Seize him with Sakura. Are you going? Yukido. Well, I plan to go to the play. I wish you all good luck. Sakura. Naruto. Yes. Thanks. Time skip. Sakura and Naruto are seen walking through a part of the school with their scripts in hand. Sakura. Yukido will come to the play to see me, hugs the script, I need to rehearse more. Hey Naruto. The child sees her. Sakura. Wouldn't you like to rehearse with me? Well, you're the one I have the most scenes with in the play, and I think it would be better if we did it together than alone. Naruto pauses to think, then nods, making Sakura smile. Naruto. Okay, when is practice? Sakura. We'll meet here early, okay? Naruto nods, and they both start walking, unaware that someone is watching them from a window. Time skip. It was a new day, and in the Kinomoto house, specifically in Sakura's room, the little girl was asleep when her alarm clock began to ring, followed by two more. Sakura turned them off and, after turning off the last one, sat up in bed, looking sleepy. Just then, a drawer in the desk opened, and Kiro stepped out. Kiro? Drowsy, what's going on? Why all the noise? Sakura says nothing and just leaves the alarm clocks on her bedside table. Kiro? Approaches. Why do you have so many alarm clocks? Sakura. Sleepily, I borrowed my brother's and my dad's. Gets up and rubs her eyes. Starting today, I'll practice my scenes with Naruto early. I can't be late. Kiro. But you both live in the same house. Sakura. I know, but I still don't want to keep him waiting even though we live under the same roof. Hiro. Crosses his arms. Well, that's a good way to start your rehearsals. Sakura. It's just that opens her eyes. Yukito promised he'd come see me. This causes Kiro to fall backward. Sakura then changes into her uniform. Once dressed, she leaves her room and heads to the dining room. Upon arriving, she finds Toya and Naruko in the kitchen. Sakura. Brother, Naruko. You have soccer practice today, why did you wake up early? Toya. Leaving breakfast next to Naruko because I wasn't sleepy. Sakura. And you, Naruko? Naruko. I convinced my brother to let me make breakfast. With that, Sakura sits down in the dining room when Naruto arrives. Naruto. Good morning. Sakura. Toya. Naruko. Good morning Naruto brat brother. That's how they start having breakfast. Sakura. Looking at Naruko and Toya, they probably woke up early to make us breakfast. Toya. Sakura. The girl sees it. Toya. Do you remember when you caught a cold? Upon hearing that, Sakura and Naruto remember what happened. Toya. Take care of yourself, I don't want you to get sick again. Looks at Naruto, and you take care of her too. Sakura and Naruto are surprised but say nothing so they can continue eating. Time skip. Sakura, Naruto, and Naruko are seen going to school. Sakura. Skating, what could my brother have meant? Maybe he already knows I'm collecting the Clow cards. Nah, that's impossible. If he knew, he would have said something by now. Naruko. What are you talking about? Sakura. Nothing, just an idea of mine. With that, they continue their journey until they reach the Tsukumen temple, causing Sakura to stop and begin to remember the events related to the temple. Sakura. Professor Mizuki. Then he comes to and sees that his friends have gone ahead. Sakura. I have to catch up with them and get to school. With that, she leaves, unaware that she is being followed by something. The Moda Primary School. The trio of friends were arriving when they ran into Sharon. Sakura. Good morning, I thought we'd be first, but we were beaten to it. Sakura smiles, making Sharon look away. Sakura. Well, see you later. Naruto and I have to practice. Sharon. Somewhat surprised. Oh, okay, good luck. With that, Sakura and Naruto left. They were leaving when Naruko and Sharon stopped. Sharon. Did you feel it? Naruko. Yes, I hope my brother felt it too. Sharon. I hope so. But that they withdrew, but they were still prepared in case something happened. Outside the school. Sakura and Naruto could be seen practicing their lines. Naruto. Embarrassed. Oh my god. What could this be? Sakura. Looking at her script at this moment. You have to approach the spinning wheel. Sees it now. You have to touch the tip. Still feeling embarrassed, Naruto reaches his finger toward a plant they were using for practice. Upon touching it, Naruto makes a gesture as if to fall backward onto the grass. Seeing this, Sakura kneels down to watch him. Sakura. Amazing, you've memorized the play's lines. Naruto. Actually, the princess doesn't have much dialogue. Sakura. Glancing at her script. Now we'll skip to the part with the fairy godmothers. Upon finding the page, Sakura approaches Naruto, who is still lying on the grass. Once she's with him, Sakura sets her notebook aside and becomes a little serious. Sakura. Oh, what do I see, a beautiful princess, if I can awaken her with one of my tender kisses. Naruto was so nervous that he clutched his script a little. Sakura then took her script and held it up. Sakura. I swear on this sword. Sees Naruto that I will continue to love this princess of the forest for the rest of my life. Moves a little closer to Naruto. Now I'll give him a kiss. Naruto instantly closed his eyes. Sakura began to approach him, while he remained nervous until he felt something on his lips. Opening one eye slightly, he saw that his lips were pressed together. Seeing this, he quickly closed his eye, embarrassed and surprised. They both separated, blushing deeply. Sakura. I suppose this will make the scene more realistic. Naruto. Why yes. They were looking at each other until something started to surround them, making them both realize it. Sakura. Mira. Naruto. Naruto gets up and remains seated. Naruto. What's wrong? Suddenly, they felt themselves being pulled into a whirlpool that formed in the ground. Seeing this, Naruto used his dark wings to grab Sakura by the waist and fly away, but at the same time, they were attacked by whatever was trying to bury them. Still airborne, Naruto began dodging the attacks while holding on to Sakura. They reached a small building, where they were still being attacked. Seeing this, Sakura pulled out her key. Sakura. Key that holds the power of darkness, show your true form before Sakura, who accepted the mission with you, extends her hand's release. With that, the key transforms into a staff, which Sakura takes. She then uses the fly to take flight with Naruto beside her, who still has his dark wings jutsu active, narrowly dodging the attack. They continue dodging attacks while their minds race. Sakura. Dodging, what is that? Naruto. Dodging, I feel like it's a Clow card. Looks closer that sand. But that they managed to dodge the sand attack but cause it to fall on the main campus, thus creating a whirlpool. Seeing that, they both approached as Sharon and Naruto arrived. Sakura. What is the card doing? But before they can answer the letter, she starts attacking them, causing the four of them to dodge, with Naruto also using the wings of darkness and Sharon climbing onto Sakura's staff. Sakura. We know this card is related to sand. Sharon. Indeed, it's the sand. That's why it's creating a storm. Naruto. How can we return it to normal? Sharon. We have to keep it still. Then the card unleashes a powerful sand attack, which they narrowly dodge. Suddenly, the attack hit Sakura, Sharon, and Naruto, sending the latter two crashing into the sand. Sakura, Naruto. Lee. Naruto. They then saw the two children trying to get out of the arena. Seeing this, they tried to approach but were attacked. Naruto. Looking at Sakura and Naruto, don't come any closer. I have an idea. See, Sharon, do you have a card that helps you use the water element? Sharon. Yes. With that, Naruto makes hand seals while Sharon takes out his card and sword. Naruto, Sharon. Dakuoten Dark Water Vortex Water Dragon, come to me. Naruto, Sharon. Kumayawis. Dark Water Dragon Vortex. This created a vortex of dark water which, thanks to Sharon's card, took the shape of a dragon. The vortex dampened the sand, making it heavier. Seeing this, Naruto jumped up, scooping Sharon into her arms, and they both emerged from the arena. Sharon then drew a Clow card and activated it with his sword. Sharon. The freeze. With that, the card begins to freeze the sand, while Naruto assists with speed using her Satin element. Once frozen, the four fall onto the ice. Naruto. Now, Sakura. Sakura. Nods yes. Return to the humble form you deserve, strikes an invisible card Clow card. That begins the sealing process. Once it's complete, the card flies straight to Naruto and Sharon. While that was happening, Naruto and Sakura approached the two children. Sakura. Lee, Naruto, are you okay? Naruto. Yes, don't worry. At that moment, the card flew past the four of them and was caught by Naruto and Sharon. Seeing this, the four were surprised, but Naruto let go of the card. Naruto. It's yours. Sharon. What? Naruto. That card is yours. Sharon. Why? Naruto. I know it was my idea, but I don't want to own a Clow card. We made it together, but I'm giving it to you. It's yours. Sharon. You know, this is starting to look like a competition to see who has the most cards. Sakura. Yeah, but like Naruto said, that card belongs to you. Naruto. Smiles a little, that's right, take it. Sharon was surprised. Sharon. Have you thought this through? I don't want you to regret it. They both looked at him, implying that they weren't sorry. Seeing this, Sharon took the letter and the four of them started walking away from the campus. Sakura. The other kids will be here soon. Sharon. Yeah. Naruto. Sakura blushes slightly. We won't say anything about what happened at practice. Upon hearing that, Sakura blushed deeply, having completely forgotten about it during the Clow card incident. Naruto, seeing this, smiled mischievously, while Sharon was both jealous and curious to know what had happened. Sakura. SC, we will not say anything about that. Sakura visits the campus to try and change the subject. Sakura. It's good that the letter appeared before classes started. Naruto. Yeah. Sharon. Was it a coincidence? All three of them see it. Sharon. Didn't you think I expected you two to be alone at school? Sakura. Why do you say that? Sharon. Never mind, I hope my assumptions are wrong. With that, he leaves with Sakura and Naruto, leaving Naruto looking at the campus before turning to look to the side. Naruto. She's here, that damn girl is here, I know you're there, you bastard. Matatabi. I'd tell you to watch your language, but I won't since I know you're paying more attention to her now. Naruto. Yes, Mom. With that, he leaves to catch up with the trio, unaware that they were being watched by a woman who was Mizuki. Mizuki? It won't be long now. Elsewhere. The woman with long red hair was seen. This woman was on top of a building. Soon my children, soon we will be together again. With that, he jumps out, disappearing instantly. The return. It was night and at the Digby Dairy, a guard was sleeping when the sound of the alarm woke him, prompting him to grab his flashlight and begin investigating. Upon entering, he started searching. Guard. Ash, they must be kids looking for free samples. Then he hears things being pulled out and something moving, which frightens the guard. Elsewhere. At the very bottom of the factory, a door is blown off its hinges, revealing that the culprit was the Yenaldushi, who seemed to be searching for something. The Yenaldushi begins to walk, then sniffs the ground and starts digging. When it finishes, it finds something and pulls it out, leaving it exposed. The Yenildushi then uses its sonic howl, attracting the guard's attention and breaking the object, revealing the mummy. They are both looking at each other when a light from the guard's lamp illuminates them. Guard. Alright guys, sees the aliens, what's that? But suddenly both aliens disappear in front of the guard. Elsewhere. The truck could be seen driving by. Inside the truck were Sharon, Myling, Sakura with Kiro hiding, Tomoyo, Naruto, and Naruko. Sharon. Well, I must thank you for inviting me, although, sees Myling, why did you come Myling? Myling. I wasn't going to leave you alone Sharon. Sharon just sighs while the quartet smiles amusedly. Myling. Question, where are we going? The five of them pat each other on the face. Naruto. Let's go to the shuttle to see a doctor and checks around, we're also going to check on a thunderstorm. Myling. A thunderstorm? The five of them signal him to lower his voice. Myling. Sorry. Naruto. It's okay, but yes, this storm is very different, it's a purple lightning storm. Sharon. I don't remember purple lightning ever existing. Tomoyo. We do. Sakura. That's right, it was when we fought the werewolf and the mummy at the farm. Naruto. And that's why we're going to the Kennedy Space Center. Time skip. The children had already arrived at the Space Center, but as expected, Sharon was also quite excited. Upon entering, they began to explore the place when they encountered a man. Man. Hello children, are you lost? Naruto. No sir, we're just tourists and wanted to see if you could help us. Man. Of course children, follow me. They started walking around looking at everything when they bumped into someone, that someone was Dr. Victor. Dr. Victor was watching the children when he saw the Naruto doll, hoping to get a glimpse of the Omnitrix. He was somewhat surprised to see the object. Dr. Victor. They shouldn't be here. Sees the man, did you bring unauthorized visitors into a classified area? Starts to back away, get rid of them. With that, Dr. Victor leaves, watched by the group. Myling. Annoyed, what's your problem? Man. It's been a very difficult day, little one. Maybe you'll have to reschedule your visit. You know where the exit is. With that, the man retreated to a room. Seeing this, Naruto looked at the group and nodded, signaling the start of the infiltration. As the group infiltrated, they surveyed the entire place when they heard a noise, causing them to duck into the shadows. They saw people emerging from a room. Knowing they were safe, they approached so Naruto could begin hacking the security panel, managing to find the password. With it, they opened the door and entered the room, finding several computers. Sakura. Very well, sits down in front of a computer. NASA records everything, starts typing, let's see those purple lightning bolts. With that, she starts looking for the video when she realizes that everyone is watching her. Sakura. What? I wasn't going to sit idly by and listen to an audio recording about how to hack something. With that, everyone nods, letting Sakura continue. Elsewhere. The man who was with a group of children could be seen approaching Dr. Victor, who was typing something on a panel. Man. Dr. Victor, I need to talk to you about your references. Dr. Victor. Not now. Man. Dr. Victor, I'm your superior. Having said that, Dr. Victor moves away from the panel to approach the man. Dr. Victor. You have no idea how wrong you are. The man steps back a little before being caught in bandages and pulled upwards, revealing the mummy. At that moment, the Yenildushi appears as the mummy carries the man away. Dr. Victor. To Yenildushi, keep an eye on the boy, I don't want him interfering with our plans. With that, Yenildushi retires. With the group. Sakura could be seen finishing typing something. Sakura. Okay, these are pre-release images. Good, looks like we've got something. Naruto. Alright, you guys carry on while I investigate the surroundings. I have a feeling something's lurking. Everyone nods as Naruto leaves. With Naruto. The boy had left the room to start exploring the surroundings when he entered a simulator. Naruto. Wow, a simulator. Then he feels a presence behind him as he moves away, and just then the Yenildushi comes down, standing in front of Naruto. Naruto. Mockingly, hello little dog, how are you? The Yenildushi attacks Naruto, who quickly closes the door, but the alien barely manages to stop it. Seeing this, Naruto backs away, getting into a fighting stance. Even while on guard, Naruto sees the Omnitrix and then has an idea. Naruto. Activating the Omnitrix, it won't hurt to try. He turns the dial to find the alien silhouette. Once he finds it, he presses the dial, and a green light appears. When it fades, Naruto is gone. Instead, there's a mummy. Omnitrix, tell me what kind of DNA I'm using. Omnitrix. The DNA you're using, sir, is Thepkufin DNA. Thepkufin, huh? Well, I think I'll call it Snero. Just then, the alien heard a noise. Turning around, he saw that the Loban had managed to get inside and began dodging the alien's claw attacks, but in the end, the Yenildushi managed to hit Snero, sending him flying into the simulator. Snero. I see, this alien is tough. With that, they continue the fight. With Sharon, Myling, Naruto, Tomoyo and Sakura. Everyone watched Sakura continue typing. Sakura. Typing very well, this is the recording where the purple lightning strikes. Everyone was watching the recording intently when Myling. Wait, Kinomoto Sakura sees her, what's that? Upon understanding the question, Sakura enlarges the image so that everyone can see Dr. Victor on a platform. Sharon. Surprise Dr. Victor. Tomoyo. This is quite a coincidence. Naruto. We have to tell Ani-chan. Everyone nods to leave the room. But Naruto. He, even transformed into Snaroo, was dodging the Loban's attacks. Snaroo. How does this work? Dodges another attack, I'd better escape before I end up like the little wolf's chew toy. With that, he attacks the alien with his bandages, but the alien dodges them and falls on top of Snaroo, who, before being bitten, circles the Eneldushi snout to throw it away. Snaroo. Wow, this is similar to Haditen. At that moment, the Eneldushi attacks Snaroo, but Snaroo reacts quickly, entangling the alien's torso with his bandages and throwing it through a window, cracking it slightly. The simulator then activates, as a piece of the glass had fallen onto a button. Seeing this, the Eneldushi and Snaroo begin another fight, this time dodging the simulator. Snaroo leaps to grab onto the simulator and attacks the Eneldushi, who counters. Because he's holding onto the simulator, Snaroo doesn't fall and returns to strike the Eneldushi, who dodges and launches slingshots, which Snaroo easily evades. Then, the Eneldushi unleashes a sonic howl that shatters the simulator and the wall, allowing him to escape. Seeing this, Snaroo leaves the room through the hole. Snaroo. Looking around, where is it? Then he sees some shadows. Upon closer inspection, he realizes they are his friends and sister. Snaroo. Guys. Upon seeing him, everyone becomes wary, with a nervous Sharon and a frightened Myling. Then Tomoyo notices something. Tomoyo. Naruto, is that you? Upon hearing that, and looking more closely, the group realized that the alien in front of them was Naruto. Snaroo. Stands up, yes, it's me. Naruto. Sorry Ani-chan, we thought you were the other mummy. Snaroo. It's okay, anyone would think so. Then a noise is heard, followed by a red light. When it fades, Naruto is revealed. Naruto. The Eneldushi is here, it must be close. Sakura. Actually, we're not liking this. Dr. Victor was here when the lightning hit the shuttle, and now the werewolf has appeared. What's next? Sharon. Pointing at a spot, I think so. Everyone turns to look at the purple beams. Naruto. Sakura. Let's go see. They both blushed as they said the same thing at the same time, which amused Naruto, Tomoyo, and Myling, while Sharon felt a pang of jealousy. Putting that aside, they started walking. Time skip. They were all passing by a runway with old airplanes. Naruto. Looking around, the purple lightning came from here. Myling. What is this place? It gives me the creeps. Tomoyo. I did some research and they call it the graveyard. Naruto. Rockets, reactors, engines, capsules, each mission had a name. Sharon. Mercury, Gemini, Apollo. Naruto. NASA doesn't like to get rid of this stuff, Everyone was still watching when Naruto, and Sakura suddenly turned around, drawing the group's attention. Before they could ask, they saw the Eneldushi approaching. The Loban attacked them with its sonic howl, which the Narasaki trio quickly dodged, but the rest barely managed. The alien then stopped attacking and went into close combat with Sakura, who had grabbed a pipe and stunned the Loban with a chakra charge punch. Seeing it on the ground, Sakura quickly rejoined the group. They dodged some bandages and saw the mummy standing there, trying to grab one of them. Sakura. The mummy and the werewolf. At that moment, they all dodged another attack from Thepkufin's bandages. They continued dodging until Naruto was caught, causing him to randomly press the Omnitrix and transform into Kanonbolt. Kanonbolt. Very well, Kanonbolt can do the trick. With that, he begins to spin to attack the mummy, who had captured Sakura and Myling. Upon receiving the attack, the Thepkufin is sent flying, releasing Sakura and Myling, who are then captured by Kanonbolt. At that moment, the mummy captures Myling and then opens his bandages, revealing himself to everyone. Sakura. He's going to release the corrodium. Naruto. Not on my guard, hand seals Haditen. Bandage whip. With that, Naruto launches a whip of bandages toward Myling to pull her in, thus saving her from the corrodium. Even so, the mummy attacks but doesn't get very far as Kanonbolt ends up crushing it. At that moment, the Eneldushi reappears but is thrown far away by Kanonbolt himself. Kanonbolt. Transforms into a sphere. Leave my friends alone. He is then struck by an attack and falls backward, requiring Sakura to tend to him. Upon seeing the source of the attack, they recognize Dr. Victor. Dr. Victor. I was recruited from the Omnitrix, but you're not the only one with the power to transform. But that, Dr. Victor's clothes began to tear as his body began to change, eventually revealing its new form. Anonbolt. I think we're in trouble. At that moment, Dr. Victor jumped to stand in front of the group while the mummy and the Eneldushi landed on either side of him. Dr. Victor. I want them eliminated before takeoff, you know what, I'd better do it myself. At that moment, the alien fires beams at a structure, which falls on top of the group of children aliens. The Eneldushi approaches and begins to sniff around. Dr. Victor. That's enough, we need to prepare for takeoff. With that, the trio of aliens retreated. A few seconds later, Kanambolt emerged from the rubble, having absorbed the full force of the collapse. A red light then appeared. As it dissipated, Naruto was revealed. Sharon. I have a bad feeling they're going to release that thing called corrodium from that spaceship. Naruto. Okay, we need to split up. Sharon, Myling, and Tomoyo will take care of the ship. Sakura, Naruko, and I will deal with Dr. Victor and his crew. Myling. Slightly annoyed who put you in charge. Sharon should be the leader. Naruko. Listen, Myling, I admit Lee knows how to make plans, but Ani-chan already spoke. Besides, Lee and Tomoyo-chan might know how to stop the launch while you defend them. And as for us, we're the only ones with superior chakra control, which gives us an advantage. Sharon. I hate to admit it, but she's right. Myling just huffed with some annoyance and started to separate. Naruto, Naruko and Sakura. The three were behind some structures, stealthily following the aliens. They continued until they saw the trio of aliens enter a capsule. They exchanged glances, nodded, and entered. Upon seeing the interior, they began to descend silently. Once a little lower, they spotted Dr. Victor with the Eneldushi. Dr. Victor. Did you understand the instructions? The signal must be aligned when the projection begins. With that, both aliens climbed onto a platform which began to rise as the trio of children clung to the cables. Upon reaching the top, the trio saw cables connect to Dr. Victor, charging him with electricity. Once fully charged, the alien generated a portal which pulled the Eneldushi into the village where the children had fought the alien. Seeing this, the trio discreetly began to climb and move away. With the Eneldushi. They had arrived at a cave where there was a structure, the most notable feature of which was an antenna. With Sharon, Myling and Tomoyo. The trio had arrived at the control room and found it completely empty. Myling. Where is everyone? Sharon. They must have kicked them out, I don't know why. Sits down, we should go inside the main computer. With that, he starts typing, trying to find something. Tomoyo. Hey, I have a question. They both paid attention to him, although Sharon was still on the computer. Tomoyo. How do you feel when you're with others? Neither of them understood. Myling. What do you mean, what do you feel when you're with others? Tomoyo. Yes, what do you feel when you're with others? Well, when I'm with Sakura I feel like I'm with a great friend, I feel comfortable and I can be myself. With Naruto I feel protected, I feel like I have a brother looking out for me. This surprised them both, since simply saying that meant Tomoyo saw Naruto as a brother. This made Sharon start to reflect on his feelings for the trio, realizing that he saw Naruto as a rival, Naruko as a confidant, and Sakura as a little sister. Upon reaffirming his feelings, Sharon was surprised to find he wasn't attracted to Sakura. What he felt was more like an older brother. It was then that he realized his deepest desire was to have a younger brother or sister. With that, he continued typing. Sharon. Looking at the screen, thanks, access denied, types a little more, all possible routes are also closed. Myling. Who would have thought that Dr. Monster was a genius with computers? Tomoyo. I think we'll have to close it from inside the ship, searches for something in her clothes, if the corrodium is inside we'll have to use this. With that, he pulls out 3 red gem-shaped objects. Tomoyo. These are gems charged with Biju chakra, each of you take one and let's go to the others. They both nod and each take a gem to leave, unaware that hidden nearby were 2 people bound with bandages. Naruto, Naruko and Sakura. They were hiding behind a structure with Sakura on the ground and the Otsutsuki brothers above her, attached using chakra, watching Dr. Victor. Sakura. What's he doing? Naruko. I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. Naruto. We need to be quick. The 3 looked at each other and nodded, and Naruto and Naruko used Supaten. Acceleration to begin moving at full speed. Sakura used Naruko's skates, which had the same effect as the previous jutsu, to move at the same pace as her friends. Just as they were about to land a blow, the alien turned and struck each of them, sending them flying. Naruko. In pain, wow, she has good reflexes. Dr. Victor. You're not going to stop me, kids. With that, it charges up purple electricity and begins firing at the children, who dodge as best they can. In a moment of carelessness, Sakura is caught by the alien, who intends to tear her in half, but Sakura quickly transforms her ki into a staff and delivers a few swift blows to the alien, who releases her, allowing Sakura to move away. Then, the cables connect to the alien's back to charge it and it appears annoyed. The R Victor. These games have made me fall behind quite a bit. But that, he generates a large amount of purple electricity to create a portal which was attracting the children inside, who barely managed to escape and then saw the alien on a platform next to a machine. Sakura. What are you going to do about that? Dr. Victor. They are very strong, but their presence won't change anything. Takes a remote control, everything is ready. Watch. With that, he pressed a button which activated the ship they were in. But Sharon, Myling and Tomoyo. They were climbing using the gems with Biju Chakra when they felt it start to shake. Myling. What's happening? Sharon. Main engine's ignition, looks like this is about to take off. Myling. Ignition. And the countdown. Tomoyo. Well, looks like we're going to become astronauts, turn the gems to your right. But that, the three of them do that, making the chakra cloaks turn into spacesuits, although that would shorten the chakra. But that, the ship takes off. Naruto, Naruko and Sakura. The trio was worried about their companions when they noticed Dr. Victor taking some tubes to start charging electricity. Naruto. Serious, I don't know what your plan is, but it's over, Frank Kenro. Dr. Victor. Oh no, it's not my plan, it's the master's, it always was. But that, the electricity is directed to the center of the room and directed to a structure. Naruko. Did you say master? Who is that? Wait a moment, I know this place. Dr. Victor. Yes, it's where they thought they destroyed my master, but they were wrong. But that, a substance began to seep out from all sides, gathering before the eyes of the children, who were surprised, nervous, and frightened. Then the substance coalesced, followed by a small explosion that revealed Phantasmatico. Ghostly. I'm alive. Naruto Naruko Sakura. In shock ghostly. The children were in shock at the sight of their old enemy as Dr. Victor knelt before them. Dr. Victor. Master, everything is ready for your return. Naruto. How can this be? I saw him right in front of me. But Sharon, Myling and Tomoyo. They were in space, still wearing their chakra suits. Sharon. Okay, the worst is over. But that, they entered the ship without knowing that they were being followed by the mummy. Naruto, Naruko and Sakura. They were watching Ghostfriak. Ghostly. Approaches you and I have a game to finish, Naruto Otsutsuki. But that, he starts laughing while the trio of children watched him, serious and scared. Fear of the dark. Flashback. The events that happened in the chapters Neurolobo, the mutant mummy and in the previous chapter begin to be seen. End of flashback. Naruto, Naruko and Sakura are seen watching Phantasmatico. Ghostly. Approaches you and I have Naruto Otsutsuki on our watch. But that, he starts laughing while the trio of children watched him, serious and scared. Naruto, Naruko and Sakura could be seen running in different directions, also using shadow clones, while Ghostfriak tried to find the Omnitrix wielder. Suddenly, the ghost alien appeared in front of the original Naruto, who ran in another direction, but Dr. Victor suddenly appeared before him, almost causing him to lose his balance. Naruto then jumped, swinging on a cable, while Naruko distracted Dr. Victor. Some distance away, Naruto let go, only to be caught by Sakura, who was using the fly face. Naruto, thanks Sakura. Sakura. You're welcome. With that, they fly off, pursued by Phantasmatico. Naruto then jumps to hide, making Phantasmatico move away from Sakura. Ghostly. What's wrong, Naruto? Aren't you happy to see me? Appearing next to Naruto, haven't you learned that nothing can stop me? With that, Naruto runs off to press the Omnitrix in random mode, transforming into gray matter. The alien looks up and sees Dr. Victor leap to the ground to try and catch him, but gray matter manages to slip through a small gap in the floor tiles. Ghostly. Find him, I couldn't merge with him when he's transformed into an alien, but it's just a matter of time before he returns to his original form. With that, he leaves, unaware that Sakura was floating above them, still under the effect of the fly, and had overheard the conversation. But Sharon, Myling and Tomoyo. The trio of children were going back and forth across the plane using the Biju Chakra cloak. Myling. Shouldn't we be looking for that stone? Sharon. It's easier to bring the ship back than to search everywhere for the corrodium. Myling. But are you sure we can pilot this thing? They both remained silent, as they hadn't thought of that. But Phantasmatico and Dr. Victor. The alien duo continued searching for gray matter. Dr. Victor. Why do we continue to follow this little pest when the plan is so close to becoming a reality? Upon hearing that, Phantasmatico turns to look at him and lunges at him. Dr. Victor. Somewhat scared master receives the impact of Phantasmatico new. Dr. Victor is sent crashing into a wall, then slammed to the ground and finally thrown into some tanks while Phantasmatico emerges from his body. Ghostly. Don't be stupid, that little pest can ruin everything I've planned, follow my orders or suffer the consequences. With that, he leaves the place. On gray matter. He was walking, trying to find a way to use his transformation. Gray matter. Teacher. I don't like the sound of that. But that, you climb onto a cable to descend about 40 meters until you reach the end of the cable to see a control panel. Gray matter. And I don't like how this looks either. But that, he starts communicating with everyone using the control panel. Gray matter. Guys. Tomoyo. Naruto. Smiling. What is that thing? Sakura. It's gray matter, Tomoyo, where are you? Sharon. We're on the ship, we had no other choice. Naruto. We're getting off topic, what's wrong, Oni-chan? Gray matter. I've figured out what you're planning, you're going to project a corrodium beam at the Eneldushi village's reception area. Naruto. Which will spread across the entire earth. Tomoyo. So that's why you stole the equipment. Sakura. A corrodium beam that size will cause every living being to mutate. Gray matter. That's not all, with the sun blocked, Gostriak will be at his maximum power all the time. Sharon. In shock Gostriak. Gray matter, yes Dr. Victor brought back Gostriak. He's behind all of this, the wolf, the mummy, everything. Tomoyo. Wait a minute, takes outer gem as a compass according to the gem, the corrodium is moving. Smiling. How can it move? Tomoyo. Unless. With that, the trio Sharon, Smiling, Tomoyo are dragged away by the mummy's bandages while screaming. Sakura Naruto Gray matter. Limeilingnomoyo. Suddenly, an earthquake struck, causing gray matter to cut off communication and hide, watching as Dr. Victor and Gostriak descended. Hidden, he scanned his surroundings, trying to think of a solution. Upon seeing several objects, he began working against the clock just as the Omnitrix started beeping. Gray matter. Oh no. With that, a red flash appeared, alerting Dr. Victor. But Sharon, Smiling and Tomoyo. They had managed to escape from the mummy thanks to a failed spell by Sharon. Smiling. We're safe thanks to Sharon, who needs those aliens. Tomoyo. Scared, oh no, this is bad, we're in an air void. With that, he begins trying to open the hatch with Sharon's help, and then the three of them watch as the mummy grabs the lever and pulls it down, causing the hatch to open and dragging the trio of children out, who scream and put on their chakra armor. Seeing this, the mummy retreats, but the children had managed to grab onto a part of the space station. Sharon. Wow, I never thought I'd be in space, especially not at this age. Tomoyo. Anything is possible in life, but we have to move fast. The gems will run out quickly, and even though we have 3 spares, it's best to move. These suits won't last long. With that, the trio starts to move. But Naruto. He was hiding, using his chakra to recharge the Omnitrix. Suddenly, he saw his hiding place being forcibly opened, revealing that Dr. Victor was responsible. Upon seeing him, he grabbed the object he had created as gray matter and hid it. Naruto. You haven't reconsidered joining the good guys, have you? Dr. Victor grabbed Naruto by the wrist and threw him to the ground. But what no one saw was that the wrist Dr. Victor grabbed was the one containing the Omnitrix. Naruto was getting up when he saw Gostriak standing in front of him. Ghostly. Soon the earth will be mine, but first the Omnitrix. Naruto. I'll never allow it, but if you want to be incredible, pulls out the object he built, take this, freak. Phantasmatico sees the object and laughs. Even so, Naruto steps back a little and starts firing, revealing it to be a mini solar beam weapon, which injures Phantasmatico, causing him to retreat. Naruto. Solar gun, a gift from my good friend Gray Matter. Dr. Victor. Worried master. Annoyed, you'll pay for your insolence, boy. With that, he attacks Naruto with electricity, causing a large part of the ground to explode and knock him to the ground. The alien goes to look and smiles, but far away, Sakura is flying on her staff, with Naruto behind her. They both see a lever, then a beam held by chains. Seeing this, they understand the situation and stealthily climb down from the staff. Together, they pull the lever, causing the beam to fall and strike Dr. Victor, sending him into some cables and causing an overload that knocks him out of the fight. Naruto. Well, that was easy enough, but now we need to come up with a plan to get to space for Lee, Smiling, and Tomoyo. Sakura. I ran into Naruto, and she said she'd take care of it, though she also said she could use some help. With that, they rush to find something to help Naruto and the other trio when the Omnitrix reactivates. Sakura. I think upgrade will work. Naruto. I thought so too. With that, Naruto becomes an upgrade, allowing both of them to jump and reach the ground. Upgrade. Sakura, you help Naruto, I have Dr. Victor, I trust you. Sakura nodded to leave, but in her heart she felt happy to hear the words, I trust you. Once she was out of sight, Upgrade fused with a machine in front of him, creating a rocket. But just then, Dr. Victor appeared, possessing a part of the object that overloaded him. Upon seeing the rocket, the alien lunged to attack and seize it, while Upgrade launched the rocket into space. Then, Upgrade's head reappeared. Upgrade. You are annoying. Dr. Victor tries to damage Upgrade with electricity, but Upgrade recharges and fires a green beam from his eye at Dr. Victor's face. Dr. Victor rubs his face, only to be met with a punch from Upgrade. In space. Sharon, Myling, and Tomoya were seen wearing Chara's armor as they walked up some stairs while moving. Sharon. There must be an access panel around here. Myling. How do you know, Sharon? Sharon. The internet. Tomoya. There it is. And it was true, they had reached an access gate. But the mummy. He had arrived at a location that was a tank for storing the corrodium. Upon opening the door, the alien inserted the corrodium, activating the machine. Seeing this, the mummy aligned the antenna while a countdown played. I don't believe it. As the mummy turns around, it receives a double blow from Sharon and Naruto while the transmission had aborted. The mummy doesn't stop and attacks the children, with Myling joining in and Tomoya and Sakura helping by throwing things, causing the mummy to pay attention and attack them with its bandages. On Upgrade. The Mechamorph alien was still flying in its rocket, trying to knock Dr. Victor down with its I-beam and throwing punches, all of which Dr. Victor blocked or dodged. Upgrade then looked toward the space station. Upgrade. Okay, this is the stop. That detaches it from the rocket, shutting it down and leaving it adrift while it attaches to the station. Upgrade. Watching the rocket leave. Thanks for flying with Upgrade, goodbye. With that, he enters the station while Dr. Victor is left adrift in space. Inside the space station. The group of children were seen bound by the mummy's bandages when Upgrade appeared, drawing the group's attention. Sakura. Naruto. Upgrade. Who else? With that, he fires a beam from his eye, hitting the mummy and freeing the group. Upgrade. Someone open the hatch. Sakura goes and does it, but when the mummy is about to attack, it's hit by a beam from Upgrade, pulling it inside the hatch. Before it can attack, the mummy is sealed away by Sakura. After that, everyone regroups. The Omnitrix runs out of power, allowing Upgrade to revert to Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto quickly uses his chakra to recharge the Omnitrix and repair his genetics, as using the watch damages them. Then a noise is heard. Naruto. Wait. Something's not right. Then they hear the panel say target located. Upon hearing this, everyone turns to see the lever on the panel move and Gostriak appear. Myling. What is that? Sharon, Sakura, Naruto. Serious ghostly. Naruto. Somewhat surprised. How did you get here? Ghostly. Seize them. You're not the only one who can reach space. Sakura. Serious, we already stopped you. So we can do it again. Ghostly. Too late. With that, the shot is launched towards Yoneldushi, then to 2 satellites, and finally with the Earth being covered by a corrodium ray, greatly affecting humanity. Ghostly. Darkness will reign, the Earth will be totally mine, ha 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 ha. The group moves closer to try and stop the beam, while Gostriak frees the mummy. Suddenly, they are all wrapped in bandages to pull them away from the panel, and closer to the mummy and Gostriak. Ghostly. And now, what will I do with you? Myling. Scared. Whatever you do, don't throw us into space. Ghostly. Excellent idea, seize the mummy, take off your suits. With that, the mummy takes the gems from Tomoya, Myling, and Sharon. Myling. Now, Sharon. With that, Sharon draws his sword and uses the freeze card to freeze the mummy. This was witnessed by Phantasmatico. Ghostly. Looking at the group, you've learned some new tricks, kid. Naruto. He's not the only one. With that, he searches for the silhouette of an alien in his Omnitrix. Upon finding it, he presses the dial, generating a green light that, when it dissipates, reveals a new alien. Upon seeing it and remembering the skills, he is held up to the ground by electricity. Electromagnetic body, great, it's time to use Frankenstrick. Upon seeing this, Phantasmatico attacks Frankenstrick, who blocks the attacks and counterattacks. Then Phantasmatico grabs the alien's hands and gives the phantom alien an electric shock, causing it to retreat. Sharon. At the control panel, the controls are off. Sakura. And without that, we can't turn off the corrodium beam. Frankenstrick. Charging electricity. Let's see if this little beam solves the problem. But it doesn't end there, as Gostriak appears, making them both intangible and sending them into space. Once in space, Frankenstrick becomes electromagnetic to cling to a part of the station. Frankenstrick. Very well, you and me, monster versus monster. Ghostly. Ha 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 ha, here in the darkness of space, I'm at my full potential. With that, he undergoes a transformation as his power increases. Frankenstrick is momentarily shocked, only to receive a blow that sends him crashing into a wall, but he manages to recover using electromagnetism. Frankenstrick sees the transmitter and tries to go there, but is intercepted by Gostriak. Ghostly. Stay away from that stupid transmitter. Frankenstrick. Annoyed make me. With that, he charges up electricity to launch at Phantasmatico, who returns the attack using a beam from his chest. Upon colliding, both tried to gain ground without noticing that the ship had detached. On the ship. You could see Sakura. Yep, it was Sakura who was driving the ship with Myling and Sharon on either side of her. Myling. Kinomoto, how can he even drive this thing? Sakura. It's all thanks to Kiro. We always play airplane games, though I'm nervous something bad might happen. Sharon. Observing something, what the heck is that? Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Dr. Victor returning in the rocket to crash into the ship and try to stop it. Sakura. I bet Apsen didn't have to deal with this. That's when they start to struggle. Both Tomoyo and Naruto. Both were trying to reactivate the control panel, which caused a small overload that sent them flying, only to be met by the mummy, whose freeze spell had already worn off. Seeing this, they quickly separated to dodge an attack from the mummy. The mummy continued attacking, but they easily dodged the blows thanks to the zero gravity. Naruto then bumped into a door, which she realized was the bathroom door, so she opened it while discreetly winking at Tomoyo. Naruto. I have to go now. With that, he enters the bathroom so the mummy can attack the door and destroy it while she moves to the side. Naruto. What busy thing doesn't tell you anything? The mummy doesn't respond, it only attacks so that Naruto can slip away and Tomoyo can hit the mummy, causing its bandages to go into the toilet and activate it. Naruto. Mockingly, don't forget to clean up before you leave. They both celebrate by hugging each other. But when they do, they are surprised and blush deeply. On Frankenstrick. He dodges an attack from Phantasmatico and then returns it with an electric attack, which Phantasmatico dodges. Phantasmatico fires a lightning bolt that collides with one of Frankenstrick's. Ghostly. Every minute that passes brings me closer to being human, it will be a pleasure to see you explode in the void of space. This shocked Frankenstrick, causing him to take the full force of the attack and be sent flying, but he was caught by the mummy, who struck him with the station. At that moment, Frankenstrick saw a light. Ghostly. Charging a beam, it's time to end it. Then they see the ship and the rocket approaching their positions, then they see both turn and the ship deactivate its thrusters so that both go directly towards the antenna, destroying it. Phantasmatico. No. With that, the corrodium ray disappeared while the living beings of Earth returned to normal. Ghostly. Annoyed, turns to Frankenstrick, you'll pay for what you've done. With that, he unleashes a powerful beam, while Frankenstrick uses his electricity to dodge and avoids the beam aimed at the mummy. Frankenstrick tries to punch Gostfriak, who becomes intangible and enters the station, as Frankenstrick's fist strikes the station itself. Gostfriak reappears, as does Dr. Victor, who uses his electricity to fire a powerful beam that hits nowhere and generates an orange sphere that absorbs the mummy and attracts everything else. But Frankenstrick launches an electrical attack at Dr. Victor, causing him to break free and be absorbed by the sphere, which then disappears. Frankenstrick. 2 out, 1 to go. Looks for Gostfriak, where did he go? But he can't think clearly because an explosion occurs and then he sees the space station begin to explode. Frankenstrick. Naruto. Tomoyo. At the space station. Naruto and Tomoyo were watching as the station slowly exploded, then saw Frankenstrick make his appearance only to transform into Naruto. Naruto. It doesn't matter, I'll just recharge it with chakra and that's it. Tomoyo. But there's no time, this module is going to depressurize. With that, the trio activates their gems to obtain the chakra armor and are launched into the void, clinging on to avoid getting lost. And then, already in space, the station explodes. With Tomoyo, Naruto and Naruto. The trio watched as they slowly drifted away, only to be picked up by the ship. On the ship. Everyone seemed ready to go to Earth, although they could see that Sakura was having some difficulties, but Naruto was helping her. Tomoyo. I think saving Earth is better than going to the moon. Ahahaha. Then Phantasmatico appears and takes Naruto from the Omnitrix to take him somewhere else. With Naruto. The child could be seen in the back struggling with Phantasmatio. Ghostly. You've only delayed my plans. Once I have control of the Omnitrix, Earth will be nothing but garbage. What I didn't know was that Sakura was also in the room. Sakura. Naruto. The gate. Naruto just smiles. Ghostly. You smiled before your death, how admirable. Naruto. I'm not smiling because of my death, but because of yours. Then Sakura opens the gate. Sakura. Naruto. Ahara. With that, the ship makes a 180 degrees turn, causing the sunlight to hit Phantasmatico directly and disintegrate him. The hatch then closes, but the ship begins to destabilize. Sakura. Damn it. I caused too much damage to the ship when we destroyed the transmitter, the ship is going to explode. With that, the ship explodes, but not before something flies out of the blast. That something was Kanonbolt in his spherical form. On Earth. Something had fallen in a deserted place. That something was Kanonbolt, who unfurled, revealing the other 5 children. Kanonbolt. Ow, that hurts. Then a red light appears, revealing Naruto. Naruto. That was exhausting. Sharon. We were technically in space all day. Sakura. But it was fun. Well, if we don't count Gostfria coming back. Extends her hand team. They all smile and extend their hands, joining them together. Sakura. And we won't see Gostfriak anymore. But the Omnitrix recharges, revealing a silhouette. Sakura. Ghostly. Naruto. Damn. With that, they set out to begin their journey back to civilization and also discover that they had landed in Egypt. The dark work. It was a new day and many people were arriving at Tomoda Elementary School since it was Arts Week. But we'll focus on the auditorium. There, several adults could be seen waiting for the performance to begin, while behind the curtain, all the children were getting ready. Sakura. Finishing helping Rika. What do you think? Rika. Thank you so much for helping me, Sakura. Chiharu. I'm dying of nerves. Naoko. I hope we don't mess up our lines. Although, does anyone remember what happened after that purple lightning bolt 3 days ago? Rika and Chiharu deny it, while Sakura stiffens with nerves. She hasn't told anyone, not even her family, that she went to space with her friends. Sakura. A little nervous. Don't worry about that. Besides, I know the play will go well. You practiced a lot. Naoko. Thank you, but Sakura, what happened to your costume? Sakura. Naruto and Tomoyo said you'd be in charge of making my costume and Naruto's, but you haven't arrived yet. You should be here soon. The four of them saw Naruto and Sharon leaning against the wall, but it was clear that Naruto was nervous and embarrassed. Just then, the door opened. Sorry for the delay. Everyone sees Naruto and Tomoyo enter, each carrying a bag, causing Sakura to approach. Sakura. Tomoyo, Naruto. Tomoyo. We worked all night to get them ready, and that's because we still weren't used to not being in zero gravity anymore. Sakura just laughed a little nervously because it was true, the 6 who went to stop Dr. Victor, the mummy, the already ghostly Inaldushi, still hadn't recovered from not being in zero gravity, and it took them about a day to be fully recovered. Sakura. I already said this, but are you alright? Tomoyo. You're going to wear this outfit, Sakura, and there's no way I can miss it. That made Sakura sweat drop and laugh nervously. With that, Tomoyo took Sakura, who was flustered, and Naruto took her brother, who looked more dead than alive. In the auditorium, all the tutors could be seen waiting for the play to begin, but among them were Yukido and Toya. Yukido. It's a shame your dad didn't come. Toya. Yes, it's true. He said he couldn't miss this dig. Gets his camera ready. I was really sad because he's going to miss it. Yukido. Although I was a little worried about the kids. You saw them, they were seasick for hours when they got off the ferry. But putting that aside, are you going to take pictures? Toya. Yes, my dad asked me to. Yukido. Looks at the schedule. Sakura's group is going to present their play first. It's Sleeping Beauty. Looks at Toya. By the way, you were in Cinderella last year too, Toya. Toya just stares at him with annoyance, recalling the moment he acted out and how Naruto captured every second of that humiliating moment on video. Just remembering it fills him with shame. Toya. Don't remind me. Yukido. Why? You looked great. The photographer said yours were the best sellers and that's how they were able to buy more stock. Toya. Looking at Yukido angrily. The club manager sold my photos. Yukido nodded while Toya had already given up. Yukido decided to check the schedule. Yukido. What kind of role did Sakura get? Smiles. I'm dying to know. Behind the curtain. The students were seen practicing or getting ready when Sakura appeared. Upon seeing her, everyone was surprised by her outfit. Chiharu. Sakura, you look spectacular. Everyone confirmed it while Sharon just watched in amazement. Sakura. The outfits Tomoyo makes are amazing. Yes, you look good in that outfit. When Sakura turned around, she looked towards where the voice was coming from, revealing Mizuki, who made a face that she was a little surprised, but if you looked closely, you could see that she had already sensed it. Sakura. Professor Mizuki, yay, I can already feel her presence a little, just like Naruto, Naruko, and Lee. Mizuki. It will allow you to move more freely. Whatever happens, you won't have any problems. Sakura was slightly surprised as her instincts began to prickle for no apparent reason, but she would heed them. They had always helped her. At that moment, Mizuki left. Are you serious? Sakura turns to look towards where the voice came from. I don't want to go out dressed like that. Then Naruto comes out in his costume from the play. Yes, I made it in a gacha app. It's the only one that lets me create characters with outfits I want. Sakura watched him with amusement while the other students began to look. Some started to approach, praising him or getting a closer look at the outfit. Among them were more girls. Naruto and Tomoyo watched with amusement, glancing at Sakura, who had her eyes closed and a smile on her face. They both thought she was also amused by Naruto in the outfit, but they were startled when they saw something. What they saw was Sakura, now showing signs of jealousy, pulling out a knife and slightly opening her eyes, revealing eyes as red as rubies. Both were frightened as Sharon stood ready to prevent a genocide, but seeing the students moving away from Naruto, who was already overwhelmed, Sakura calmed down and put the knife in her suit, partly calming the trio. Note 1. It should be clarified that Sakura is very good at hiding things, especially weapons. Note 2. When it comes to weapons, Sakura discovered that her taste and strength lie in sharp-pointed weapons, especially knives. Time skip. Tomoyo was seen heading to a small studio with a script in her hands. It had taken them a while to calm Sakura down, who didn't know why she felt jealous. Anyway, when they arrived at the studio, Kiro came out of his hiding place. Kiro? Hello Tomoyo, I've come to see the play. Tomoyo, welcome Kiro. Kiro? Why did you take so long? Tomoyo? I'll just say it had something to do with Sakura. Kiro nodded, though deep down he was worried, especially seeing Tomoyo's face. Something told him that, for the moment, the girl didn't want to remember that event. Tomoyo decided to forget that memory for now and get everything ready for the play. Once everything was ready, she announced that it was the third call. Tomoyo, speaker. Excuse the wait, from now on the 5th grade classroom 2 will present the play Sleeping Beauty of the Forest. That turns off the lights, making everyone pay attention. Tomoyo, horn. Long ago, in a castle, lived a king and queen. Their kingdom was the most glorious, and they lived in harmony. However, despite having been together for so long, the king and queen had no children. And the spectators? Yukido. The narrator is Tomoyo, right? Tomoyo nodded. In the play. Tomoyo, horn. Until finally, a beautiful princess was born in that happy kingdom. As he spoke, the curtain opened as the light came on, revealing several children in guards' costumes, while in the center stood 2 children dressed as a king and queen. I will only put the name and their role first, and then continue with just names. Yamazaki, queen. Today we will celebrate the little princess's birthday party, we want everyone present to wish you well. And the spectators. Toya, who saw the scene, was quite surprised. Toya. That queen is represented by a child. Looks closely and the brat is the king. Indeed, the king was Sharon. In the play. Then Chiharu, Naoko and Rika arrive, the trio representing the fairy godmothers. Chiharu. Bowing, we are the 3 fairy godmothers. Naoko. Bowing, and we have come to give you. Rika. Bowing, something special for that beautiful princess. Both kings nod for the trio of fairies to approach the baby. Chiharu. She will have the gift of beauty that will shine like a rainbow. Rika. A privileged voice that will be sweeter than the song of a bird. Naoko. I will give her. Then the lights went out and another light shone in a certain direction. Looking more closely, they saw Myling dressed as a villain. Myling, villain. Laughs maliciously, it looks like you're having a fabulous party today. Serious, although, for some reason, I didn't receive an invitation. Chiharu. Annoyed, who dared to call such a wicked witch as you? Myling. Wicked witch? I don't know who you're talking about. Yamazaki. We're so sorry, but we were told you don't like happy gatherings. Myling. Arriving with the king and queen, yes, it's true, I don't like happy gatherings. But what I can't stand is being ignored. Well then I'll also give this princess something very special. All the villagers will love her dearly and she'll live a healthy and happy life in the kingdom every day. Smiles maliciously, however, when she turns 16, she'll find a spinning wheel and prick her finger, she's illuminated with red light and she'll die. But that, she laughs wickedly as she leaves and the fairies watch her with surprise and fear. Rika. Myling acted sensationally. Chiharu. But she refused to play the villain during rehearsals. Naoko. Actually, she plays her part well. Then Naruko's head appears, watching them. Naruko. Actually, the girls look at her, I was the one who helped her practice and perfect her role. But that, she leaves, leaving the girls now knowing how Myling achieved her performance. Then the queen approaches the audience. Yamazaki. Oh. But what a terrible thing, the princess has received the curse of the evil witch. Then the fairies approach. Chiharu. Oh, how cruel. Yamazaki. Sees the fairies, don't you know a way to remove that curse? Naoko. I haven't given the princess my gift yet. Waves her wand. When the princess turns 16, she will prick her finger on a spindle, but she won't die. She will only fall asleep. The princess will be freed from the evil witch's terrible curse by finding her true love, who will kiss her, and in that way, she will awaken. The entire crowd begins to applaud. In the studio. Hiro was applauding the demonstration. Hiro. To Tomoyo, everyone's acting really well, and I was surprised that the brat is the king, I'm saying that for you too. Tomoyo. Thank you so much. Hiro. Even the role of the wicked witch suits that little girl. Approaches the glass and tell me, sees Tomoyo how long until Sakura and Naruto appear on stage. Tomoyo. It'll be in the next one, Kiro. With that, Tomoyo presses a button. Outside the studio. Tomoyo, horn. The king listened attentively to the wicked witch's curse and ordered all the spinning wheels in the village to be burned so that his daughter wouldn't risk her life. The inhabitants obeyed the orders and all the spinning wheels disappeared from the kingdom. 16 years passed and the princess grew into a beautiful young girl. In the play. The lights come on, revealing the queen on her throne. Yamazaki. Princess. Yes, mother. With that, the princess enters the scene. In the spectators. Toya. In shock, Naruto is the princess. In the studio. Hiro. Watching the scene. Oh, but it looks really good. In the play. The princess stopped to look at the crowd. There she saw Toya filming her and Yukito waving to her. Upon seeing Yukito, Naruto became serious, sensing something emanating from him, as if he possessed a different presence and magic. But upon seeing Toya, Naruto grew angry, feeling that Toya was acting out of revenge for what had happened before. Putting that aside, she prepared to act normally. Naruto, princess. What can I do for you, my dear mother? Yamazaki. Today we're celebrating your 16th birthday party. Go on, get changed quickly, my dear daughter. Naruto. Yes, as you wish. In the studio. Hiro, despite trying to appear serious, was eating popcorn with Tomoyo, which they had taken from a storage roll. They were both thanking Naruto and Naruko for teaching Tomoyo how to use chakra and Fuinjutsu. In the play. Tomoyo, horn. The princess returned to her room and at that moment she found a spinning wheel. Seeing the spinning wheel brought back memories of what had happened with the sand card, making Naruto blush and become nervous. He wasn't one to react this way, but knowing what was coming made him blush and flustered. Tomoyo, speaker. They were supposed to have disappeared from the kingdom. Naruto. Oh god, what could this be? With that, and using her acting skills, the princess slowly approached the spinning wheel, her eyes fixed on the tip, as if she were hypnotized, slowly raising her hand. On the other hand, Sakura saw all of this and was fascinated and surprised to see such talents that Naruto had, wondering if Naruto also had them. The princess held her finger close until it pricked the spindle. She stood motionless for a few seconds before falling to the ground. Just then, the queen appeared, running from the noise. Seeing the princess, the queen quickly approached. Yamazaki. Worried, oh my dear princess has died, my beautiful daughter. With that, he embraced the princess's body while crying. Your majesty is mistaken. The lights come on to reveal the three fairy godmothers. Rika. The princess just fell asleep. Naoko. After the special gift I gave her when she was born. Jiharu. We just have to wait for the young man who will wake the beautiful princess. With that, the curtain closed while the rest applauded. Behind the curtain. Sakura could be seen admiring Naruto's performance and also feeling nervous. Sakura. Nervous, it's my turn now. But then she became a little serious and rolled her eyes, implying that she was looking behind her, sensing someone. And sure enough, behind Sakura was Professor Mizuki. Now she understood Sharon's paranoia a little better. Mizuki was always keeping a close eye on them. In the studio. Tomoyo was seen preparing her camera. Tomoyo. I'll record Sakura's performance so I can remember it. Hiro. Wow, she's finally going to be on stage. In the play. That turns the lights on. Tomoyo, horn. Several months passed until finally a prince appeared in this kingdom. With that, the prince appears on the scene, although his movements were erratic they were also fluid, all thanks to the emotional control training that Naruto gave Sakura. In the spectators. Toya was surprised and almost fell while taking out his camera. Yukito. I didn't know Sakura had the role of the prince. Despite hearing him, Toya began taking pictures of Sakura. Thanks to the camera, he also noticed something. Small touches of red in Sakura's eyes. In the play. Sakura turned to look at the audience and noticed Yukito waving to her. This surprised her and made her blush slightly. Sakura. Yukito. In the studio. Hiro and Tomoyo were admiring Sakura. Hiro. Oh, it looks excellent. Tomoyo. And it took Naruto and me 2 days to make it. Tomoyo was still watching when her mind played a little trick on her, making her see Naruto wearing the outfit instead of Sakura. That made her blush. In the play. Sakura decided to calm down to continue with the work, although that did not prevent her eyes from blinking red for a few milliseconds. Sakura, prince. Sees the castle, this must be the mysterious castle. We're waiting for you. As the prince turns around, he gets into a fighting stance and draws his sword. Sakura. Who's there? Just then the fairy godmothers appeared, but the prince didn't let his guard down. The fairies bowed. Rika. We are the fairy godmothers. We've been eagerly awaiting a brave young man to come to the castle. Sakura. Lowering her guard slightly, what? At that moment, the fairies look up. Jiharu. A beautiful princess sleeps in this castle. Naoko. She sleeps because of the curse the wicked witch placed upon her. Sakura. Lowers her sword. Oh, this must be a great suffering for you. Is there anything I can do to help? Rika. Of course, if you sincerely wish to help the princess. Sakura. Raises her sword. I possess this sword and great courage. I promise to free the beautiful princess from this terrible curse. With that, he sheathed his sword while the audience applauded. And the spectators. Yukido was clapping while Toya took pictures. Yukido. Sees Toya. Don't you think she looks fantastic? Toya just nodded. In the studio. Hiro. Clapping. You're doing great. Tomoyo. With a hand on her cheek. Sakura looks beautiful. In the play. Then the lights came on to reveal the wicked witch who was laughing. Smiling. You have finally come to me, my dear prince. The prince turned to look at the witch while pointing his sword at her. Sakura. Serious, you must be the wicked witch who made the princess suffer. Smiling. Vassals, finish off that prince. With that, several demons appear with spears to attack the prince. Sakura. Imagine a real fight. These accessories might not hurt us, but we need to make it more realistic. Do it just like you practiced with Naruto. Despite not wanting to, they nodded and lunged towards Sakura. The fight was spectacular, spear blows, slashes, attempted stabbing, everything seemed very real, and thanks to her combat experience and training with Naruto, Sakura's movements were even more realistic. And the spectators. Yukido was fascinated while Toya took pictures. Yukido. Clapping. That's amazing. Toya. Sports are the only thing he excels at. Yukido. Although let's not forget the training he has with Naruto. Toya couldn't refute anything because it was true. In the play. The prince was seen stabbing the evil witch who was beginning to die. Smiling. In agony. Damn it, the prince, he killed me. Sakura. Raises her sword. Poor thing, I've raised the wicked witch. Then a light turns on to reveal the princess lying in her bed. Upon seeing this, Sakura blushed as she remembered the events with the sand card and the previous ones where both of them were involved in what was to come. The prince decides to approach the bed to be next to the princess. Naruto was blushing while Sakura had a slight blush. It was obvious that both were very nervous and no longer knew whether to act or make the real kiss, but for some reason their hearts told them to make the real kiss. Sakura. Trying to hide her blush. Oh. But how beautiful the princess is. At that moment, the prince turned his gaze to look at the fairy godmothers. Rika. The only way to awaken the princess is. Jiharu. A tender kiss that demonstrates true love between you and her. Naoko. If you truly love the princess of this kingdom, please kiss her. With that, the lights go out, leaving only the prince and princess visible. The prince nods, turns to face the princess, and begins to approach her. In the studio. Hiro. Oh, but what an interesting scene this is. In the play. Everyone was watching what would happen. Meanwhile, Mizuki watched everything, slightly surprised when, for a very brief moment, Sakura looked at her with a serious expression. The prince was approaching to kiss the princess. In the spectators. Toya. Somewhat angry. I hope she doesn't dare kiss him because I'll. In the play. Naruto opened one eye slightly to see Sakura approaching to kiss him. This triggered a flood of memories and moments they had shared, causing him to blush even more. Mizuki, who had been watching, simply smiled. Then they both stopped and the room went completely dark. Off paper. Sakura. A Clow card. At that moment, Naruto was enveloped in darkness, causing Sakura to panic. Sakura. Kiro said she would stay in the booth with Tomoyo. Naruto is behind the curtain with Lee and Myling, looks around but I can't see where it is. At that moment Sakura started moving, calling for her friends, but nothing, she got no response, she didn't even feel herself moving. Sakura. I keep running and I haven't found anyone, please someone answer me, where did everyone go? At that moment Sakura falls and almost starts to cry. She may have gained more courage thanks to Naruto and the events with the Clow cards, but that doesn't change the fact that she is still a child who is easily frightened. Sakura. With an almost breaking voice, someone answer me. Am I all alone in this place? With Kiro. He was serious and confident in Sakura. Kiro. Come on Sakura, you must know the identity of the card to seal it. Han Sakura. She was crying, she was scared, she was afraid, very afraid, but then she started to dry her tears. Sakura. Crying won't solve anything, maybe everyone is afraid of the darkness here. Stands up. I know this is the work of a Clow card, so I'll try to solve this problem. Extends her hand with her key that holds the power of darkness, show your true form to Sakura, who accepted the mission with you. Release. But he was surprised to see that nothing was happening. Sakura. Can't I use my magic? Starts to get scared and denies it. Calm down, first I must think about what card it is, wait. This card has a certain kinship with Mighten, you are the card of darkness. Then the space begins to change, showing Sakura that she was right, but it also returned to how it was before. With Kiro. He watched everything that had happened with a serious expression. Kiro. He discovered her identity, but didn't have enough to seal it away. She also needs to realize that. I'm sure she'll manage it. Han Sakura. Sakura saw everything around her. Sakura. Saying his name won't work like the mirror card. I have to think of a way to get rid of all the darkness. I have to think of something. Looks at her hand, but if everything were dark, I wouldn't even be able to see my own hand. Looks at herself, why can I see myself now? Then the darkness begins to expand, alerting Sakura. With Kiro. Kiro. Serious, the darkness is spreading. If Sakura doesn't do something, she'll be trapped in darkness forever. Sakura, wake up. Han Sakura. The girl had created a spear of light and was using it to dispel the darkness. Sakura. The darkness is expanding and invading my body. Then the darkness engulfs her, invading her and frightening her even more. Sakura. Scared, calm down, nothing will happen, everything will be fine. The girl told herself that to calm down as a light began to envelop her. Sakura. I'm glowing, I see. Because I was glowing, that's why I could be seen in the dark. Then his spear of light begins to shine brighter, moving away and then forming a shape. Sakura is surprised to see her. Sakura. Are you a Clow card too? That's right, this is my form before being sealed. I've lived inside your heart since I escaped from the book. Sakura. I hadn't noticed. Maybe that's why I don't get so tired using Hikaten. I was pretty sure you wouldn't give up and I was able to get out because you noticed me. Now, let's move on to the next question. Winks, what element glows in the dark? Sakura. Hikaten and realizes light. You're the light card. The light. You guessed right. But the light generates a great light so that in front of the light it appears as a new figure. Sakura. So, you are the darkness or the dark? The dark turns to look at Sakura. The dark. I'm glad you noticed the light's presence, though I was sure you'd seal me back in that letter. The light. Of course, I'm the lady who lived inside his heart. The dark. And I'm inside Naruto. Sakura. Naruto. Like, what? The dark. You'll understand in due time. You can use your magic. You can seal us together. But Sakura took out her key and transformed it into a staff. Sakura was about to seal the cards when she saw them clustered together. At that moment, Sakura remembered her time with Naruto, their adventures, their sorrows, everything. This made Sakura understand how incredibly important Naruto was to her. He had been there for her through everything, even when things were dangerous. Sakura smiled and raised the staff. Sakura. Return to the humble form you deserve, hits an invisible card, Clow cards. With the sealing of the cards begins. The light. Nothing would please us more than saving you from yourself. The dark. You will be the one to judge you until the very end. The light dark. Good luck. Sakura. You. But the sealing process ends, revealing the new cards. Sakura. Excuse me, who is you? The dark. You is always by your side. The dark card goes to his hand. The light. Reaching Sakura's hand, but don't worry, you're different. I'm sure you can handle this. Besides, you have the spell. Sakura. The same thing happened as in the dream. The dark. But a warning. Sakura pays attention. The dark. Naruto and Naruko will be in danger from the red-haired woman. When you see her you will recognize her. When you finish with you, help them, they will need you. But the lights return, leaving Sakura surprised, Naruto standing there feeling that something was missing, and the spectators attentive. Sakura. That's great, everything's back to normal. But she hugs Naruto, who blushes deeply. In the studio. Tomoyo. What happened? I only saw darkness. Kiro. It was a Clow card. The dark card created a dark atmosphere that traps beings with magical powers and chakra users. Tomoyo. That's why the darkness. Kiro. Normal beings didn't notice the passage of time. Concentrates and glows, I sense the presence of the moon. Stops glowing and becomes serious. It seems we won't have to wait much longer before we meet again. Tomoyo heard that but didn't pay attention to it, she only saw her hand from which a pink energy came out, it was Mana. Behind the curtain. Izuki was seen watching the scene of the students with a smile, but she was looking more at Sakura. Izuki. You'll see, everything will be fine, yes. Outside the auditorium. Someone was watching from near a window. This person was wearing a hood. They were watching the children, specifically Sakura, Naruto, and Naruko. They were curious about Sakura and knew the other two. It's time to divide. It was a new day in the city of Tomoda, and right on the beach were the 6 children who had knowledge of the Clow cards. Smiling. Finally, some peace and quiet. Naruko. I agree with you, smiling, this is very gratifying. Everyone agreed, but Naruto was a little nervous. Naruto. I feel like something bad is going to happen and I can feel her presence very close, that damn realizes something, wait. That presence is. Naruto was deep in his thoughts when Sakura pulled him out of them. Sakura. Takes Naruto's hand. Let's go, Naruto. Let's have some fun. Naruto stared into Sakura's eyes, his face flushing. Whenever this happened, he tried to deny it, always tried to deny it. He didn't want to suffer through it again, but his body always betrayed him. With that, Naruto pushed the thought aside and focused on the present. Naruto. Smiles okay. With that, everyone started running to the beach, each in their swimsuits. While they were playing, Tomoyo couldn't help but stare at Naruto. Despite being a child, she was a bit more developed than the others, and this caused Tomoyo to have perverted thoughts for the first time. On the other hand, Sakura couldn't help but look at Naruto's body and blush, as he was the most muscular. The six continued playing, unaware that several boys and girls were staring at the Otsutsuki twins, making Tomoyo and Sakura want to protect what was theirs. Hearing this thought, both of them blushed, causing them to both get hit in the face by a ball and fall onto the sand. Naruto. Arriving with Naruto, are you okay? They both just gave a thumbs up. They both smiled to help them up. Time skip. The group of children could be seen away from the rest, eating the lunch they had brought. Sakura. This is delicious. They all agree with him when a shadow passes overhead. Looking up, the six barely dodge an attack from a large bird, accidentally activating the Omnitrix. Upon seeing that, Naruto observes the Omnitrix, noticing a new silhouette. He couldn't watch any longer as the bird began attacking and trying to catch them when Naruto fell to the ground, pressing the Omnitrix dial and generating a green light. When it dissipated, a new alien was revealed. Tomoyo. Another alien. It seems so, well, let's see what he can do. With that, he starts running towards the bird, dodging its attacks when it hits him, surprised to see that it did nothing to him, besides being sent far away by a blow from the bird. Sakura. Worried Naruto. Stands up. It seems you're not that strong, agile but not strong. At that moment, the bird lunged again, only to be kicked in the eye by Myling and then slashed by Sharon, blinding it. This caused the bird to try and eat them, but it was struck by a very mild yellow energy attack with an orange edge. Upon seeing its origin, everyone was surprised to discover it was Tomoyo. Sakura. Tomoyo? Tomoyo? I'll explain later. She nodded when they saw the bird grab Naruto to try and take him away, causing Naruto to grab his hands. Naruto? You won't take my brother. The children started helping by pulling, while the bird tried to take Naruto away when something happened. That something was that Naruto literally duplicated itself. Now there were two identical aliens holding on. Superscript 1, cool. Superscript 2, yeah, cool. Superscript 1, it'll be called Ditto. The ITTO Superscript 2. Yes. Ditto will be great Then the bird snatches DITTO Superscript 2 away, causing the rest to give chase. They continue the pursuit until the bird injures DITTO Superscript 2's ankle, causing DITTO Superscript 1 to feel the pain. The ITTO Superscript 1. It seems we share a common pain. Naruto. That's bad, if we continue like this that Ditto will probably die and Oni-chan will too. That frightened Sakura. Just then, a hooded figure appeared beside them. Myling. Who are you? An acquaintance of the Otsutsuki brothers. Upon hearing the voice, DITTO Superscript 1 and Naruto recognized it instantly. The ITTO Superscript 1 Naruto. H and a BI. The hooded figure smiles, but then becomes serious. Hanabi. We have to hurry or we'll lose the Ditto. Myling. Well, I think we already lost it. Sakura. Why? Myling. That's why. When they turned around, everyone saw the bird holding Ditto in its talon, then unleashing a burst of fire that created a wall of flames. With that, the bird flew off with DITTO Superscript 2 on its talon. Then, they started to use the Omnitrix, only to be surprised when nothing happened and the Omnitrix stopped beeping. Sakura. What's wrong? Why isn't Naruto transforming into a human? Naruto. It seems like it takes all the Ditto in one body. Hanabi. It seems so. Myling. Hey you, take off your hood, I feel a little insecure without seeing your face. Sharon. I agree with Myling this time. Hanabi nods and removes her hood. Upon seeing Hanabi, Sharon blushed slightly, while Ditto and Naruto hugged Hanabi. Ditto. I'm glad to see you again, Hanabi-chan. Hanabi. Me too, Naruto, or should I say Ditto. Ditto. Haha, you're so funny, blind girl. Hanabi. Angrily, don't call me that. Naruto. Anyway, why are you here? Hanabi. I came on behalf of Hinata. She explained what happened and told me she came here because I tortured her. Hinata did her best to hide her location. Look. With that, he shows a photo to shock the group, revealing the state of Hinata after she tried to conceal the Otsutsuki brothers' location. Hinata's eye was severely injured, almost lost, and she had cuts all over her body, split lips, bruises everywhere, broken arms, broken legs, and lash marks. She was bleeding profusely. Hinata had been brutally tortured. To give you an idea of Hinata's position. Hanabi. I know it's wrong to bring a picture of how Hinata ended up, but she asked for it, just so you know she's dangerous. Ido and Naruto were serious and angry while the rest were in shock looking at the photo. They knew who Hinata was and what she had done, but they never thought that in order to protect someone she would end up like this. Hanabi. Somewhat sad. Hinata is in deplorable condition. Father and that tomato did this to her just because she refused to say where they were and who their allies were. Sheds a few tears. She did everything to protect us since she was helping me leave the elemental nations to be with you. Ido and Naruto began to unleash their murderous instincts. Perhaps they only had a truce with Hinata, but seeing how she ended up protecting them angered them. Naruto. First, let's sort out Ido and then we'll talk about what happened. Who summoned the bird? Hanabi. The tomato. She's been watching them and knows about their abilities. She thinks that with just one Ido, she'll have her child. Ido. Well, we have to move fast and fuse together, become one, and finish off that super evolved bird. They all nodded and then started walking in the direction of the bird. With Ditto. The Splixen was hitting the bird, at least trying to make it let go. Ditto. You damn super evolved bird, let me go. At that moment, Ditto senses a very familiar presence. Ditto. Oh no, absolutely not. Ditto tries to break free but only manages to split. The ITTO superscript 1. On the bird's leg it might work. The ITTO superscript 2. On the bird's back, yes, it might work. With that, they both make hand seals. The ITTO superscript 1. Kyakuten gunpowder balls. With that, the ITTO superscript 1 launches some gunpowder balls that blind the bird, which was beginning to lose altitude. The ITTO superscript 2. That's gonna hurt. Makes hand seals fire release. Fire whip. With that, the ITTO superscript 2 launches a small fireball at his hand to crush it and generate a whip made of fire, with which he hits the bird in the eye, causing an explosion. But the group. They were going through the water using the float and the fly when Ditto complained. Sakura. What's wrong, Naruto? Ditto. I feel like I felt an explosion. Naruto. And look why. When they turned around they saw the remains of an explosion and something falling into the sea. Tomoyo. Do you think the other Ditto is okay? Sharon. If the Ditto here is still alive, that means the other one is too. Everyone nodded as they heard the Omnitrix of the Ditto that was with them begin to beep and an invisible force pulled it away. At the same time, they saw 2 more Ditto fall in, the 3 of them merging into one and falling into the water. Then a red light appeared from the water, followed by Naruto, who began to float. Sakura. Are you alright? Naruto looked at the others, then smiled and nodded. Naruto. I'm fine, let's go back home. Everyone nodded for Naruto to climb onto Sakura's staff, and the group of 7 then began to leave the place. In the distance. A hooded figure could be seen in a small boat, watching the scene. Red streaks of hair, though somewhat whitish, pear-shaped, were visible beneath the hood. We'll be together again soon, Naruto-chan and Naruko-chan. Getting to know Hanabi Hyuga and Tomoyo's secret. We could see the Kinomoto house, but we focused on the living room. In the living room, we saw Sakura sitting and eating a sandwich, watching Naruto and Naruko, who were also each eating a sandwich. Sakura. When are they going to arrive? Naruko. Don't worry Sakura, they'll be here soon, although I'm surprised that Tomoyo-chan has powers. Then they saw that Naruto was serious. Naruko. What's wrong, Ani-chan? Naruto. The power that Tomoyo possesses at that moment is related to Monoton. This surprised Sakura and Naruko. Both were familiar with the elemental evolution, and learning that their friend possessed it was a shock. The 3 of them were sitting waiting when the doorbell rang, causing Sakura to get up and go to the door. When she opened it, she found Tomoyo, Sharon, Myling, and Hanabi. Sakura. Hi guys, come in. That way, all 4 of them can get in. Tomoyo. Hello Sakura, well, I know I have a lot to explain, but I'll explain it in the living room. Sakura nodded, though she looked somewhat serious. With that, the 5 of them headed to the living room to find Naruto and Naruko waiting for them. Once everyone was together, they sat in a circle, looking at each other. Naruto. Alright, it's time to begin. Seize Hanabi, please introduce yourself. The girl nodded. Hanabi. Well, my name is Hanabi Hyuga. I came here because I wanted to be with my friends and for a mission. Sharon. What mission? Hanabi. I can only say that it has to do with a certain tomato who's coming this way. That made Naruto and Naruko serious and annoyed. Naruto. Seriously? Is that tomato coming this way? Hanabi nods seriously, making the Otsutsuki brothers serious. Sakura. They're talking about her, aren't they? Hanabi was surprised, but the Otsutsuki siblings nodded. Upon hearing this, Sharon, Tomoyo, and Sakura became serious. Smiling. What's wrong? Who are you talking about? Naruto. About our mother with Venom Kushina Uzumaki. Smiling was surprised to hear the tone of voice with which Naruto spoke. She had no problems with her mother, but it seemed that the redheaded blonde did. Sakura. Let's change the subject, says Tomoyo. How come you have powers like Monotone? Tomoyo was surprised and saddened to see her friend looking at her with a somewhat serious expression. Looking at the others, she saw they were also looking at her with a similar expression. But what almost made her cry was seeing Naruto looking at her the same way, though with less intensity. Tomoyo. You see, a few days ago I was training behind my mom's back when I accidentally launched an attack. When I saw that, I decided to end my training and take a bath to figure out how I did it. I was getting stressed, so I decided to go to the library to read something and relax. That's when I accidentally bumped into a shelf, causing a book to fall. This is the book. With that, he takes out the book to show it to everyone. Tomoyo. When I read it, I realized it had several jutsus there. When they opened it, they saw that it was true. There were jutsus of the Monotone and Terraton elements inside. Tomoyo. I have a theory that I have an ancestor who was from the elemental nations. That surprised everyone. It meant that if it weren't for Naruto and Naruto Tomoyo, her offspring would never have been awakened. Naruto. For now, keep this hidden, Tomoyo. He gives the book to Tomoyo. Naruto and I will help you. Tomoyo smiled as she nodded, feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders. With that, they decided to chat and get to know each other and also have some fun using the silent card with Hanabi. What they didn't know was that something inevitable was approaching. Miling's farewell. It was a new day, and in the Lee apartment Miling was cooking while Sharon was training when Miling screamed, causing Sharon to lose focus and cut his finger. In the kitchen. Miling was looking at what she had in the oven. Miling. Oh no, the cake burned again. Way. Behind Miling. Miss Miling, remember that if you bake the cake more calmly, I'm sure everything will turn out fine. Miling. Sighs. Bake it calmly. But that's not my specialty. Just then, Sharon arrives and sees the state of the kitchen, which is covered in cake batter, even the ceiling. Way. Young Sharon, Miss Miling only wanted to make you a delicious cake, but it seems things didn't go as she expected. But think of the effort it's taking her to do it. Miling was too nervous to sigh, already fallen. Miling. I'm sorry, I promise I'll clean all this up. Sharon sighed when the phone rang. That made Miling go to answer it. Miling. She had reached the phone to answer it. Miling. Hello, this is Lee's house, surprised Mom. In the kitchen. Sharon was seen looking at the cake. Sharon. Is this the cake? Way. Yes, Miss Miling made it with all her heart. Sharon. Yes, but this is too much. Way. Young Sharon, I know you are a very generous person. You would never be bothered by something as insignificant as this. Sharon. But it's not just that. She's always hugging me. Then he heard something, turned around, and saw Miling calling him as she threw herself into his arms. Sharon. Annoyed and hurt. What's wrong with you? I've told you several times to stop hugging me like that. Notices something. What's the matter? Miling looks up at Sharon with her eyes full of tears. Miling. I don't want to leave here. At Tomoda Primary School. Two girls could be seen looking at photos of the artwork. These girls were Sakura and Tomoyo. Tomoyo. Hey, these photos are excellent. Sakura. My brother took them during Science Week. Tomoyo. Well, your brother is a great photographer. He could become a professional. Sakura. No, the camera was just good quality. Tomoyo. And you know what? Not Sakura. Tomoyo. I'm glad you decided to go back to wearing glasses. I know you felt insecure and started wearing contact lenses, but I'm happy you're going back to wearing your glasses from when we were younger. And it was true, Sakura was wearing glasses at that time. Naruto. I admit it, you look cute like that. Naruto nodded as Sakura blushed at the compliment. Just then, the door opened, drawing the attention of the four children. Sakura. Ah, Miling's here. Tomoyo. Good morning. But they noticed that I didn't answer them. Sakura. Good morning. But she still didn't answer. She looked dejected. This did not go unnoticed by the Otsutsuki brothers. Sakura. Shows the book. Look, I brought the photos of the play we did. Notices the dark-haired girl's mood. What's wrong, Miling? Time skip. Sakura and Miling could be seen sitting on a bench. Sakura. Surprised, huh? You're leaving. When? Miling. Next week. Sakura. What? That's too soon. Sakura sees Miling's gaze and begins to feel unwell when Hanabi arrives, wearing civilian clothes, with Sharon. Sakura. Hanabi, Lee. Upon hearing his surname, Myling turns to look at Sharon, who was being thrown forward by Hanabi, implying that he had to speak. Sharon. Did you already tell the teacher to return to Hong Kong? Myling felt saddened while Sakura and Hanabi glared at him for how insensitive he was. Sharon. Remember you have a lot of things to do, hurry up. Myling gets up, showing a look of sadness and anger. Myling. You don't mind me leaving, do you, Sharon? Sharon. I can't do anything. Your mother was the one who asked you to come back, Myling. Myling. Gets a little angry. What do you mean you can't do anything? Looks at Sharon. So I'm a burden to you, Sharon. Sharon is surprised. Myling. Am I really a burden? Don't you love me? Sakura and Hanabi just watched the scene with bated breath. Sharon. No, I didn't mean that. Myling. You're a fool, Sharon. Myling starts to escape while Sharon calls her. Sakura. Now you've really messed up, Lee. Hanabi. Yep, you've already messed up. But that they leave, leaving Sharon alone. In the living room. Everyone could be seen listening to Mizuki's warning. Mizuki. I want to give you a heads up, our dear colleague Myling will have to return to Hong Kong next week. Everyone was surprised as they watched a dejected Myling. Mizuki. We'll feel sad without her. Sakura just stared sadly at Myling. Time skip. Everyone was leaving now that classes had ended. Sharon. Myling. But the girl ignores him, making Sharon sigh. Seeing this, Sakura acts impulsively. Sakura. Wait, Myling. The girl stops. Sakura. Well, wouldn't you like to stay at my house for a night? This almost makes Sharon fall, while Naruto and Naruko already understand the brunette's plan. Myling. Sees her and why? Sakura. What do you mean, why? Naruko. Well, Myling, Sakura, Ani-chan, and I were talking, and we thought that since you're unfortunately going back to Hong Kong, it would be best if we spent a night at the house, at least to talk before the inevitable. Sakura. Besides, my dad baked a delicious cake. My dad's an excellent cook, and dinner is even better, especially if Naruto decides to join us. The two of them make a very exquisite meal. Myling kept staring at her, causing Sakura to start getting nervous. Myling. Okay. Sakura. Really? Myling. I'll go today and you look good in those glasses too. The place falls silent upon hearing Myling say what she said. Sakura. Today. Sharon just sighs, drawing Sakura's attention. Sakura. Lee, I apologize for inviting Myling so suddenly. Sharon. And why did you invite her to your house? Sakura separated herself to look at Sharon. Naruko. We weren't lying when we said we wanted to talk calmly and for a long time. Sakura. Besides, it would be really sad if Myling left for Hong Kong angry with you. I'd like to help in some way. Sharon stared at him, somewhat surprised. Sharon. Okay, I'll let Wei know this afternoon. Time skip. It was already night and Toya and Yukito were arriving at the Kinomoto house. Toya. Yukito, come have dinner with us, you're alone, aren't you? Yukito. Thank you, you always worry about me. Toya then notices some extra shoes. Seeing this, she heads to the dining room, where she finds Fujitaka cooking and food on the table. Fujitaka. It's good to have you back. Toya, taking a bite of food. Hi dad. Yukito, good afternoon sir. Fujitaka. Welcome. Toya. Do the children have a guest? Fujitaka. Yes, she's planning to stay the night. Yukito. Is it Tomoyo or that girl named Hanabi who's friends with Naruto and Naruko? Fujitaka. No, she's a friend from school. She told me she's coming from Hong Kong. Toya Yukito. Look at each other. Hong Kong. In Sakura's room. The girl was seen serving tea while standing next to Myling, Naruto, and Naruko. Myling. Sigh, I ate too much. Looks at Sakura. It was true when you told me that your dad was a good cook. I'm so jealous. Sakura laughs a little. Sakura. Hands Myling a mug. Here you go. Myling. Takes the mug. Thanks. By the way, looks around the room. Where could that bath sponge be? Sakura. Haha, Kiro. It's at Tomoyo's house. At Tomoyo's house. Hiro was seen eating a cake in front of a large television that showed the adventures of the group that captures the Clow cards. Hiro. She kicked me out of her house just because the little girl was going to spend the night with her, and I, who have always taught her the good things in life, although, from time to time, it is satisfying to eat a piece of cake while I watch my valiant feats. While he continued watching TV, Tomoyo was making another suit. Tomoyo. I hope Sakura can talk to Myling calmly. In Sakura's room. Myling was seen eating a lot of cupcakes in front of the children who had a drop of sweat on their faces. Myling. Wow, this one is delicious, I love it. And this one too, and don't even get me started on this one. I'm so jealous, it must be really hard for you to go on a diet. Sakura. nervously remembering her training with Naruto. Yeah. Remembers something, excuse me, Lee also knows how to cook deliciously. Upon hearing that, Myling freezes for a few seconds as she puts down the pastries she was holding. Myling. That's right. Sakura. You know, now that I think about it carefully, I don't think you're any trouble for Lee. Myling doesn't answer, leaving Sakura with a funny face. Imagine Sakura wearing glasses. Sakura. Because he's always worried about you when we're not at school or collecting Clow cards. Myling continued drinking her tea while listening to Sakura. Myling. I know. That caught everyone's attention as Myling put the cup down. Myling. I already know that, I know it. Elsewhere. The mailbox could be seen where two creatures appeared and then approached the same mailbox. Upon seeing it, they merge with it when a girl appears. The girl was humming a song when she arrives and sees that the mailbox has been duplicated. Girl. Are there two? Which one should I use? In Sakura's room. Sakura, now without her glasses, and Myling could be seen in Sakura's room, ready to sleep since the Otsutsuki brothers had retired to their own. Myling. That's right, I know that. But the feeling of wanting him is completely different from what everyone thinks. That caught Sakura's attention. Myling remained silent but took advantage of the fact that the topic was love. Myling. See Sakura, hey, and tell me Kinomoto, how did you start liking that boy you told me about? Sakura was surprised and blushed a little. Sakura. Oh, well, he's my brother's classmate. He came to my house once and then. Myling. Was it love at first sight? Sakura was surprised and blushed even more as she nodded. Sakura. Hero. That caught Myling's attention. Sakura. But I'm starting to feel something for Naruto, it's not hate or anything, it's like the same feeling but stronger. You could say my heart is torn. That surprised Myling. Outside Sakura's room. Naruto could be seen recharged but with a blush. He didn't want to admit it, he denied it, but every time he thought about it, he felt the feeling getting stronger. Naruto. Could it be that I'm falling in love again? Naruto thought about that and blushed even more before shaking his head and going to the kitchen for a glass of water. In Sakura's room. Sakura was staring into space while Myling watched her. Sakura decided to ask the questions now. Sakura. Sees Myling and what do you say, Myling? Myling was a little surprised and looked away. Myling. Well, for me, it wasn't love at first sight. After finishing telling the story, Sakura saw Myling. Sakura. I see, so that's what happened. Myling. And honestly, I don't understand why I liked him since we were kids, but Sharon doesn't feel the same way about you. Sakura paid attention. Myling. We made a promise together but. Sakura. A promise. Myling. I don't have any magic powers, and even though I'm always by his side I can never do anything, cries a little. I'm not much help when it comes to collecting the cards either. Sakura didn't say anything. She'd already seen it, so she fell. He was the best at that. Meanwhile, Myling was still crying when she felt a hug. Turning around, she saw Naruto embracing her. Naruto. It's understandable that you feel bad, but you know perfectly well that he's not doing this because he wants to. He's doing it to protect you. It's the same with me. I don't want my sister to get hurt in this whole Clow card thing, but I know it's inevitable that she'll get involved. It's painful when someone doesn't reciprocate your feelings, but it's better to have those feelings unrequited than to keep them bottled up in your heart. Myling stared at him, ready to hug him. Sakura, who could barely see since she wasn't wearing her glasses, watched with a pang of jealousy but said nothing. Myling needed to vent her frustration. At that moment, Sakura and Naruto froze. Sakura. Naruto. Serious, the presence of a Clow card. With Kiro. He was flying with a phone hanging around his neck. Kiro. Sakura. I'm heading towards where the energy of a Clow card is concentrated. Have you changed yet? I need you to come here immediately. At the Kinomoto house. Tomoyo, Naruto, Naruko, Myling, and Sakura could be seen outside the house, with Sakura talking on the phone and wearing a new outfit. Sakura. Huh? I'm coming. Yes. Okay. But that, he runs off when he stops and sees Myling. Sakura. Myling, aren't you coming with us? Myling. No, better not. The quartet stared at him. With Kiro. The Guardian was looking at published things. Kiro. Ah, every single thing in the museum is duplicated, this must be about. He doesn't finish speaking because he sees a light that makes him go towards it. At the Kinomoto house. The children could be seen watching Myling, making Naruko go towards her. Naruko. Let's go. With that, he pulls her along, ignoring Myling's protests and being followed by the rest. Naruko. Listen, there are things that only you know how to do, always keep that in mind. With Kiro. Kiro had arrived where Sharon was lying on the ground looking at the letter. Kiro. Ah, I knew it, it's those twins. Notices something, what's going on? Now there's another house that looks just like yours. WEI superscript 1 WEI superscript 2. Young Sharon. Are you alright? Hero. Surprised wow. There are two gentlemen here too. Then the group arrives. Sakura. Kiro. Hiro. Sakura. What were you doing? You're late. Myling decided to go with Sharon. Myling. Sharon, are you okay? Sharon. Yes. The card attacks the Lee cousins, causing Sharon to grab Myling and jump, avoiding the attack. Sharon. Are you okay, Myling? Myling. Yes. The card began attacking Sakura, causing her to use the jump and flee from the card that was pursuing her. What the card didn't know was that this was the plan, as Naruto and Naruko were already performing hand seals. Naruto. Kumoten Cloud Dragon, Gasuten Gas Dragon. With that, Naruto lowered his hand, causing a dragon made of clouds to fall from the sky, while Naruto inhaled and exhaled gas, which transformed into a dragon made of the same gas. Sakura continued on until she reached a building and used a Clow card. Sakura. Clow card, turn your blizzard into its chains, strikes the card with the tip of her staff the windy. The card makes its appearance by causing the cloud and gas dragons to combine. Sakura Naruko. Kamayawas Grand Dragon Danube Y Gas. And sure enough, a great dragon formed and captured one of the twins, specifically the one with the blue streak in his hair. With him within reach, Sakura prepared herself. Sakura. Return to the humble form you deserve, strikes an invisible card Clow card. With that, the trapped creature begins to be sealed, but something happens. Halfway through the sealing process, the spell breaks, sending Sakura and the creature flying and causing Sakura to lose her glasses. The twin with a blue streak in his hair stands beside his twin. Meanwhile, Sakura is helped by Naruto and Naruko, who has Sakura's glasses. Sakura. Curious with narrowed eyes why. Sakura retrieves her glasses while Kiro is some distance away. Kiro. It's useless if you only catch one of them. Sakura. Sees him what? Kiro. You need to catch both of them at the same time. Naruko. Annoyed couldn't you have said so before? At that moment, the twins began trying to catch Sakura, who broke away from her friends and started running from the card. Naruto and Naruko were hot on their heels. On the ground. There were Sharon, Myling and Kiro watching the chase. Kiro. Worried what are we going to do now? Sharon. Sees Kiro hey. Kiro sees it. Sharon. At the same time, right. Kiro. That's right. With that, Sharon takes out his sword and a scroll. In pursuit. Sakura, Naruto and Naruko had managed to hear the sound of Sharon's sword, causing them to turn in the direction of the child. On the ground. Sharon. God of Thunder. In pursuit. The children smiled a little. Sakura. I see. Sakura raises her staff, Naruto and Naruko form hand seals at lightning speed, and Sharon activates the scroll's power. With that, the four attack. Sharon unleashes a beam using his sword. Sakura. The Thunder. Sakura uses a card to Clow the Thunder. Naruto. Raiten Kirin. A powerful lightning bolt in the shape of a dragon's head falls from the sky. Naruko. Raiten Lightning Spear. Lightning flashed in Naruko's hand, causing her to clench it as if she were gripping something. The lightning then formed an arrow, which she launched at the card. The twins managed to dodge Naruto and Naruko's attacks, but not those of Sharon and Sakura. Kiro. No, don't do that. The twins managed to undo the electricity that surrounded them, leaving them floating. Kiro. I suspected as much. If we don't do it at the same time through a signal, the twin will notice. Sakura clicked her tongue while hanging from a post, which frustrated her since it was a mistake that now cost them. At that moment, the twin fell to the ground with style. Sharon. Serious, let's do it one more time. Sakura was about to go downstairs when she remembered Myling's presence. Sakura. Myling. The aforementioned woman sees her as Sakura falls onto the roof of a stylish house. Sakura. Hey Lee, if you and Myling act at the same time through a signal, maybe we can capture the twin. That surprised them. Myling. But Kinomoto. Sakura. Of course you can, besides, you've always been taking care of Lee at all times. Sharon looks at Myling seriously. Myling. Scared and sad but, I'm just a burden, almost crying to you, aren't I, Sharon? Sharon said nothing, he just sheathed his sword and got into a fighting stance. Sharon. Come on Myling, now. Myling could only watch with teary eyes, then she became serious and also got on her guard. Myling. Okay. The twin watched them with a smile. Sharon and Myling were ready, and the rest just watched. With that, the Lee cousins launched themselves at the twin, beginning a fight where punches, kicks, blocks, and counterattacks flew back and forth, but what characterized the fight was its perfect synchronization. Sakura. Amazed incredible. The Lee cousins did somersaults to land on the twins' shoulders and began to jump on them while trying not to lose their balance. Both Weiss watched this with excitement and joy. The twin was getting angry when they both abruptly turned around, knocking the Lee cousins off. Sakura saw this and quickly used the windy to catch Myling and Sharon away from the twin. "Sakura. Are you alright?" They both looked at her, smiled and nodded. With that, they turned and assumed a fighting stance, surprising the twins. The card retreated slightly, knowing it was defeated, when the Lee cousins lunged at it, causing it to freeze in fright. And with a precise blow, the card was defeated by Sharon and Myling. Seeing this, Sakura wasted no time. "Sakura. Return to the humble form you deserve," strikes an invisible card Clow card. With that, the sealing begins, absorbing both creatures. At the end, the card moves towards Sharon and then reveals its appearance. Sharon sees Myling, who only gave him a small smile. "Sharon. Myling, I just want you to know that you were never a burden to me." Myling is surprised but then smiles, glancing sideways at Naruto and recalling his words. "Myling. And in the end you were right, Naruto." The others just watched the interaction with a smile. The next day. Everyone was at the airport saying goodbye to Myling. "Hero. I can't imagine what everything will be like now that that little girl is going home." "Tomoyo. I think we'll all miss her." "Sakura. Yes." In front of them were Sharon saying goodbye to Myling and Wei. But Sharon, Myling and Wei. "Sharon. Aren't you forgetting anything?" Myling. Shakes her head no. "Wei. I'll take care of driving her and we'll contact you as soon as we arrive in Hong Kong." With that, he takes Myling's suitcase and goes ahead, leaving the Lee cousins alone. Myling. "Hey, do you remember her? That promise?" Sharon. "Promise?" With that, they both remember the promise that Myling would become Sharon's girlfriend and wife. Myling. "Remember? I will always be your fiancé until one day you find your beloved, is that clear?" Sharon was a little flushed. Sharon. Myling. The rest of the group decides to approach. Sakura. "Hey Myling." Myling looks at her. "We'll see each other again, right?" Myling. "Excited of course we will, I promise I'll return to my dear Sharon's side, right?" Sharon just smiles slightly. Naruto and Naruko wave goodbye as Wei calls Myling. Myling approaches Sakura. "Myling. Thank you so much for helping me with the magic you used yesterday." Sakura smiles slightly as Myling looks at Naruto and nods in gratitude for his comfort. With that, Myling walks away, waving goodbye to the group, who wave back. The teacher with mysterious powers. It was night and the city of Tomoda was visible. The back of a girl in pink clothing was shown. This girl was Sakura. Sakura was looking at Tokyo Tower. A bell rang as a silhouette appeared. On the right side of the tower, another silhouette was seen clinging to the structure. The first silhouette was then revealed to be Mizuki. Sakura. Professor Mizuki. Then the third silhouette is revealed, the silhouette of a winged man who had a serious look. Sakura. There's someone else there. Sakura is shown to be accompanied by Kiro, Naruto, and Naruko as the Clow cards fell from the sky. Sakura. Who is it? Sakura saw the silhouettes with the cards falling in front of her and when she tried to pick one up, she was surprised as they disappeared. Sakura, the Clow cards have. Then the bell rings again, revealing the three silhouettes, followed by a brown eye, an ice blue eye, and a gray-violet eye. Then a wing appears. Sakura. Who are you? The scene showed Sakura's stuffed animals in her room, then revealed Sakura herself asleep. Suddenly, her alarm clock rang, and Sakura began searching for it on her desk, unaware that it was actually on her bedside table. She grabbed a stuffed animal, trying to turn off the alarm. When she realized what she was doing, she could barely see the toy because she was missing her glasses. Then the alarm clock is turned off. The alarm clock is here. When he turns around, he catches a glimpse of Kiro sitting on the alarm clock with a tired look. Kiro. Tired? You put it on the desk so you wouldn't fall asleep, don't you remember? Sakura. Gets up. Oh, that's right. With that, she placed the doll on the headboard while putting on her glasses. Then she stood up, yawning, and Kiro watched the doll. Kiro. Looking at the doll. Hey, this doll, it's been here long before I woke up. Sakura. Getting dressed? Yeah, it was here a week before you came out of the book. Tomoyo gave it to me for my birthday, goes for her hair ties and for passing to 4th grade. She says it's me. Kiro. Looks closely, that's true, it looks a lot like you, and Tomoyo's an expert at this kind of thing, huh? A question pops into his head. Tell me, why does this doll have those kinds of clothes? Sakura approaches, finishing making her pigtails. Sakura. She told me she had high hopes that I would wear the clothes she designs, that was before I became a cardcaptor, that's why she used this doll first. Then Sakura remembered her dream while looking at the doll with surprise. Sakura. Looking at the doll, it looks like the dream I have at night. As she looked at the doll, she began to remember her dream. Sakura, remembering the dream a huge and beautiful. Full moon appears. I also remember the Clow cards. There's Professor Mizuki. A woman with long crimson hair. Surprised and a person with large wings also appears. The last piece of information surprises Kiro, who becomes serious. Sakura, she has silver hair. Kiro listened attentively and seriously. Sakura. The clothes I was wearing in that dream, they look a lot like this doll's. Looks at the alarm clock and is surprised, oh my gosh, I woke up early, I can't be late. With that, Sakura leaves, leaving Kiro in the room. Once alone, Kiro uses his powers to pull out the Clow cards book and approaches it. Closer to the card, Kiro, with a serious expression, examines the seal symbol, focusing specifically on a section where something is missing. Kiro. Sirio you. Han Sakura. She was coming into the kitchen wearing an apron. Sakura. Good morning. Upon arriving at the kitchen, he sees Fujitaka and Naruto doing something. Fujitaka Naruto, good morning Sakura. Fujitaka. You woke up very early. Sakura smiled with a slight blush. Fujitaka. The rice is ready for you to use. Sakura. Thank you very much. With that, she put on her apron to start working with the rice. Sakura was making rice balls. Both Fujitaka and Naruto watched Sakura's progress, giving her their approval, which made the girl happy. Fujitaka. Will Yukito participate in the competition? Naruto had a twitch in his eye but shook his head, ignoring the feeling. Sakura. Scooping rice with a spoon, yes, he's the school representative. It's a very big event. There will be adults participating. Fujitaka. Amazing. See Sakura, I also heard that he helps the school's basketball and soccer teams, right? Sakura. Yes. Makes a small bowl of rice, I promised Yukito I'd bring him a big lunch today. I bet he'll be very happy. Fujitaka saw her smiling, unaware that Naruto's eyes were hidden by his hair. Sakura continued making the rice bowl as she remembered something. Sakura. That's right, looks at Fujitaka, is my brother still asleep? Fujitaka. No, he went to work again today. He left the house very early. Sakura. Continuing to make the rice balls, oh, and I was thinking of giving him some of my lunch to try. Naruto. Okay, I'm done with these. Looks at Sakura, do you want us to put them away? Sakura. Smiles yes. With that, they pack the food into 7 lunchboxes. Sakura. Happy done. Fujitaka. They turned out great. With that, Sakura counts the lunchboxes, giving Tomoyo 1, Sharon 1, Yukito 2, herself 1, Naruto 1, and Naruko 1. Sakura. Yep, it's all done. Fujitaka. But you won't be able to carry all those lunches, honey. Sakura. Don't worry, Dad, I'll be fine. Besides, they're going to help me. Just then the doorbell rings, prompting Sakura to go and answer it while Naruto goes to wake Naruko. Upon opening the door, Sakura runs into Tomoyo and Sharon. Sakura, good morning Tomoyo. Tomoyo, good morning Sakura. It's nice that it's a mild day. Sakura nods, good morning Lee. The aforementioned man had his back turned to look at her. Sakura. Smiling, thank you so much for coming all the way to my house. Sharon. Turns around, it's easier for me to capture the Clow cards when I'm with you. Sakura smiled with amusement. She knew it, but she also knew that Sharon wouldn't reveal his true intention. To protect her. Sakura. You're right, that's right, I've got the lunches ready, let's go. Tomoyo. Yes. Sakura. Let me get everything. She was about to leave when she saw Naruto and Naruko arrive, already dressed and carrying their lunchboxes. Just as Sakura was about to grab her backpack, she was startled when Kiro suddenly appeared. Sakura was about to fall backward when Naruto caught her with one arm while holding the lunchboxes with the other. Kiro. You were going to leave me at home while you went out to eat lunch, but you won't get away with it. Sakura. Annoyed, oh, but Kiro. With that, Sakura hides Kiro in her backpack when Fujitaka arrives. Fujitaka. Is something wrong? Sakura. A little nervous, no, nothing's wrong. Time skip. Now the group was heading to their destination by train. Everyone watched as Naruto and Naruko left their lunchboxes on the floor. Sakura. Thanks to both of you. When we get to the station, I'll take you. Naruto. Don't worry. Sakura, but. At that moment, Kiro pokes his head out of Sakura's backpack. Kiro. Tired, not yet. Sakura. Kiro, it's dangerous, hide. Tomoyo. Don't despair, we'll be there soon. Sakura. It would have been better if you'd waited for me at home, Kiro. If you wanted breakfast, you'd be enjoying it more there. Kiro. Angry, I didn't come here just to eat lunch with you guys, calms down, I want to be by your side in case something happens. Sakura looks at the sky because the end is near. Sakura. Did you say the end? Naruko. Do you mean collecting the Clow cards? Hiro. Worried yes. Sakura. So I'll be collecting them all soon. Smiles that's good news. Tomoyo. Smiling you'll finish your mission soon. Sakura. Happy yes. Meanwhile, Naruto and Naruko noticed Kiro's expression. He looked worried, which didn't bode well. Just then, they passed by Tokyo Tower, causing Sakura to stare at the structure and recall her dream. Everyone else noticed this, which had caught their attention. Naruto. What's wrong, Sakura? That snapped Sakura out of her thoughts, making her look at her friends. Sakura. Smiling no, nothing's wrong, excuse me. But Naruto and Naruko didn't believe him. They were seriously looking at the tower while Kiro was there and doing the same thing as them. Kiro. Serious, we'll see you soon. Time skip. The children were seen going to their destination with Naruto, Naruko and now Sharon carrying the lunches. Sakura. Trying to grab the lunches guys, let me help them. Sharon. Dodging Sakura we can do it. That annoyed Sakura a little. Tomoyo. Look, that's the place. They all saw that they were arriving at what looked like a temple. The 5 children decided to go inside. They began exploring the place until they reached a small archery range. Sakura. I didn't know they practiced archery here. It's related to the rituals performed at the temple. Sakura. Turns around happily that's nice, Yukito. Naruto frowned but tried to deny that feeling, he tried every time to ignore that feeling, but little by little he couldn't. Yukito. Good morning. Sakura Tomoyo Naruko. Bound good morning. Sharon and Naruto nodded in greeting, although the latter was still a little annoyed. Yukito. That's great, you came to support me. Sakura. Of course, I also brought you lunch just like I promised. Sharon, Naruto and Naruko show the lunches. Yukito. Everyone had to get up early, it must have been tough. Sakura Sharon. No, on the contrary. Yukito bows, making Sakura and Sharon blush. Yukito. Thank you very much. Sakura smiled, blushing, which made Naruto unable to bear it and he ran away in annoyance. Everyone saw this and was surprised and worried. But Naruto. He had reached a small forest. Naruto was upset. He didn't know why it bothered him that Yukito was near Sakura. He didn't know why it bothered him that Sakura was in love with someone else. That bothered him. But what bothered him most was knowing what that feeling was. Naruto began punching the trees in frustration. Tears streamed from his eyes as he felt that feeling again. Naruto. Crying and hitting the tree in frustration damn it, let this stupid feeling out of my heart. Kurama. Calm down, pup. Naruto. How do you expect me to calm down when this damn feeling is coming back? Natatabi. Kitty, I know you're trying to avoid falling in love again, but that's how living beings are, it's their nature. Naruto, still in tears, stopped, revealing a bloodstain on the tree and blood oozing from his fists. Smoke began to rise from his wounds, causing them to heal. Naruto. Crying I don't want to suffer for love again. Naruto fell to his knees, crying. He didn't want to feel that pain again. Then he suddenly looked up. Naruto. Did you feel it? Kurama Matatabi. Yes. Naruto becomes serious. He knew that presence very well. Naruto. Kanodio Kushina. With that, she gets up, dries her tears, and looks in all directions with a serious expression. Naruto. She's close very close. Then he senses another presence which was on the shooting range. Naruto. Professor Mizuki. Using her ninja skills, she began leaping through the trees toward the shooting range. Upon arriving, she saw that Mizuki was about to use the bow. Not only that, she also saw that her friends were watching the woman closely. Sakura. It's Professor Mizuki. But she turned around to see Naruto standing by a tree. Sakura was about to speak when Naruto gestured for silence, indicating they should keep watching. Sakura understood the message and continued watching. Mizuki released the arrow, making a good shot. Sharon and Naruto were serious, Tomoyo watched everything with a smile, and Naruko and Sakura were simply observing. Sakura. What's the teacher doing here? Tomoyo. She also has excellent aim. Sakura nods. Everyone continued watching the game without noticing that Kiro had poked his head out, looking at the shooting range. Kiro. Serious the moon's presence is very strong. They kept watching until the final came. Tomoyo. Now young Yukito will compete in the finals of this archery meet, right? Sakura nodded while Naruto frowned slightly. Sakura, but her opponent in every final is. At that moment, everyone, including Naruto, turns to see that their opponent is Mizuki. With that, the final begins with 4 rounds tied. Sakura. I don't know who you're rooting for, Yukito or Professor Mizuki. Kiro watched everything with a serious expression. Yukito hit the target, giving Mizuki her turn. Kiro looked at her even more seriously. This seemed to affect Mizuki, as she missed her final shot. Everyone began to applaud. Tomoyo. Young Yukito was the winner. Sakura nodded with a smile. Sharon. Serious and with his arms crossed the moment I released the arrow, the teacher it seems she noticed something. Naruto. So you noticed too. Sharon nodded, watching Naruto and Naruko look serious. Tomoyo and Sakura looked at their friends with confusion. Unseen, Kiro watched Mizuki very seriously. Time skip. Everyone was seen gathered, congratulating Yukito on winning. Sakura. Congratulations. Sharon. Congratulations on your victory. Yukito, thank you so much. But that was. This confused Sakura, while Sharon became serious and the Otsutsuki twins paid attention. Yukito. Never mind, I'm really hungry, can we start? Sakura. Ah, yes. They began to eat, but the three of them still had Yukito's words on their minds. They started eating, with Yukito complimenting Sakura, who blushed, much to Naruto's jealousy. Just as they were about to drink, Sakura opened her backpack, only to be surprised to find that Kiro wasn't there. Sakura. Surprised Kiro isn't here. But he covers his mouth. Yukito. Sees Sakura, what's wrong? Sakura. Turns around, no, it's nothing bad. Sakura takes out the glasses. Sakura. Worried, where could she have gone? His friends, except for Yukito, thought the same since they had managed to see inside the backpack. Mizuki. The teacher was sitting on her knees meditating. Suddenly, she looked up, still staring straight ahead. Mizuki. Good afternoon. From the other side of the corridor, Kiro makes his appearance. Kiro. You were very clever to realize that. With that, he approaches Mizuki, standing in front of her. Mizuki. This is the first time I've seen you like this. Kiro. Yes, last time the brat and I switched bodies, but since you didn't use magic I didn't notice you, nor would I have even if I had seen you. They both remained silent, looking into each other's eyes. Kiro. Serious, I can sense a powerful amount of magic. And those powers come from the moon. Mizuki nodded with a smile. Kiro. Serious, I bet you use moon-related powers, don't you? Mizuki. Yes. Kiro. Serious, are you really the other guardian created like me to protect the Clow cards? You, which means moon in Chinese. Unbeknownst to Sakura, she was looking for Kiro. Kiro. Serious, have you told Sakura? Mizuki. No. Kiro. Serious about the last trial? Mizuki. I already know, but I haven't told her that either, since I have a duty to fulfill. Kiro. Serious, what kind of duty is it? Mizuki. You'll find out soon enough. Sakura continued searching for Kiro with increasing desperation and was getting angry. Kiro. Serious, I trust Sakura will be able to overcome this difficult test. Mizuki. I agree. Without them noticing, a figure above them leaped and disappeared. Then someone appeared. That someone was Sakura. Sakura. Professor Mizuki. The woman turns to look at her. Sakura. Is something wrong? Mizuki. I thought it would be best if we found a quiet place to talk. Sakura. Confused talk. Mizuki nods and looks ahead. As she follows her gaze, Sakura's face fills with terror, for she is looking at Kiro. Sakura. Kiro. Time skip. They were all walking through the temple with the children in front and Mizuki and Yukito behind them. Sakura noticed her backpack where Kiro was. Sakura. You gave me quite a scare. I can't believe you were with Professor Mizuki. That's what you get for coming out of the suitcase. Kiro. Serious, she noticed me long before. Sharon. I knew it. She possesses amazing magical powers. Naruto. I think so too. I've been sensing magic coming from her for a while now, and even Naruto felt it. The aforementioned woman nods. Sharon. And you say that when you're with her she makes you feel happy, that's the height of absurdity. Sakura could only blush with embarrassment. They continued walking until they reached the main square. There, Sakura caught a glimpse of Tokyo Tower and gradually slowed down as she remembered her dream. Sakura kept walking when she bumped into something. Sakura. Adjusting her glasses, excuse me. Looking up, he saw that it was someone in a bear costume and they were holding balloons. The bear then handed him a balloon. Sakura. Will you give it to me? The bear makes a sound of affirmation. Sakura. Taking the balloon, thank you. But the bear grabs her and roughly ruffles her hair. Seeing this, Sharon and Tomoyo were about to do something, only to be stopped by Naruto and Naruko, who wore amused smiles. They had sensed the presence and knew who it was. Just then, the man in the masked costume stops, allowing Sakura to step back slightly, and the masked figure removes his head, revealing Toya. Sakura. Brother. Everyone approaches the brothers. Sakura. Somewhat surprised, brother, you adapt to any kind of work. Yukito. What a coincidence, I never imagined finding you here. Sakura feels Toya's gaze on him. Sakura. Brother. Toya sees her and then sees Mizuki. Toya, in this world there are no coincidences. Mizuki. There is only the inevitable. The place falls silent for several minutes, then Toya goes back to what she was doing, saying goodbye to the group. Mizuki. Well, let's head home before it gets dark, shall we? Everyone nodded when Naruto noticed something. Naruto. Hey, weren't you wearing a hat this morning? Sakura. Notices. Oh. That's right. Sharon. Didn't you leave it somewhere? Sakura. Remembering I took it off at lunchtime. Yukido. It's really close by, want to go get it? Sakura nods. With that, they all head towards where they had lunch when Sakura stops. Sakura. What could my brother have meant by those words? And what about Professor Mizuki? Sakura glances at her backpack only to find Kiro looking very serious. She overhears something and notices Crimson hair swaying. She also sees Hanabi arrive, looking very worried. Behind them, Yukido and Mizuki are chatting. Yukido. Excuse me, was there anything in particular that worried you during the final part of the encounter? Mizuki. No, I just focused my gaze elsewhere. Yukido. Your gaze? Mizuki. Yes. At that moment, Mizuki stopped, causing Yukido to do the same as he looked at her. Mizuki sees Yukido. Hey Yukido. Yukido. Yes. Mizuki, are you? At that moment, she, along with a group of children, Hanabi and the unknown woman, sensed a presence. Sakura. Serious, do you feel it, Kiro? This presence is. Kiro comes out of Sakura's backpack. Kiro. Yes, it is a Clow card and there are also two presences, one very powerful, more so than the other. Naruto and Naruko managed to hear Kiro and also sense the other presence. They both knew who it was. Naruto. Kanodio Kushina. At that moment the whole place began to shake, causing a crack to go straight to Tomoyo who had fallen. Naruko. Tomoyo-chan. Naruko runs to push Tomoyo out of the crevice, saving both of them. Naruto. Are you okay? Tomoyo nods as Sakura and Naruto manage to reach them. Sharon and Hanabi arrive just then. Everyone turns to see a large chunk of earth rising up. Kiro then pokes his head out of his backpack. Kiro, serious but it's. They all just stared at the piece of land with expressions of surprise, concern, and seriousness. The last Clow card. The whole place was shaking, causing a crack to go straight to Tomoyo, who had fallen. Naruko. Tomoyo-chan. Naruko runs to push Tomoyo out of the crevice, saving both of them. Naruto. Are you okay? Tomoyo nods as Sakura and Naruto manage to reach them. Sharon and Hanabi arrive just then. Everyone turns to see a large chunk of earth rising up. Kiro then pokes his head out of his backpack. Kiro, serious but it's. They all just stared at the piece of land with expressions of surprise, concern, and seriousness. The whole place continued to shake as cracks formed. The group of children were trying not to lose their balance as they watched mounds of earth erupt from the ground. Kiro. Serious, that's the earthy card. That had caught everyone's attention. Just then, Yukido arrived, asking about the children's condition, only for them all to be separated by a large mound of earth, leaving Naruko and Tomoyo with Yukido, Hanabi with Sharon, and Naruto with Sakura. Yukido. Worried nothing serious happened to you? Sakura. Serious, we're fine, Yukido. Everyone watched as more mounds appeared, increasing the tremors. Sakura. Searching Professor Mizuki. But he sees that where the woman was, nothing was happening. Sakura. Nothing is happening where Professor Mizuki is. He stands up next to Naruto. Sakura. But why? Naruto. He's using magic. Sakura. But why here? But the tremor was no longer confined to the temple. Now it was felt throughout Tomoda and mounds of earth were appearing all over the city. At the temple, one of these mounds appeared, causing Sakura to fall, only to be caught by Naruto, who had his hand on her waist. This made Sakura blush. Kiro decided to emerge from the backpack. Kiro. Sakura, use the key. Sakura. But there are people here. Naruto. Use the sleep card. Sakura opened her eyes to nod and took out the key. Sakura. Free yourself. With that, the key transforms into a staff. Holding the staff in her hands, Sakura draws the card. Sakura. The sleep. With that, the card appears and puts everyone to sleep except the group and Mizuki. As the card ends, it returns to Sakura just as an earthquake begins and mounds of earth appear. Sakura. How are we going to stop all this? Kiro. Seal the earthy card as soon as possible. Sakura. I have to do something. I promised to gather all the Clow cards. I have to find a solution. Look seriously at Naruto. I'll observe the situation from above. Take care of the others and please take care of yourself. Naruto nodded, inviting Sakura to come closer and kiss him on the cheek. This made Naruto blush deeply as Sakura used the fly. Sakura. I'll be right back. Naruto tried to hide his blush, but he was still a little flushed. Naruto. Take good care of yourself. Sakura smiles and nods before flying off. Naruto becomes serious and turns to look back at the forest. Naruto. Serious, I know you're nearby, Uzumaki. But that, he leaves to rejoin the rest. Han Sakura. The girl was flying over the city, observing its condition. Kiro was by her side. Sakura. Is all this because of the earthy? Kiro, Sakura. The aforementioned woman sees it. Kiro. Looks seriously at Sakura. Of all the cards that were scattered, the earthy is the last one you need to capture. Sakura. Looks ahead happily. So, if I manage to control the situation, I'll gather all the Clow cards, right? Kiro. Looks seriously. Just the cards. Sakura and cared. Sakura. What did you say, Kiro? But they had to dodge a mound of earth that had been thrown straight at them. Then they realized the tremor was starting to feel more like an earthquake. Sakura. Very worried. This already looks like an earthquake, and if this keeps up, especially with those mounds of earth, the city will be destroyed. Sees Kiro. Is this the disaster that the Clow cards would bring when they were scattered? Kiro. You're wrong. The disaster that will happen will stem from something physical. I told you from the beginning. It won't be a phenomenon that makes the earth explode. Sakura. So this is? Kiro. This is the work of the earthy card. Sakura. And what should we do? Kiro. First, we have to find out the card's identity. As more mounds appeared, Sakura and Kiro stopped at a building. Upon doing so, a dragon made of earth emerged from one of the mounds. Sakura. Look. Kiro. That's the earthy's way. Sakura takes out a card to use. Sakura. The watery. With that, the card attacks, cutting off the dragon's head, but it regenerates as if nothing happened. The earthy attacks, but Kiro gets between Sakura and the card to unleash a burst of fire, but that wasn't all. A fiery beam also fell from the sky. Sakura. Surprised Kaisen. Then Naruto falls from the sky. Sakura. What are you doing here? Naruto. I came to help, don't worry, everyone's fine. Sakura smiled gratefully when they heard a noise. Turning around, they saw the earth dragon exploding, its chunks of earth engulfed in fire and lightning. This frightened them both, but they managed to dodge the projectiles, with Kiro saving Sakura and Naruto using wings of darkness. The three of them reached another house, but Kiro was exhausted. Sakura. Worried Kiro, are you alright? Kiro. Serious, you can't stop the earthy card with an attack card. Sakura. Then what should I do? Kiro. Looks at her seriously. This is where you have to use your wits to figure out how to seal the last Clow card. Naruto. Incredulous and worried. You mean she has to manage on her own? Kiro. Serious, there's no other way. Naruto felt helpless because he couldn't help Sakura. The girl saw this and approached him, taking his face in her hands and stroking his cheek. Sakura. Don't worry, I'll be fine, and remember, whatever happens, everything will be alright. They pressed their foreheads together, looking into each other's eyes. Naruto calmed down a little, but he was still worried about his friend. Just then, an earthquake shook the earth, and everyone saw the earth dragon making its presence known. Sakura. Serious, there he comes. The dragon heads toward Sakura, causing her to start moving away using the jump, while being closely followed by Kiro and Naruto, who used wings made of fire. Sakura. How can I return to the earthy in a letter? Then he remembers and sees where the group was, who was already with Mizuki. Sakura. It's true, the place where Professor Mizuki is located is undisturbed. Sakura continued jumping while Kiro and Naruto followed closely behind. Then Sakura noticed something. Sakura. The trees haven't been cut down. Sakura decides to approach the forest while being followed by the earthy, Kiro and Naruto. Naruto. Smiling, you're doing well, Sakura, good luck. Sakura manages to reach the forest only to observe the place. Sakura, nothing has happened where the trees are either, prepares her staff, maybe. Upon reaching a street, Sakura turns around to head towards the letter. Seeing this, Kiro and Naruto stop abruptly and resume following Sakura. Kiro. Looks like he has an idea. Naruto. Sure, and I think I know what he's going to do. Sakura prepares a letter. Kiro. Sakura, what do you plan to do? Sakura. Looks at Kiro. I'll try to use a card. Kiro. But what if you use the wrong card? Sakura. I want to try. Looks ahead. I promise to collect all the Clow cards, and this is the last one. Kiro. Sakura. Resigns himself. Fine. Then I'll go with you. Naruto. Stands next to Sakura. And don't forget about me. Sakura. Smiles, of course. The earthy then appears before Sakura, causing her, along with Naruto and Kiro, to stop. Upon seeing the card, Sakura prepares her own. Sakura. Are you guys ready? Kiro. Naruto. Yes. With that, Sakura jumps while dodging the earthy's attacks and is followed by Kiro and Naruto. Sakura. Clow card, unfurl your green leaves and become our ally, strikes the card with the tip of her staff the wood. With that, the card began to surround the earthy, causing trees to grow around him. When the spell ended, the three fell to the ground, witnessing the result. Hero? Did you do it? The dragon moved its head slightly, startling the trio a little. Sakura? A little scared. Oh, I guess it didn't work. But the dragon begins to become clearer and petrify. Naruto? No, you did it, seal it now, Sakura. Sakura. Return to the humble form you deserve, strikes an invisible card Clow card. With that, the sealing of the letter begins, while for a moment the earthy's true form is revealed. After the sealing process is complete, Sakura catches the card. Sakura. Happy the earthy, I've got it. Naruto. Next to her congratulations. Sakura smiled at him when a bright light behind her caught her attention. Turning around, she saw that Kiro was the one emitting the light and the Clow seal appeared beneath him. Sakura. What's happening? Naruto. I think we're going to see his true form, just like he told us. Kiro's wings grew and then enveloped him, forming a kind of cocoon. The glow intensified, causing both children to cover their eyes. When it faded, they were both astonished, as the guardian doll had transformed into a winged tiger. Sakura. Kiro. Kiro. That's right, I'm Kerberos. Naruto. Wow, now you're in your natural form. Kerberos. That's right, see Sakura, and that was thanks to you gathering all the cards. Thank you so much, Sakura. Sakura smiles, then approaches Kerberos and strokes his fur a little. Sakura. But I get the impression you're not the Kiro I know. You look more imposing. Naruto. She's right, Kerberos. They both see it. Naruto. I decided that if I called him Kiro in his plush form, in his true form, I should call him by his real name, Kerberos. Kerberos, thank you Naruto. Looks down but it's too late now. Sees Sakura, who was confused if the earthy card had been there from the beginning, I would have recovered my form sooner. I couldn't help you at all. I'm so sorry. Sakura. That's not true. Thanks to you and Naruto, I was able to capture the earthy card. Also, with the advice you always gave me, I managed to gather all the Clow cards. Looks down slightly finally. I was the one responsible for them escaping from the book you were protecting. Kerberos. Sakura. Sakura. Smiles thank you so much for everything, Kiro. That left Kerberos and Naruto speechless. Kerberos. Just wait for that guy. This confused the children as Kerberos looked at the Tokyo Tower from where the moon was rising, causing the children to look in that direction. Time skip. Naruto and Sakura could be seen running towards the temple. Sakura. Tomoyo. Guys. The group of children hear the shout, smile, and run towards it. Tomoyo. Sakura, Naruto, are you alright? Sakura. Yes, and look, shows the card. This is the last card, I finally have them all together. Tomoyo. Starting to record, you've done something wonderful. Sakura laughs nervously when the camera captures a wing. When they turn around, they see Kerberos. Tomoyo. Stopping recording. Excuse me, but who are you? That depressed Kerberos. Time skip. Tomoyo was seen filming Sakura, who was blushing because she was wearing a new outfit. Sakura. Blushing, and why do I have to dress up on this occasion? Tomoyo. Well, we're going to celebrate in a big way. Today you've gathered all the Clow cards, and I promised you that on special days like these I would dress you up for the occasion. That makes Sakura sweat a little. Sakura. And you brought that vehicle for that? Tomoyo. Happily of course. Sharon comes out wearing his suit. Tomoyo. And on the way we stopped by Lee's house to pick up her outfit, and of course. With that, he goes to Sharon to start arranging him next to Sakura and then resume recording. Tomoyo. I would record on this very special occasion the two Cardcaptors who fulfilled their task. Sora had a nervous smile when Naruto and Naruko came out in different outfits, Naruto in a suit, without the mask, which he calls Seinen, and Naruko in an Anbu suit and mask, which did not cover her face. Sakura had to accept that her friends looked good, but then she turned to look at Sharon. Sakura. Aren't you happy? We've finally gathered all the Clow cards. Sharon. Well, first of all, let me congratulate you on your excellent work. Sakura. Smiling thank you very much. Tomoyo. When you smile, you look like an angel, Sakura. Sharon looks towards where Kerberos is. Sharon. But, Kerberos doesn't look very happy, to say the least. That worried Sakura. Sakura. Hey Lee, do you know the famous Yu? Sharon. He's the other guardian of the Clow cards. Sakura signaled for him to follow. Sharon. First, there's Kerberos, his celestial body is the sun. He's the beast that maintains the seal. Then there's Yu, the judge, whose celestial body is the moon. They are the two guardians created to protect the Clow cards. Sakura. But what kind of judgment does he conduct? Sharon. I'm not sure. There's almost nothing written about Yu in the magic book left by the wizard Clow. It's a great mystery. Sees a thoughtful Sakura. Do you remember the book that keeps the card sealed? Sakura. Sees it, yes. Sharon. That emblem in the shape of a golden beast is Kerberos and the moon symbol on the back is you. Sakura. That's strange. There was nothing on the back of the book. Sharon. Surprised what? Think so the same thing happened to him as to Kerberos. He also took a form to be always present. Naruto and Naruko had overheard the conversation, so they turned to look at Mizuki, but for some reason, Naruto was looking more at Yukito, who was still asleep. Sakura was snapped out of her reverie by Tomoyo's voice. Tomoyo. That's right, approaches Sakura. Have you written your name on the letter yet? Sakura. Shakes her head. No, not yet. Tomoyo. Starts recording. Let me capture this moment forever. Sakura. Smiling nervously. Okay. Sakura was about to write her name on the card when Kerberos intervened. Cerberus. Sakura. She sees it. Kerberos. Once you write the name on your letter, you'll have finished sealing them. Sakura. Smiles. Yes. Kerberos. I trust you'll handle the situation. Sakura. Confused. What's wrong, Kiro? But she also notices Mizuki's concern. That began to make Sakura doubt herself. Sharon. What's wrong? Sakura. Smiles. Nothing, I'll write it right away. With that, he begins to write his name on the letter while Naruto, Naruko, Hanabi, and Tomoyo, who was still recording, joined Kerberos. Tomoyo. That's right, now I remember that Lee has some cards and Sakura has others. Naruko. That's right, if that's the case, who will decide who owns all the cards? Kerberos. You'll find out soon enough when that person appears. This intrigued everyone, while Naruto remained very serious. Someone he never wanted to see again was about to arrive, which was why he was wearing his seinen uniform and had told his sister to change into her Anbu uniform. The moment Sakura finished typing her name, a chill settled over the room and the atmosphere grew heavy. The wind was still blowing when everyone saw Yukito's body begin to emit a glow as he floated. Sakura. What's wrong with Yukito? Suddenly, a noise from the forest made Naruto and Naruko turn around, sensing the presence of someone they hated. Yukito's body appeared before them, while footsteps echoed from the woods. Wings sprouted from Yukito's back, enveloping him in a cocoon, while a crimson head of hair emerged from the forest. Everyone watched, shocked and serious, as Naruto and Naruko donned their masks, ready to attack the one whose hair it was, along with Hanabi. After a flash of light, a figure with silver hair was revealed. Sharon looked seriously at the subject while Sakura was somewhat confused and the rest were the same as Sharon. Sakura. Who is it? Kerberos. You. Sakura. In shock. You. With that, he remembers the words that the light and the dark told him. Sakura. Is this person you? Then, looks around. Where did Yukito go? Mizuki. Don't you understand yet? Yukito turned out to be you. That shocked Sakura even more. Then you turned her gaze toward Kerberos. You. It's been a while, Kerberos. Kerberos. I think I got too confident. I didn't realize the guardians were always lurking near the Clow cards. You always made sure to stay by Sakura's side and pretended to be Toya's friend. You lowered your magical powers until you could regain your form. As that brat and Sakura gathered more cards, my powers gradually recovered and thanks to that, I was able to sense the magic coming from the moon, though I wasn't the only one. That caught Yu's attention a little. Kerberos, but. Sees Mizuki. This woman's powers were very strong and I think I let myself be deceived, but not like him. That left you even more intrigued. Kerberos. I would never have noticed your presence without sensing your magic, even though you were always near me. The wizard Clow created another guardian to keep the card safe. Your name is Yu, which means moon in Chinese. Sees Mizuki. I suppose you already knew that, right? Mizuki. You asked me the same thing when we were at the archery tournament. Yes, I already knew. Sakura. Approaches. Wait a minute, I don't understand anything. Can someone explain? Yu floats closer to Sakura, who steps back slightly while unconsciously pulling out a knife. Yu. I was in the same situation as Kerberos. Until I regained my magic powers, I couldn't return to normal. Tomoyo. So, who is Yukito? Sharon. I use a false identity so as not to raise suspicion. Yu takes Sakura by the chin so that she looks at him. Yu. Is this the first time you've seen me like this? You were chosen by Kerberos to collect all the Clow cards. Sakura. But Yukito. Yu. However, there is another individual who possesses some of those cards. Yu looks up at Sharon, who gets into a fighting stance. Yu steps back a little. Yu. I don't think it's pointless to judge someone who couldn't gather all the Clow cards without help. Kerberos. No. I trust you can do something to help Sakura. She fought so hard. Yu. Glances at him. You're still so lenient with others. Kerberos. And you still have that awful temper. Yu looked directly at Sakura, who was still in shock. Suddenly, something fell very close to them. Turning around, they saw that Naruto, Naruko, and Hanabi had fallen like bullets, protected by a chakra cloak. Everyone, except Sakura and Tomoyo, was amazed by the power emanating from the cloak as they watched the trio separate and the cloak disappear. Naruto. Angry, get out of there, Uzumaki. Then, from the forest, a woman with crimson hair emerges. Naruko, Naruto. With poison, Kushina, Uzumaki. Kushina. My children. Naruko. Shut up. You have no right to call us your children. Because of you and your damned family, we almost died. Kushina, but children. Naruto. Shut up. You. Silence. Everyone turns to look at you and the group. Naruto, serious, we finally meet. You. So you're the other person Kerberos said sensed my presence. Naruto. That's right. It took me a long time, but then, recently, I started sensing your energy coming from Yukito. You looked at him seriously, while Sakura was shocked to learn that her friend already knew, but she knew that if Naruto hadn't told her, it was for a reason. Naruto turned to look at Kushina. Naruto. Serious, we'll leave this unfinished, and this is not up for debate. Kushina was about to refuse, but Naruto grabbed his sister and Hanabi, leaping to the ground next to the group. You turned to look at the group as Naruto and Naruko revealed their faces. You. Well then, let's begin with the final judgment. With that, you begins to float. Sakura. What's going on here? We're supposed to have gathered all the cards. Right. That means the disaster won't happen. What is this final judgment all about? Kerberos, it's about you, first. Sharon then went into a trance and began to float while the other children tried to bring him back to his senses. He eventually came to and found himself on the roof of a building with you standing in front of him. You. I am Judge Yu and I will conduct the final judgment. Sharon gets serious while Yu activates her powers. You. I want you to use every card you have and try to defeat me. This surprised Sharon and then Yu attacked him with crystals. Sharon tried to defend himself but ended up slipping off the roof. On the ground. This worried the children who ran to help her but stopped because they ran into a force field. Naruto. Serious, a force field. Sakura continued to pound the field with a worried look as Kerberos arrived with them. Kerberos. Once the final judgment has begun, no one can intervene. Kushina was listening attentively and smiling as she thought this would help her get her children back. Sakura. Very worried, that's not fair. Naruko. Life will never be fair, all we can do is adapt. Naruto. Unfortunately, my sister is right, but that doesn't mean we're going to give up. Sakura smiled slightly and nodded. Kushina saw this and became annoyed as she thought Sakura had brainwashed the Otsutsuki brothers. In the fight. Sharon had taken out his sword and a scroll. Sharon. God of fire, come. With that, he throws a burst of fire at you, but is surprised to see that it had no effect. You won't be able to defeat me with such insignificant powers. Sharon tries to use another scroll, but Yu is faster and attacks him, leaving him badly injured and almost knocking him off the roof. Sharon struggles to his feet as Yu descends. Yu. It's incredible that you collected the Clow cards with such a low magic level. Sharon was serious as he held the card the time in his hand, ready to activate it using his sword. Sharon. The time. With that, he activates the card's effect to put himself on guard, but is surprised not to see Yu. Sharon. Looking around, where are you? But he doesn't notice that Yu was behind him. Yu. The time is one of the cards that is under my command. That impacts Sharon, who is then affected by the time. Yu. Your end has come. The last thing you hear is Sharon's scream. On the ground. The effect of the time had ended, making everyone feel the finality. They all saw Sharon appear and fall to the ground. This worried all the children, especially Hanabi, who rushed over to check on him. Sakura. Worried Lee. Kerberos. Worried brat. Naruto. Worried, are you alright, Lee? Sharon lets out a groan as he gets up in pain, helped by Naruto. Sharon. Painful and dizzy, he took all my cards. Sakura. But why? Sharon. Serious, be careful, that guy is very powerful. Everyone could see you watching them from afar. You. The next one will be chosen by Kerberos. Yu tries to put Sakura into a trance, but the girl wouldn't let him. Sakura. Listen, I'll take the trial, but in exchange, I'll bring Naruto and Naruko. Yu. Can't you handle this yourself? Sakura. It's not that, it's just that I'm pretty sure they'll both want to face Mrs. Tomato. That makes Kushina furious. Naruko. That's right. Naruto. We're going to teleport with Sakura, but we'll have our own fight. Yu takes that seriously. Yu. Again. The trio of children held hands, entered a trance, and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were in a building some distance from Tokyo Tower, where the silhouettes of Yu and Kushina could be seen. This surprised Sakura as it was exactly like her dream. Sakura. This is identical to what I saw in my dream. With you and Kushina. You was calm while Kushina was ready to try to get Naruto and Naruko back. You. Oh almighty magician, here is the humble person who wishes to be the owner of your cards. Kushina had listened carefully and thought that Sakura would be a danger to her plans. Naruto, Naruko and Sakura. Despite the distance, the trio of children had clearly heard what you said, leaving Sakura surprised. With you and Kushina. You are the young woman who went after the beast Kerberos, your name is Sakura. Naruto, Naruko and Sakura. Sakura's staff begins to glow, surprising the trio. With you and Kushina. I can see that you possess great powers. That shocked Kushina even more. It seemed the girl was more dangerous than she had thought. I am Judge Yu, and it is time to carry out your final judgment. Naruto, Naruko and Sakura. Sakura's staff continued to glow as the trio stared ahead. Sakura. But is this the final judgment? Yes Kushina. You could see the memories of the torture, the cold nights, the insults, the tears, everything the Otsutsuki brothers had to suffer. Naruto, Naruko and Sakura had appeared in a building several meters from Tokyo Tower. The twins were ready while Sakura looked around. Sakura. It's identical to my dream. That caught the attention of the Otsutsuki brothers, who glanced at her out of the corner of their eyes. With you and Kushina. You're the new reinforcement who helped gather the cards. With that, he makes a hand gesture. On Sakura, Naruto and Naruko. The trio of children were watching those at the Tokyo Tower when the Clow cards they possessed glowed, shot out, and floated away. With you and Kushina. Go ahead, use the Clow cards you captured, spreads her wings and try to defeat me. On Sakura, Naruto and Naruko. Sakura stood watching the cards float by while looking straight ahead. Sakura. I'm not capable of doing such a thing. But Naruto makes him see it. Naruto. Don't say that, you can do it Sakura, I know you can, I believe in you. Sakura watched Naruto, her face slowly turning red. With that, Sakura smiled with determination. Sakura. Very well, you take care of the tomato, and I'll take care of you. They both nodded with a smile as they got into position and put on their masks. Sakura. Alright, let's end this final judgment. Naruko. And fight against the past. Naruto smiled upon hearing that, so that the three of them looked at the guardian and human duo with determination. Naruto. It's a beautiful night. Naruko. The crickets are chirping. Sakura. And the stars are shining. Naruto. On nights like these. Naruko. Guardians and humans like you. Sakura Naruto Naruko. You're going to have a bad time. Beneath their masks, Naruto's eyes glowed blue and red, Naruko's yellow and red, and Sakura's red. With that, the Otsutsuki siblings leaped up, clinging to the building. With you and Kushina. Seeing what had happened, Yu prepared himself as Kushina jumped in to try and recover her children. On the street. Naruto and Naruko. Both had reached the ground safe and sound. The brothers were serious. They knew it wouldn't be easy. They may have fought several Clow cards and survived, but their opponent was someone who had fought and survived a ninja war, but that wasn't going to stop them. Naruto. Serious, come on Naruko, it's time to finish this. Naruko nods just as seriously as they start running while jumping across the buildings. 1 minute later. Both siblings had arrived at King Penguin Park. Just then, Kushina emerged from the trees. Kushina. My children. Naruto. Serious, how many times do we have to tell you we're not your children? Kushina. Don't say that, Naruto. I'm your mother, so come to Konoha and we'll be done with this. Naruko. Angry, we'll never go back to that damned place where its inhabitants and you tried to kill us. Kushina. I've already been working on that, my children. The village already knows the truth. I divorced Minato because he wanted to use you as weapons. Please, children, come back. Everything will be as it should have been. Naruto. What if doesn't exist, Uzumaki? We'll never go back to Konoha. Kushina. Serious, it's not a question. We're leaving, and we're leaving now. Naruko. Angry never. Makes hand seals Keratin. Concealment in the mist. This creates a thick fog that covers the entire Penguin Park and a few meters beyond. Kushina. Wow, this fog is really dense, I'm proud of it. Then she hears a whistle. Kushina pulls out a kunai to block some shurikens that were coming towards her. Kushina sees a shadow approaching, revealing Naruto with a chikudo, causing Kushina to draw her own. They both begin a sword fight, sparks flying back and forth. Kushina. Proudly, you're not doing badly, son. Naruto. Growling, I'm not your son. Kushina glances sideways as Naruto is about to decapitate her with a chikudo, so she backs away, dodging the attack. Once she's far enough away, Kushina sees Naruto and Naruko standing side by side, still wielding their chikudo. Kushina. My children fill me with pride, but they must return to Konoha. They both growled in anger at Kushina's blatant hypocrisy. They both dropped their chikudo and then each drew a katana, Naruto a red one and Naruko a yellow one. With katanas in hand, the Otsutsuki siblings charged at Kushina, who blocked, dodged, or redirected Naruto and Naruko's attacks. Naruto continued to unleash slashes with his katana, which were met by Kushina's chikudo. In the distance, Naruko was forming hand seals. Naruko. Suiton water fish missiles. Using the moisture from the mist, Naruko created small spheres of water and launched them at Kushina, the spheres taking the form of fish. Naruto saw this out of the corner of his eye and jumped to the side. Seeing the attack, Kushina began slashing at some of the fish, but others hit her directly. Kushina charged her wind release chakra and dispersed the mist. Kushina stood there, breathing heavily, while Naruto and Naruko stood before her with serious expressions. Kushina. Smiling, not bad, kids. Naruko. Growling, stop calling us your kids, we're not. Kushina. Slightly annoyed, don't talk to me like that, I'm your mother. Naruto got angry and made hand seals. Naruto. Bakuten. Explosive palm. Naruto touches the ground with his palm, then a huge explosion is generated that sends them flying. But Naruto and Naruko. They had both reached a building by entering through the window. Naruko. Ouch, that hurts. Naruto. Sorry, but I had to get us away. At least she was hurt. Naruko nods, and they both climb out the window and run up the side of the building. When they reach the rooftop, they see Kushina on the other building. Just then, they overhear Yu and Sakura talking, so they turn to see what's happening. In Sakura's fight. Yu. The wood is one of the attributes of the moon. Sakura and Yu. Yu. And you kept fighting without knowing something important. Your end has come. Sakura could only see Yu tired from using her new power. Yu. You've lost. Sakura. I lost. Yu. That's right. You've lost the battle, and the seal of the battle will disappear again, and a terrible misfortune will befall this world. They both remained silent. Sakura. What kind of misfortune will occur in this world? What will happen? Yu. That you will forget something. That surprised Sakura. Yu. If the one chosen by Kerberos to gather the cards is judged by you and does not pass the final test, the Clow cards and the people who had to interact with them will forget that special feeling they have for that loved one. On the ground. Everyone had heard what Yu had said. Sharon. Surprised, what did he say? Kerberos. All the Clow cards think that the person who sealed them and wrote their name on them is someone extremely important to them, but in the event that this person does not prove to be strong and courageous, they will forget that feeling of great affection towards that person so that they do not suffer too much. That was the agreement that Clow made. That had left everyone speechless. But Naruto and Naruko. Both of them, thanks to a small microphone that was in Hanabi's clothes, had heard what Kerberos said, remaining completely silent. In Sakura's fight. Sakura was silently thinking about what Yu had said. Sakura. They'll forget, everyone will forget that special feeling they have for others. Me too, will that happen to me too? Sakura begins to remember all her loved ones, especially Yukito and Naruto. This makes her start to cry. But at the same time, this thought begins to fill her with determination. Sakura. No, I won't let that happen. With that, she begins to move, trying to break free. Yu is surprised to see this, but he is even more surprised when he sees a red aura begin to surround Sakura. Sakura. I won't allow that to happen. With that, she breaks free from the wood's bonds to rush towards Yu, but is caught again. Yu. Watching Sakura move, I can't believe you broke free from your own magic's attacks, but I'm not giving up. With that, he used his powers while watching the roots surround Sakura, who had remained still. Yu. The only one who can defeat me is Clow Reed and no one else. On the ground. Everyone watched helplessly as Sakura was surrounded by the roots. But Naruto and Naruko. Both children were shocked to see Sakura wrapped in roots, while Kushina watched with a smile. Kushina. With this, it's very likely that my children will return to Konoha with me and we can be a family. Kushina started laughing, drawing the attention of both children. Kushina. You see. That girl can't help you. Go back to Konoha and you'll be happy there. That girl isn't worth it. That angered both of them, but Naruto more so. Naruto. Take it back. Kushina. I'm not going to take it back because it's true, that girl lost because she was weak. They were both getting angry as they surrounded themselves with Biju chakra. Kushina, seeing this, went on guard. Kushina. Serious, don't do anything stupid. Naruko. Angry, you should have thought about that before speaking ill of our friend. Without another word, the brothers vanish from Kushina's sight, only to reappear at her side and strike her simultaneously. Kushina shields herself with her arms, but the impact sends her flying into another building. Kushina gets up, but Naruko appears before her, performing the final hand seal. Naruto. Shakutan. Dragon's breath. With that, Naruto unleashed a burst of Shakutan release, forcing Kushina to jump and dodge the attack. The Redeed was shocked to see how the technique partially incinerated the metal and was clearly intended to kill. Kushina. In shock, did my daughter try to kill me? Kushina snaps out of her thoughts as Naruto attempts to slash her with a claw made of Biju Chakra. Kushina leaps 5 meters away, but Naruto, surrounded by Biju Chakra, appears before her, Rasengan in hand. Kushina narrowly dodges, causing the Rasengan to crash into the rooftop floor. Naruto falls to the ground and uses the tail of his cloak to attack Kushina, sending her flying into some barriers. Kushina gets up, wincing in pain, watching as Naruto and Naruto fall to the ground, each deactivating their Biju cloak. Naruto and Naruto stare seriously at Kushina as she struggles to her feet. Kushina. Why are you making this so difficult? He just has to go back to Konoha and everything will be like it was before and even better. You'll have the life you were always meant to have. Naruto. Serious, it's too late for that, Uzumaki. Kushina. Serious, I'm your mother and you have to respect me and not call me Naruto Uzumaki because of my last name. Naruto. Angry, our last name isn't Uzumaki or Namikaze anymore, it's Otsutsuki. Kushina. Shut up. That last name is stupid. You're Uzumaki's, period. This greatly angered both siblings as they knew the truth about the Otsutsuki surname. Without hesitation, they both attacked Kushina, beginning a 2-on-1 fight. Kushina was already struggling as Naruto and Naruto began attacking with increasingly powerful kicks and punches. They backed away to draw ninja stars and throw them, managing to create looping trajectories. Not knowing the direction, Kushina received cuts on her arms. But it didn't end there, as the ninja stars were tied together with ninja thread. Using this thread, the two brothers moved the ninja stars, further injuring Kushina. Naruto stepped back to take out a scroll and summon a weapon. It was a Fuma Shuriken. Naruto sees that her brother was fighting against Kushina, who had her back to the girl. Naruto. Brother. Naruto nods and leaps forward, prompting Naruto to throw the Fuma Shuriken at Kushina. The older Redeed sees Naruto jump to flip Naruto over, but she can't dodge, and the Fuma Shuriken strikes her squarely in the back, knocking her into the void. They both watch indifferently when a glimmer catches their attention. Turning, they see Sakura freeing herself from the wood. In Sakura's fight. He was able to free himself. Sakura, using the roots, goes down to the platform to meet Mizuki. Sakura. Professor Mizuki. Mizuki. With a bell in her hand, good thing you noticed. Then Sakura notices that the bell starts to give off small sparkles. Sakura. Your bell. Mizuki. This bell was made by the wizard Clow in order to give you another chance, since it fulfilled its purpose it disappeared, so it will not be of any use again. Upon hearing that, Sakura was filled with determination to turn and look at you. Sakura. It would be very cruel to live in a world where no one feels anything special for that loved one. You said nothing, causing Sakura to assume a fighting stance with her staff, while, unconsciously, she drew another red knife. Sakura's eyes had turned red and orange, demonstrating great determination and courage. Sakura. With red and orange eyes, I swear I'll fight you with all my strength. On the ground. Everyone watched what was happening with seriousness and concern. But Naruto and Naruto. They were both in a building closer together and both had heard what Sakura said, which made them both smile. Naruto. Come on, Ani-chan. Naruto nods and then they both begin jumping across the buildings. In another building. Kushina was on another rooftop, the Fuma Shuriken still embedded in her back. She removed the weapon to watch Naruto and Naruto move away from their previous position. Despite her injuries, she began to jump after her children. But Naruto and Naruto. They were just a few buildings away when a whistle caught their attention. Turning around, they saw a barrage of kunai, causing them to separate. They realized the culprit was Kushina, who was badly injured. Naruto activated the Omnitrix to locate a figure. Upon seeing the silhouette, Naruto pressed the dial and a green light appeared. As it faded, a new alien was revealed. I present to you Spitter, Kushina Uzumaki. Without another word, Spitter shoots a stream of slime that hits Kushina squarely, causing her to fall into the void again, this time landing on the street. Seeing this, Spitter picks up Naruto and starts jumping. After a few minutes, they both arrive at a small forest where Naruto gets off Spitter, who reverts to Naruto. Then they both start running to reunite with their friends. The final judgment. Sakura was seen on a blank screen, remembering the current events while crying because she still couldn't believe that Yukido had been you. Naruto, Naruko, and Sakura had appeared in a building several meters from Tokyo Tower. On the ground. Everyone was looking towards where the final judgment would take place. Kerberos. Serious children. Tomoyo. So, young Yukido knew Sakura was collecting the cards from the beginning. Kerberos. No, that's not true. You is merely the judge. He's able to separate his consciousness from the false identity he uses until Judgment Day. Hanabi, that means. Kerberos. He'd been living as Yukito without suspecting a thing. Sharon. Sees Kerberos, but you woke up because she accidentally scattered the cards from the book, didn't she? Besides, she told me he'd moved to Tomoto long before. How is that possible? Mizuki, surely. Everyone turns to look at her. Mizuki. Someone must have arranged every single one of those moves. Kerberos becomes serious upon hearing that. Mizuki. In this world there are no coincidences, only the inevitable. On Sakura, Naruto and Naruko. The twins were ready while Sakura looked around. Sakura. It's identical to my dream. That caught the attention of the Otsutsuki brothers, who glanced at her out of the corner of their eyes. With you and Kushina. You're the new reinforcement who helped gather the cards. With that, he makes a hand gesture. On Sakura, Naruto and Naruko. The trio of children were watching those at the Tokyo Tower when the Clow cards they possessed glowed, shot out, and floated away. With you and Kushina. Go ahead, use the Clow cards you captured, spreads her wings and try to defeat me. On Sakura, Naruto and Naruko. Sakura stood watching the cards float by while looking straight ahead. Sakura. I'm not capable of doing such a thing. But Naruto makes him see it. Naruto. Don't say that, you can do it Sakura, I know you can, I believe in you. Sakura watched Naruto, her face slowly turning red. With that, Sakura smiled with determination. Sakura. Very well, you take care of the tomato, and I'll take care of you. They both nodded with a smile as they got into position and put on their masks. Sakura. Alright, let's end this final judgment. Naruto. And fight against the past. Naruto smiled upon hearing that, so that the three of them looked at the guardian and human duo with determination. Naruto, it's a beautiful night. Naruko, the crickets are chirping. Sakura, and the stars are shining. Naruto, on nights like these. Naruko, guardians and humans like you. Sakura Naruto. You're going to have a bad time. Beneath their masks, Naruto's eyes glowed blue and red, Naruko's yellow and red, and Sakura's red. The Otsutsuki siblings leaped up, clinging to the building. Sakura watched her friends with concern, but her resolve grew as she looked at a card. Sakura sighed. Sakura. The jump. With that, he starts running and jumping over buildings. With you and Kushina. Seeing what had happened, Yu prepared himself as Kushina jumped in to try and recover her children. 1 minute later. Sakura had already reached Yu, ready to make a stylish entrance. Upon arriving, Yu turned to look at Sakura with an expressionless gaze, while the girl stared at him seriously. Yu. Well then, we'll hold the final trial. Sakura. I don't want to hurt Yukito, but now you're not him, you're you. I'm not one to fight, but to save Yukito and the others, serious I'll do it. Yu launches an attack that causes Sakura to jump back and dodge it. Yu then throws crystals, which are blocked by several red knives. Unfortunately, not everyone was eliminated and Sakura was forced to use the fly card. With that, Sakura began to fly away from Yu. You'll never beat me in this battle if all you think about is running away. Sakura. That's true, I won't win if I run away, but I can buy myself some time to make a plan. But Sakura senses a shadow. Turning around, she sees Yu very close, ready to attack with crystals, creating a cloud of dust. Fortunately, Sakura is unharmed, but not for long, as Yu quickly approaches her and slashes upward with his hand, but Sakura blocks the attack with a knife. Unfortunately, Yu's attack is powerful, sending Sakura flying and crashing into a beam. But it doesn't end there. Sakura receives another attack and slash from Yu, sending her flying first to another beam and then crashing to the ground. Sakura is in a lot of pain, but she refuses to lose and manages to get up slightly. Seeing this, Yu launches a crystal attack, forcing Sakura to use a card. Sakura. The shield. With that, the shield appears while Sakura reinforces the card's resistance with her magic. On the ground. Seeing that Sakura was in trouble, Sharon approaches to use a scroll, but Kerberos stops him by standing in front of him. Kerberos. Don't do it. If anyone interferes in this fight, Sakura will automatically lose. Sharon. But that guy is going to kill her. Kerberos. Turns to silently observe the fight. Sakura is the only one who can make him see reason. That left everyone silent as Sharon watched Sakura's fight helplessly. Kerberos. Serious and I still trust Sakura. In Sakura's fight. Sakura gets up with some difficulty while Yu is floating in front of her, watching her. Yu. You're not doing too badly, but if you don't get more serious it'll be the end of you. Sakura was staring at the ground as her eyes flickered from emerald to red. Sakura, I have to do something. Think Sakura. Yu generates a kind of bow and arrow which is pointed at Sakura. Sakura. A letter that won't hurt you. Sakura, racing against time, uses a card. Sakura. The wood. On the ground. Kerberos. No Sakura. In Sakura's fight. Upon seeing this, Yu activated his power, halting the roots. But something surprised him. The roots were trying to move. Focusing his gaze, he saw a red aura surrounding the wood, which was causing the cart to try to move. Looking at Sakura, he saw that the girl's eyes were red. But Sakura couldn't hold on any longer, and Yu fired the arrow, causing the girl to take 2 steps back. But it didn't end there. The wood fell under Yu's control and managed to capture Sakura. Yu descended, landing on a small platform created by the wood. Yu, the wood is one of the attributes of the moon. Sakura and Yu. Yu. And you kept fighting without knowing something important. Your end has come. Sakura could only see Yu tired from using her new power. Yu. You've lost. Sakura. I lost. Yu. That's right. You've lost the battle, and the seal of the battle will disappear again, and a terrible misfortune will befall this world. They both remained silent. Sakura. What kind of misfortune will occur in this world? What will happen? Yu. That you will forget something. That surprised Sakura. Yu. If the one chosen by Kerberos to gather the cards is judged by you and does not pass the final test, the Clow cards and the people who had to interact with them will forget that special feeling they have for that loved one. On the ground. Everyone had heard what Yu had said. Sharon. Surprised, what did he say? Kerberos, all the Clow cards think that the person who sealed them and wrote their name on them is someone extremely important to them. But in the event that this person does not prove to be strong and courageous, they will forget that feeling of great affection towards that person so that they do not suffer too much. That was the agreement that Clow made. That had left everyone speechless. But Naruto and Naruko. Both of them, thanks to a small microphone that was in Hanabi's clothes, had heard what Kerberos said, remaining completely silent. In Sakura's fight. Sakura was silently thinking about what Yu had said. Sakura. They'll forget, everyone will forget that special feeling they have for others. Me too, will that happen to me too? Sakura begins to remember all her loved ones, especially Yukito and Naruto. This makes her start to cry. But at the same time, this thought begins to fill her with determination. Sakura, no. I won't let that happen. With that, she begins to move, trying to break free. Yu is surprised to see this, but he is even more surprised when he sees a red aura begin to surround Sakura. Sakura. I won't allow that to happen. With that, she breaks free from the wood's bonds to rush towards Yu, but is caught again. Yu. Watching Sakura move, I can't believe you broke free from your own magic's attacks, but I'm not giving up. With that, he used his powers while watching the roots around Sakura, who had remained still. Yu. The only one who can defeat me is Clow Reed and no one else. On the ground. Everyone watched helplessly as Sakura was surrounded by the roots. With Naruto and Naruko. Both children were shocked to see Sakura wrapped in roots, while Kushina watched with a smile. Kushina. With this, it's very likely that my children will return to Konoha with me and we can be a family. In Sakura's fight. Yu watched indifferently as Sakura was wrapped up. Meanwhile, the girl watched Yu from among the roots. Sakura, no. I can't let everyone forget the person they love so much. A red drop fell in a dark place and then. Sakura woke up to the sound of her alarm clock, thinking it was all a dream. Sakura gets ready to go downstairs for breakfast, but when she greets everyone she's confused because there were changes, like Toya not calling her a monster, Naruto and Naruko just nodded, and her mother's picture wasn't on the table. Put that aside for now and have breakfast. When she finishes, she heads towards school using her skates with the Otsutsuki brothers following her, but during the journey she sees a silhouette that vanishes, which confuses her. Upon arriving at school, Sakura is greeted by Tomoyo, prompting her to call out her name. However, Tomoyo simply puts on the shoes that were in her locker. Sakura stands there watching the trio of children leave, but is then informed about her classes. Upon arriving at the classroom, she greets everyone, but is confused to see Yamazaki addressing Chiharu by her last name, since, according to Sakura, Chiharu and Yamazaki are good friends. However, the brunette is even more confused to hear that Chiharu did not like Yamazaki. Sakura continued to watch everything with relative confusion. Classes started and continued normally, but it was clear that Sakura felt something strange was happening, she felt something was missing, she felt life was lacking, she felt strange, she felt empty. As she left school, she saw Toya waiting for her. That triggered the girl's alarms and she ran off, leaving her brother behind and passing by Naruto and Naruko, who had gone ahead and were confused by the girl's actions. After running a lot, Sakura arrives at a house which appeared to be abandoned. She didn't know what it was, but something made her go in and reach the other courtyard, seeing a small bamboo forest, which made the girl enter. Sakura reaches the center of the forest when she lowers her head and cries a little. Sakura. There's no one here. The wind begins to blow as Sakura hears several voices calling her name. Suddenly the voices stop for a moment, giving way to a hummed song. As she listens to the song, a small grey heart emerges from Sakura's chest. Little by little, and thanks to the song, Sakura begins to remember as the voices return humming the same song, and her heart begins to acquire color, more specifically 3 colors. Then the scene changes to a field full of cherry trees as Sakura watches a silhouette. Sakura, that person. That person is. Then the sound of a bell is heard, making Sakura remember the person's name. Sakura. It's true, it's him. Sakura starts running while the heart she had glowed red, orange, and light green. The silhouette turns around, revealing its face. Sakura. You're the person I love the most. You watched as the root bud began to move violently while red, orange, and pale green lights emanated from within the roots. Suddenly, the roots released Sakura, who was surrounded by a small aura of red, orange, and pale green, though the red was more prominent. Seeing this, Yu stepped back slightly in surprise. Yu. He was able to free himself. Sakura, using the roots, goes down to the platform to meet Mizuki. Sakura. Professor Mizuki. Mizuki. With a bell in her hand, good thing you noticed. Then Sakura notices that the bell starts to give off small sparkles. Sakura. Your bell. Mizuki. This bell was made by the wizard Clow in order to give you another chance, since it fulfilled its purpose it disappeared, so it will not be of any use again. Upon hearing that, Sakura was filled with determination to turn and look at you. Sakura. It would be very cruel to live in a world where no one feels anything special for that loved one. You said nothing, causing Sakura to assume a fighting stance with her staff, while, unconsciously, she drew another red knife. Sakura's eyes had turned red and orange, demonstrating great determination and courage. Sakura, with red and orange eyes, I swear I'll fight you with all my strength. On the ground. Everyone watched what was happening with seriousness and concern. With Naruto and Naruko. They were both in a building closer together, and both had heard what Sakura said, which made them both smile. In the battle of Sakura. Sakura. With light green eyes, not all is lost, you'll see that everything will be alright. At that moment, the jewel on Sakura's staff began to glow, causing surprise in you. Mizuki. Very well, now remove that seal. Sakura simply raised her staff, which emitted a green glow, but was also surrounded by small red and orange rays. Lights resembling shooting stars began to appear in the sky. You. Looking at the stars, what is this? Mizuki. Calmly, it's Sakura's new power. Sakura. Release it. With that, the staff emitted a great light that blinded everyone. When it dissipated, the staff could be seen again, but in a different form. It was the star staff. Sakura gazed in amazement at her new staff. On the ground. Kerberos. Surprised, the magic staff changed shape. In Sakura's fight. Sakura was determined to end the duel. Sakura drew a card as the new seal symbol appeared on the ground. Sakura floated the card. Sakura. Clow card, trap, that creature touches the card, the windy. With that, the card makes its appearance, but with a small red aura. You activates its power. You. It's useless, the windy is one of my helpers. But the card, which had red eyes, traps you. You. It can't be. With that, the windy encloses you in a sphere of wind and then descends, ending up in front of Sakura. Sakura. With a small smile, I know, you always had a lot of affection for Clow, didn't you? You opened his eyes slightly. Sakura. That's why you would understand how sad it would be if I forgot that special feeling you have for that loved one. I'm just a child and I lack the experience to use magic as powerful as Clow, but I promise you I will keep fighting. Sakura began to approach as the card released you. Standing before you, the girl extended her hands, causing the judge to look up. Sakura. I don't want to become your owner, I just want us to be good friends. Sakura smiled at you, who was serious. You stood up, drawing the girl's attention. You. Close your eyes. Sakura is confused, but she closed them. You spreads her wings. You, the trial is over. I, judge you, declare Sakura. As our new owner. Sakura's vision. The girl felt like she was floating when she heard footsteps. Opening her eyes, she turned to see a silhouette. Sakura. Who are you? I was the one who revealed those inevitable situations that seemed like mere coincidences all around you. You realized everything that happened and did me the favor of ending it all with a happy ending. You don't know how grateful I am. Sakura. I understand, you're the magician Clow. Clow the magician nods. Sakura. Looking at the staff in her hands, that means this staff belongs to her. Clow, no. You created that staff with your own powers. It doesn't represent the sun or the moon. It's the staff that represents the power of the stars you carry within. No matter how small it is. It will continue to shine because of the power that keeps that star alive. I only ask that you value that gift greatly. End of Sakura's vision. Sakura was now on the ground. When she opened her eyes, Tokyo Tower was right in front of her. Understand? Upon hearing her name, the girl turns to see Tomoyo and Sharon running towards her. The girl smiles excitedly. Sakura. I finally did it. Sakura excitedly approaches her friends to give them a big hug. Just then, everyone notices Naruto and Naruko arriving, making Sakura and Tomoyo overjoyed. They run towards them, jumping up and hugging Naruto, then knocking him to the ground, while Tomoyo and Naruko embrace and then kiss. Imagine you are Tomoyo and Naruko. The trio of children were surprised but smiled to congratulate them. Toya was watching the interaction from a distance when Mizuki appeared beside her. Mizuki? You were by his side the whole time, right? Toya. That's right. Mizuki. Did you know that Yukito wasn't human? Toya. Yes. In the distance, in a building, you and Kerberos were watching everything. Kerberos. Finally, Sakura became the new owner. You love. You. However, her powers are still weak. It will be difficult for her to master all the cards alongside her guardians. Kerberos. That's true, even with Naruto and Naruko there with her, it will be difficult. It's best if we stay with her and use our false identities. You turned her gaze back to the group, then rose and took flight alongside Kerberos. In the distance, in the trees, Kushina watched the group, frustrated at not having recovered her children. Kushina. Someday my children, someday we will be a family again. With that, he retreats, leaping between the trees. With the group of children. The five of them were chatting, with Naruko and Tomoyo holding hands. Just then, Kiro arrived. Kiro? Sakura. Sakura turns around, very happy. Sakura. Finally, Kiro, we did it. I'm so happy. But everyone notices Yukito in the distance, staring at a tree. The group and Yukito lock eyes, making him smile. In a dark place, an orange symbol could be seen. 1. Is it ready? 2. Yes, it's ready, Uzumaki-sama. The Uzumaki takes the object to put it on, revealing it to be an Omnitrix, but orange in color. Uzumaki. Soon, little brother, soon we'll be a family again, and I promise to be a better brother again. This. The mystery of Yamazaki's eyes. It was a new day and at Tomoda Elementary School, more specifically in Sakura's classroom, the children were chatting. Yamazaki. Hey guys, you know what? Jiharu. Somewhat annoyed, are you lying again? In the distance were Naruto, Naruko, Sakura, Tomoyo, Sharon and Myling who was hugging the aforementioned. Yamazaki. But I haven't said anything yet. Jiharu. Then what was it? Yamazaki. Well, have you ever heard of the blue mailbox? You know, not all mailboxes are red, some are blue too. They were seen by the group from just a few meters away. Sakura. Is it true that blue mailboxes exist? Naruto. I say it's just another one of Yamazaki's lies. Myling. Of course, the things Yamazaki usually says are always lies, right Sharon? Sharon. If you say so. Time skip. Everyone was leaving school, leading the Clow card collection group through a park. Suddenly, Sakura's presence caught everyone's attention. In front of them was a blue mailbox. Sakura. A blue mailbox. Naruko. They really exist. Myling. It seems Yamazaki doesn't always lie. Sharon. And this time it was true. Sakura. I think it was wrong to distrust him. Naruto. Don't worry, it's normal to distrust someone who has always lied. Myling. Now that I think about it, when Yamazaki was talking about the blue mailbox. Sakura. Sharon. Tomoyo. What happened? Naruto. Naruko. I'm sure she's going to say it was about his eyes. Myling. His eyes were open. Sakura. Sharon. Tomoyo. Really? Naruto. She's right, even though Yamazaki always has his eyes closed, at that moment they were open. Sakura, Sharon and Tomoyo were surprised because they hadn't noticed. Sakura, but I haven't seen Yamazaki with his eyes open. Tomoyo. Me neither, I'm always worried he'll trip over something. Sharon. Did he really have them open? I didn't notice anything. Myling. I don't know if there's any proof, like a picture of him with his eyes open. Both twins viewed the quartet with some amusement. Naruko. Let's let them sort it out and discover the truth, don't you think, Ani-chan? Naruto nodded with a smile at what his sister had said. Time skip. At the Kinomoto house. Everyone was in Sakura's room looking at a photo album that she had. Sakura. This is my old photo album. Myling. Very good, this is what I meant, thank you very much Kinomoto. But they noticed that in all the photos where Yamazaki appeared, he had his eyes closed, even in places where he shouldn't have been. Then Tomoyo remembers something. Tomoyo. Ah. Wait a moment, I remember that when Yamazaki was talking about the blue mailbox, I was filming Sakura on video, if I remember correctly Yamazaki was nearby. That left everyone in a brief silence. Smiling. Very good. With that, they begin to review the video, noticing that at the moment Yamazaki was talking about the blue mailbox, the aforementioned had his eyes open. Sakura. Her eyes are open. Smiling, it seems Yamazaki has finally opened her eyes. And one of her many lies turned out to be true. They must definitely have something in common, you know. Sakura. What is it? Smiling. Simple, all the stories Yamazaki tells with her eyes open turn out to be true. Naruto with a nervous smile, I don't think so. Should I tell them? Nah, it'll be fun to watch their adventure he. Sakura. Oh, now I understand. Then they hear voices outside. Upon investigating, they realize it's Yamazaki and Chihiro. Sakura. It's Yamazaki. Tomoyo. He's outside. Smiling. Let's hurry. With that, everyone ends up being Naruto and Naruko just to go along with it. Then Smiling realizes something. Smiling. She's opening her eyes. Sakura. So now she'll tell the truth. But Smiling silenced her so that everyone would pay attention. Chihiro. What about the blue mailbox? Yamazaki. Well, if you send a letter in the blue mailbox to the person you like, your feelings will be reciprocated. Upon hearing that, Tomoyo, Sakura, Smiling, and Sharon thought about the people they liked. Something clicked in their heads. Smiling. Leaving, I just remembered I have something to do. Sharon. Leaving me too. Sakura. Leaving me too. Tomoyo. Leaving me too. That was seen by amused Naruto and Naruko. Time skip. Yamazaki and Chihiro were seen walking through a forest. Yamazaki. And then they found a huge golden bear. Chihiro. And wait, that's enough. Chihiro steps on Yamazaki's foot. Yamazaki. Opening his eyes, it hurts. Chihiro pulls her foot back slightly, causing Yamazaki to close his eyes. Yamazaki. That hurt, and that's the third time at school and just a little while ago. Chihiro. But Yamazaki, why do you open your eyes when I step on you? That's really weird. Yamazaki. It's just a reflex. But it is surprising, though. Who knew blue mailboxes actually existed? Chihiro. Maybe someone got paint on it. Behind them were Tomoyo, Sakura, Smiling, and Sharon, each trying to put a letter in the blue mailbox, which was actually a red mailbox painted blue. Naruto and Naruko watched, amused. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.